There we go. Good morning.
Hey, there we go.
We are here in Las Vegas for CES 2023. Neither of us were here last year.
But you were here remotely.
Yes, we did.
Amazingly remotely.
And we're going to use a lot of that technology again this year. We've got tomorrow is National Technology Day. We're working with the National Day calendar to help celebrate it. They have a stage elsewhere in the show, and they will be taking the middle block tomorrow as soon as you're done from 11 to 3. They've got National Technology Day. Super excited about that.
That should be quite interesting because I don't think that day has ever occurred when we were broadcasting, has it?
So it did last year.
Okay,
and
we weren't here.
And we did a very small
Right.
version of it. And we kind of did a bounce back and forth. They kind of scheduled things on the fly, and they filled in when we had gaps.
Right.
And we broadcast this to the National Day calendar. And we're going to do it again tomorrow.
Awesome.
So your segment and Todd's segment at the top and bottom of the show will be on the National Day calendar along with them. It's going to be really cool.
All right, well, let's prep our audience. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it on the behalf of the Tech Podcast Network and everyone here. Thank you so much. First of all, I have to give a big shout out to Scott here because this guy, he's very quiet, but he's done, I'm telling you, masterful work, wizardry. Usually when we come here, we've got monster cameras everywhere, and it's insane with all the wires, but this guy's pretty smart and pretty up to date. So he's using 6 Mevo cameras, and what a nice, clean,
in
modern
fact,
setup. So why don't you tell us a little bit about
it? If Michelle will go to the host camera, you'll actually see one in the corner.
Okay.
You'll see how tiny it is.
Yep.
There's a little camera off there in the corner. That's it. You can put them in the palm of your hand. They're tiny. They're full HD. We're doing it all over a network, a private network that we set up in here.
Right. NDI you're using. Yeah.
So they run over 2 different standards. They run over NDI, which is not what we're using. We're actually using the Mevo standard.
Okay.
Because, like you were saying earlier, Mevo and Livestream Studio were both from the same guy originally.
So they talk to each other.
And so they talk to each other natively with less of a lag than even on NDI. But I can throw them into NDI and use them with a TriCaster or something like that.
I like the way you have it.
It's super cool. And compared to the hardware that we have to do the old show, right, Michelle?
Right.
It's less expensive on top of everything.
But just the
So
volume
much
of
easier.
gear that you don't need, and it does such a great job. It's just really in fact, I think what we'll do sometime during the next 3 days is Scott and I will actually, I'm going to interview Scott, and we're going to actually talk in detail about this really innovative and cool setup. It's quite unique and quite versatile. So I commend you on that, Mr. Scott. Good job.
Thank you. It's been an interesting evolution.
Yeah.
We've been testing them in phases, and we took a leap, and we got the Ethernet adapters right before the show, and decided to test them here.
Oh, is that right? You tested them here?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really leaning out the edge there.
We had everything to be able to do it the other way too.
I'm sure you did, but
but you know, doing it over the network.
Nice. Oh yeah.
All power over Ethernet.
Better than the NDI.
Oh yeah.
More reliable too. I mean, not that I don't like NDI. Don't get me
NDI
wrong,
is awesome.
Yeah.
But it's a native back and forth. So.
Absolutely. A little bit about what we're going to be doing today. Actually, every day for the next 3 days. We're actually in the Venetian, and you could probably see a little bit behind us. It's 9:10 here, and this officially opens up at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we should have our first interview. Actually, we should have them
right about now.
here any second. But we will do
as a warning.
Yes.
The first day, people show up when they do or don't. That has always been the curse of the first day.
Yeah, you know, the first day, everybody's trying to get the pace of things, and
Yeah.
there's all kinds of technical glitches, and
Like the blue screen that just happened on this computer
saw that.
a few minutes ago.
yeah. So in any event, what we're going to attempt to do is, what we're going to do actually is a new interview every roughly 10 minutes. So I don't know who's coming up other than I have a little a sheet telling me the names of the companies, and in front of me I have a little Q monitor that's going to give me some information, basic information about the people and the company that we'll be interviewing, and hopefully they'll bring their products and we'll place them right here. I got a little dot, and we'll talk about what their company does, what they're here for, where you can get more information, maybe price points. The other thing that I think it's interesting to keep in mind, and I might be off by a percentage, but roughly 82% of everything that is at CES never makes it to market, which is extraordinary when you think about it.
Absolutely.
I mean,
especially, and I'd imagine that stat is way skewed in this building because we got Eureka Park downstairs.
You're right.
There's all kinds of products down there that will never make it to market.
That's where you find the cool stuff, right?
Absolutely.
I think.
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff, so we used to do another show that was basically all Eureka Park, and a lot of that stuff never made it to market. In fact, we would go from year to year. We always queue up some interviews from the year before.
Right.
And for CES, it's fairly easy. I know that Benji Locke is still around,
yeah.
so we can queue them up. Yeah. I know that Monster is still around. I can queue them up.
I've heard of them.
But from the other show, we had to actually check. We're like, oh, well, these are my 5 favorite interviews from last year. Well, let me go check and see if any of them still exist.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so let's find other interviews. But the thing is, so much of that tech gets grabbed, gets licensed.
That's almost
and
more
shifted
important.
And put in
That's
to
correct.
something else a different way.
That's exactly right, Scott. It's more important. These companies come here not necessarily to sell to the, quote, consumer, even though it's called Consumer Electronics Show. What happens is their technology, their ideas, their visions are scooped up or merged with other companies that are going to be doing similar things.
Or patent license.
Exactly.
Your pick of CES 2020 was a little all-in-one computer projector. Came down.
Yeah. I remember that. That thing went super crazy.
So they ended up licensing that technology out. Our YouTube views on this have been insane because of their stock price going up when they announced the licensing.
Yeah,
and like 8 products have come out using that
right?
tech.
Well, I don't doubt it. When I saw that, I said, wow, this is a game changer. And the thing worked. That's, a lot of the stuff that we see here does not work.
Yeah.
A lot of the things that you'll see are going to be prototypes, which is fine. In other words, companies have gone through Indiegogo or whatever, Kickstarter.
Or they're going to.
Correct.
There's a lot of those.
Right. And they got money, so they built a, quote, prototype. And you're going to see a lot of prototypes here. Yeah. I have a company coming in, I think, tomorrow called My Bird Buddy.
Yeah.
And I was really anxious to see the product because I've been reading about it for the last year or so. And come to find out, it's a prototype. Okay. So I'm excited, but...
Prototypes are interesting. So we actually had, at that other show, we had a little company that nobody had ever heard of before called PetCube.
Yeah, right.
Come on the show.
Yeah.
They brought a 3D printed prototype that didn't work.
And I think you were one of the first to interview them, if I'm not mistaken, or the first.
And now they had an ad during the Super Bowl last year, I think.
Imagine that.
So,
Go figure,
so they brought a 3D printed non-functioning prototype to our booth, and then now everybody knows their name.
I don't know, about 6 or 7, maybe it was 8 years ago, I can't remember, but someone came to me and I was interviewing them, and they had a little box about this big, and there was a screen on it, and boy, I was really excited. What it was is an internet TV/radio. So it was portable, and it had a little screen in it, and it would pick up every channel in the world, radio. I mean, if you want to listen to reggae, you can go right to Jamaica. If you wanted to watch TV from Italy, wherever, you would actually go onto the dial and tune in Italy. It was phenomenal.
Wow.
So I said, can I see it? And the guy goes, yeah. And he pushes it over to me, and I turn the volume because I wanted to hear it, and the volume knob came off. And then I pushed the button to see the screen, show me Italy, and the screen I poked the screen through, and I thought, oh my God, I'm breaking this. And I said, is this a prototype? He goes, yeah. And I'm like, you have to tell me that.
Yeah, please warn me if
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to poke the screen
oh my God,
off.
I felt so bad, but in any event, it never made it to market. And I thought it was such a cool idea.
Interestingly, we had, God, at Radio Shack eons ago.
I remember them.
We had, I don't even remember the name of it. I've got 3 of them in a box somewhere. But they were a little screen like this, had a little kickstand, and you could, whatever the streaming capabilities were at the time was limited, but you could do Sirius XM. There were Shoutcast and things like that.
Okay.
And then I think Netflix had just started doing streaming at that point.
A long time ago.
And so you could do that on this little screen too.
And it died.
Oh yeah, I don't think anybody ever sold one.
Really?
The ones that I have were the display units for the stores.
It happens, but all that stuff breaks right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of that stuff breaks downstairs, which is the reason why we're here in the Venetian. It's really weird to say Venetian and not Sands. I'm trying hard. It's the reason why we're here in the Venetian Expo, because we love Eureka Park. We love the weird stuff downstairs, because things like Benji Lock got started downstairs here in this building.
The other thing, too, is those companies that are downstairs, although they don't get the notoriety that people would upstairs, also doesn't cost as much to be downstairs.
Right. And a lot of them come in like national contingencies, which is cool.
The cool thing about that is that they're very open and willing to meet you and greet you and to make connections. That's their whole purpose here. And it's nice from my standpoint of view, from our standpoint of view, that they have open arms and you come in and learn all about what they're doing. And it's pretty fascinating. When I get done here, I'm actually going to go downstairs and start checking those companies out, because that's what it's all exciting, but that stuff is just off the walls.
Yeah. One of our other hosts who's not here this year, Nakia, likes to refer to it as the mad scientist phase.
There you go.
Where they've pitched some crazy ideas, right? There was a smartwatch that you did like this onto a dock to unlock your computer. But as soon as you undid the strap, your authentication ended. And now that's built into this thing, right? That never came to market as it was, but now it's built into this guy. I can Bluetooth. As soon as the sensor breaks, it no longer works. I've got to put in a pin like I just did. It's a really, really great idea. That product never came to market as is, but because they were in the mad scientist phase. They were like, I got this crazy idea.
That's the whole thing about CES. Hey, Mr. Cochran's going to join us.
Nope. He's making sure his podcast 2.0 stuff is working, which, by the way, we are doing. Oh, we are streaming everywhere. Just as a warning, we are everywhere. We are on Twitch through PLUGHITZ Live and Geek News Central. We are on YouTube, I think, through PLUGHITZ Live, Geek News Central, and possibly Tech Podcast Network. We're on Facebook and Twitter under PLUGHITZ Live, Geek News Central.
We got our first live boost.
Excellent.
All right, Todd.
So we've got our audio stream.
Oh, it's for newpodcastapps.com. You can watch us live.
Newpodcastapps.com. Okay. Newpodcastapps.com. If you're not able to keep the video stream up all day, it's okay. We do have an audio stream over there, and there's
repeat the
newpodcastapps.com. That's where you can get the apps that support this new live podcasting standard. From there, you can find us on probably Geek News Central and Tech Podcast is the best way to look for us over there. It's a really, I don't know if you've heard much about this. Todd and I had a whole download the other day.
I had a small download during breakfast with Todd. We got to get Todd here and tie him down, and he has to tell the folks here the new stuff that he's working on. As usual, Todd's always the at the forerunner, the new incubator, if you will, for all these new technologies, especially in the podcast space. He's always working on some crazy stuff. And
this podcast 2.0 stuff is wicked.
Very, very robust.
Yeah. The fact that you can, from the stream, you can tip the channel and theoretically send us messages, which we can check periodically and respond to.
Probably next year we'll have a little monitor up here. And
I didn't know about any of this stuff. I've got a whole idea of how to. Yeah. 100%.
That would be cool. We can have one person just sitting to the left or right just talking about the incoming boosts. Hello.
Well, I'm going to go away, Michelle.
Okay.
Because I think we probably have our first guest here. So,
All right,
you'll
Scott.
vamp for a minute, and then
We'll
we'll
talk
bring
to
the guest
you
in.
shortly.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. All right, so again, my name is Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you totally live and 100% in living color from the Venetian. And we are going to be doing a new interview every 10 minutes. All I have in front of me is just a sheet that's telling me what the company is. And sometimes on the teleprompter, I'll be able to see a little bit more information, like they're into, security or cryptocurrency or whatever it is that their function is. And that's all I know. So I'm going to be learning the same time that you are. And, okay, Enza just handed me this book that I'm looking for. And we have it's Karen Thomas. Karen, how are you? Come here, Karen. Come on, put your headset on for a second. Karen Thomas is here. I've known Karen, oh my God, I don't know how, years I've known you.
How you doing?
I'm excellent. How are you doing?
Great.
It's good to see you.
Another CES. We're finally in person.
Yes, this lady has her own agency, and she's a pleasure. She's a pleasure to work with. Every time I email her, boom, 2 minutes later she answers back, and that's a tough thing to find these days. And it's always a pleasure to work
Such
with you
a
because
pleasure.
you're so efficient.
Thank you. You too.
I wish everybody was like that.
Thank you so much.
So who do we have today? Who's
Natalia
okay, Natalia.
Lopareva
Ah.
from Algorized, and they have some really cool technology, which is like scary cool.
Excellent.
Basically, you can look through walls and see if people are there. So
Really?
I'll let her tell you
I
about
can't wait.
it. Yeah.
A pleasure.
Nice to see
Always
you
nice to
again.
see you.
Great
Thank you
to
for
see
coming.
us.
Thank you for the quick
Thank
appearance.
you. Okay.
How are you? Let me get your headset on. Okay, you comfortable? Yeah. Can we hear her? I can.
Hi, how
There
are
we
you?
go. I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks for having us here.
Our pleasure. Welcome to CES. So
Yeah, it's first day.
it's exciting the first
It's
day.
exciting.
It's pandemonium the
Oh my
first
God,
day.
there's so many people and it's fantastic to be
Yeah.
here.
Is this your first CES?
It's the first an exhibitor. We've
Really?
been here before, sat on these, but first time as exhibitor. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. This is my 10,000th time here. I don't know. I think I've been to 27 CES, a lot.
Oh, that's great.
So tell me a little bit about the name of your company and what it is that you do. I hear you could see through walls.
Oh yeah, sure.
How cool is that?
We're a Swiss-based company.
Okay.
We're called Algorized. My name is Natalia, and I'm CEO and founder of the company. And we develop a software, so we embed the software on the sensors. We like bringing the PhD to the sensors,
Right.
so they're capable of understanding and perceiving the environment, and then see the people inside.
Really?
And then it's not only that, you can actually see the people through the wall and through the obstacles. And on top of that, you are able to understand the breathing and the heart rate of the distance.
Now, when you say you can see through, are you seeing X-ray or are you seeing actual,
Well, it's
like you're seeing in real time? What are you seeing? Shadows?
well, it's like like a software. So you don't really see. We don't use laser. We don't use optical. So you don't actually see the people, but you see your reflection or you see your shadow. Right?
Okay.
So when you see how you're moving, you see your heart rate. You
Boy,
see
I
your
could think
breathing.
of 1,000 uses. Security off the top of my head comes to
know.
mind.
I know we do have already some segments that we're entering. So it's really the first segment that we enter in is about people and vehicle flow. So where they understand the management of the people and vehicles for the resources optimization.
Right.
We do thinking of entering in the automotive as well, because that's where you have the in-car people safety, you have breathing and the heart rate, and you have also the anti-collision for this. But the heartbeat and breathing at the distance, there are so many applications we have for really saving people's lives.
Now, how old is the company?
Well, we're quite young.
Okay.
Well,
how young is the company?
Well, the company was formed literally a couple of months ago, right? Officially.
Really?
Yeah, but
Oh my
as
God.
the technology, we've been working on this for over five years.
Okay.
So we've done a lot of R&D.
And how did you come up with this concept, with this
know.
idea?
Well, that's actually our second development. The first one we did in the sound. We understand a lot how to treat the sound. And so we were understanding how the doors and windows act. And we actually built a product with an alarm company. So we started as a product that is capable to understand when there's early break-ins. So we were kind of already knew how to develop the technology.
So this was a natural.
That was a natural
Step,
involvement.
next
We
natural
said
step.
we're going to be like on really people's safety.
Right.
And so we kind of understand how the algorithms work and AI. So that was kind of, we took all the best things and spent all the time R&D. And then once we had the prototype ready March last year, so we called a couple of guys and we said, well, we've got this thing. And then they literally came to us and they said, oh, we want to see how it works.
That's
and
exciting.
At that stage, we even didn't have, we called all the manufacturers of silicon. We said, guys, I mean, do you have like a dev board or something so we can run the software?
Yeah.
And they said, well, we don't really have it, so we had to build the hardware to present that.
Right.
And then the first demos, we didn't even have a box, right? So I said, shit, we forgot about the box. And so we literally had to mount the box. And the only way we could do it on time, because 3D printers take a lot of time,
Right.
we had to build it like a wooden box.
No kidding.
And so we said,
Oh my
you know,
God.
all the companies were coming to us, and we had this wooden prototype box. And they were saying, well, why it's wooden? And we said, well, because we're saving the planet. So it was behind it. It was literally, we didn't have
But
time.
you have a great idea, a great concept. So it don't matter whether it's wood or plastic or whatever. It's in the embryonic stages of the development. So you know, you're going to look back at that and
definitely.
laugh. So what do you expect to accomplish at CES? Who is your customer? Who are you looking for?
Yes, for sure. We are collaborating with partners, with the manufacturers, the automotive, also consumer electronics, with the mobile companies as well. So we are actually looking for partnerships with the companies where we can develop the software.
Right.
And of course we're looking for investors. It's always like
Everybody is.
Everybody is.
I'm looking for an investor too if you're out there.
Exactly. So that's, I mean, it's
Well, you have a phenomenal idea. I mean, I think that would be, that's the future.
Thank you.
To me, I mean, that's just so exciting.
We're actually making a live demo. So you actually, if you have time, come over and see us.
I do have time. I definitely want to see that.
How it works live. We can see your heartbeat as well. You can see your heartbeat and everything. And
Wow.
if you want to see.
Really?
Yeah, you can do it and see it. We're at Swiss Tech.
Boy, the ramifications of that, the things that's going to be, it's just unbelievable.
Thank you.
Good for you.
But thank you, and yeah, come and see us.
I absolutely will. Now, if people want to find out more information about your company,
Yes.
where would they go?
They go to the website. It's algorized.com. So that's simple, and you can find lots of information. There are videos. You can contact us. If you're at CES, you can come and see us as well, and you can see live demo. And
they can meet and speak with you directly?
Yeah, exactly. We've got 4 people.
You don't get that opportunity often. One quick question: how did you ever how did you think of this? I mean, it's.
Well, it's the continuation of things. You know that everything what you do, it's all about. I mean, you kind of have. It's all about the vision, really. It's naturally came for the people's safety element, because everything that we do, it's all about saving people's lives. And then we said, well, what's next, right? So we understand how everything's happening in the house and in the buildings.
Right.
How we what to do next. And we said, well, we would like to understand. We went to the rescue missions and we said, okay, so we want to save people's lives. And the challenge there was to see through the walls, right? So we had to see through things so the people understand that this person is breathing and this one, well, so they can actually really act responsibly. And it wasn't really like searching for the market for the niche, but it was more the core of our ideas. So
Right.
we really want to do anything that we do in our technology is really touching the more protecting people.
Wow. Well, thank God for people like you, because really you're the innovators. You're the people who bring really society to that next level.
Yeah.
Combine technology and intellectuality, if there's such a word. I commend you for that, and I thank you for that.
Pleasure. And it really touches us a lot, because there's a lot of work been done, and
Oh my God, I could only imagine.
we literally, and it looks simple. You will see that it looks very simple.
Nothing. I've learned nothing is as simple as it looks.
to
for
make
sure.
run this demo, but it seems.
So we'll be able to see this wooden box and this quote prototype.
It's no longer a wooden box. It's
Okay.
actually.
Oh,
it
so
is.
you're beyond
It's
that.
already. So we're actually launching the first
Oh, okay.
the first product here. So you'll see this
Okay.
real time as the software, you see how it's up and running.
Okay, well, I will try to get my video crew
Oh yeah.
or someone to come with me, and we'll do a little video, and
With
then we'll
pleasure.
add it to this wonderful interview.
Perfect.
And
Thank
hopefully
you.
we can help spread the word.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thanks. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on,
My
and I
pleasure.
look forward to seeing you a little later.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there we have it. Again, major breakthrough technology. What's cool is, with this stuff, I think 5 years from now, you're going to look back and say, wow, I remember when that woman was just on and talked about her amazing, see-through technology. Man, I could just think of all the things, unfortunately with this insane war going on in the Ukraine, I could see all kinds of applications for her technology. It's kind of scary in a way, but then again, you can see people's heartbeats and just all kinds of insane stuff. That's what's cool about CES. You just never know. I never know what it is I'm going to see or hear. And what's nice is after I'm done with my interviews, I actually can walk around and re-meet these folks and actually see what it is that they have close up. So it's a lot of fun. It's very informative to me, and I definitely enjoy it. So we're waiting for our next interview. Let's see here. It's 9:30, so we're close to schedule. Very difficult to maintain a schedule the first day. In fact, it's almost impossible. I'm not sure that we ever maintained a schedule where everybody showed up the first day. It just doesn't happen, which is why I like to do the first morning interviews, because only half the people show. No, that's not true. Little background information on CES. Every morning they are going to print this guide up, so they do this the night before. Oh, we're on this camera. I thought that's red. I thought that should be green.
I agree with you. It confuses me too, the red. Scott has it down pat, but I'm like,
I didn't know that.
I always get confused with the red, and I don't know if they're actually even.
So I'm looking at the wrong camera.
Just know that that's
folks.
your one shot,
Okay.
and this is your your two.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you, while we're yakking here,
Yes.
can you raise the volume of the talent so I can hear a little bit better?
Yeah, it's almost all the way up. She was very soft-spoken.
Okay.
So I'll try to adjust better.
Okay. In any event, now that I'm on the right camera, every morning this is printed, and it's quite thick. This particular issue today, of course, it doesn't have the page numbers, but it's jam-packed. And what it is new innovations that are coming out that are here, and locations of all the booths, and paid advertising, of course. But I love reading through this because I see things that I want to see and I like. And man, there's just everything in this. So I try to read through this every day. It's not an easy task, but this will come out every day, and I actually take this back with me to the studio. So if I want to bring in some cool tech and some cool interviews, usually I get them from this magazine, January 5th through January 8th. And again, all kinds of crazy, just insane stuff that you wouldn't think about, and that's why I read this magazine. So a lot goes into CES behind the scenes, and this particular publication is one that pretty much is a must-read for me and pretty much any broadcaster that's out there today. So I think our second interview is coming up, and that is going to be eSight, I believe. And actually, no, it's not. It's OVR technology, and they're bringing him on the screen right now. We're going to do a headset swap. You hear me okay in there? We're good now. Okay. What's happening?
I
What's
don't hear
new?
him
Oh
now.
yeah, now I can hear. Nice.
I don't hear him now.
Aaron,
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Okay.
Now I can hear myself too.
so tell us what's going on. The name of the company obviously is OVR Technology. What do you guys do?
We are a scent technology company. So we just are so passionate about the power of scent over our emotions, our cognition, and our behavior, and we see it having all kinds of applications in how we approach healthcare, how we approach connection, how we approach entertainment and creativity. And so we've digitized our sense of smell and created a product that we
I
call...
love it. I love it.
It's been a lot of fun, and we're launching our first consumer product ever here at CES.
Tell me more.
So our consumer product is a wearable scent technology. So you wear it kind of like I'm wearing this microphone right now.
Right.
And it allows you to not only experience all digital content on mobile, PC, and even in VR with
Right.
scent, but also allows you to become a creator and create multisensory content right on your mobile phone and share it with your friends, your family, or the world.
Give me an example.
So for example, we really look at this as kind of the intersection between well-being and creativity. So imagine a immersive digital experience of you on the beach. You're kind of traveling in between the waves and maybe palm trees.
No, I'm seeing this visually through the virtual reality
You're
headset,
seeing it,
if you will.
yep,
Okay.
either through virtual reality or, in this case, on the mobile app.
Okay.
And so while you're seeing this and you're hearing these really immersive nature sounds,
Right.
also smell is coming in waves that
Where
helps
is
you
that
relax.
smell coming from?
The wearable itself, which has a replaceable scentware cartridge at the end. And in this scentware cartridge, there's 8 primary aromas. And those are constantly mixing and combining and being delivered in a matter of milliseconds to really mimic how we experience
But
scent
where
in
is
the
it
real
being
world.
released? Where is it? How am I? What's releasing it to my nose?
So our patented micro piezoelectric array is embedded in the wearable itself. So it's totally wireless, it's hands-free, and so it's getting those signals from the
But
mobile
I'm not
phone.
actually smelling it. I'm imagining I'm smelling it. I'm not following you.
No, this is actually, in this cartridge is smell, and
Okay.
that
But
smell.
where's that being released? How's that being released? Is it coming in front of my nose?
Yep, it's right in front of your nose.
Okay, that's
Yep.
what I was asking.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's
yeah,
okay, and
yeah.
that's from a sensor.
Well, so it's getting messages, Bluetooth messages
Right,
from
it's being
either
triggered at a particular.
being triggered at a
point in time.
particular time. Yep.
Okay, you may not know this, but I was a college professor for a long time in Boston State College. Anyway, I used to teach a course called Learning and Communication Theory. And this is way back, probably before you were born, because I'm older than I look. So the thing is, I've always wondered why someone, and it's probably you, hasn't come up with the idea to introduce aroma embedded in a video. So you're watching a movie, for example, okay, and you're going through, I don't know, a field of poppies or cut grass, and all of a sudden, through a bunch of sensors or wherever you want to deliver it, the smell is permeated in the air, so it enhances the visual total experience of sight, sound, and smell. So that's kind of what you're.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly, and it kind of goes beyond movies into other things.
You
But,
should have met me 25, 30 years ago.
well, I'm working on a time machine as well, so when I get that
now
right,
you
we
really
can go
got
back
me
and
intrigued. Really.
But your vision is exactly the same as ours. You know, because smell enhances that experience so much, we'd like to see it not just in movies, not just in games, but also in health and well-being applications
oh my God,
and in creativity.
I can imagine all the things. So, how, if I'm getting in tricky lines, just tell me I'm overstepping. How do you get the sense? How are they created? How are they packaged? And how are they inserted, if you will, into your cartridges? Is it like an ink cartridge, like from a printer?
Yeah, it's really good to think of the physical part of it as similar to an ink cartridge for a printer.
Okay.
And in that ink cartridge, rather than liquid ink, it's kind of like a gel matrix.
Sure.
And so we use kind of micro pulses of
Now,
air.
are those refillable, or I'm buying new cartridges?
We do a subscription service. So every month you get a new cartridge, you recycle the old one, you pop the new one in, and then you're good to go.
Now, are there different, I hate to say flavors, are there different varieties of scents that I can get?
So each cartridge contains the same exact type of scent, and it's
Okay.
those 8 individual primary aromas, kind of like RGB or CMYK,
Okay,
to use the
sure.
drink analogy. And those are able to combine in different combinations and permutations to make thousands of different aromas.
Oh,
now,
okay.
those aromas aren't exact replicas of what you'd experience in the real world because the digital world is so,
Right, but
you
they're,
know,
they're close.
they're familiar. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Isn't that interesting? So give me a feel for some of the types of scents that I may experience.
So the primaries are, I'll name a few of them off. It's soft, green, floral, citrusy, fresh, woody, and sweet. And then those combine, like let's say you wanted to evoke the feeling of a forest. You might combine earthy, woody, green, and fresh.
So you know
Yeah.
the digital combination to create, quote, that particular scent. Is that fair?
Yeah, and you know, we
Like
at
the
OVR
DNA of the scent.
and there's a lot of flexibility there too,
Right.
you know, and so, you know, we really promote the kind of creative process and to think of it less like a sound effect just added for realism and more like a soundtrack to add emotion and mood to the scene.
That's pretty fascinating. You know you're only in the embryonic stages of what you're developing. This is going to go a long, long way. I mean,
Yeah.
at least that's what my brain's telling me right now.
And we want to kind of put it out there in the world
So,
and see where it goes.
Here's
Yeah.
what my head's telling me. I rent a movie, whatever the movie may be, but now I'm going to put on, a VR a headset. Okay, so now I'm visually immersed. I'm blocking out all the extraneous noise. So I have the visual headset. I have a set of headphones on that's pumping out beautiful, I don't know, 8-channel sound. Okay, I'm watching the movie, and now I'm going to be able to buy a cartridge with that movie
Well, the great thing is,
of the right flavors of aroma. Now I'm like, wow, I'm watching this movie. I'm getting these scents. I'm watching. That'd be
Yeah.
like, oh my God.
Well, and the great thing is you won't have to buy a specific cartridge for that movie. This
So it will be
single
indigenous.
cartridge,
It will.
exactly,
Really?
yeah, digital scent, and you'll be able to, with that same cartridge, you'll be able to watch a movie. You'll be able to do a meditation app.
And
you'll
that will
able to
be all
create-
synced like with SMPTE or whatever it is to cue that scent to come out.
Yep. All the content has to be kind of enabled. So if you think
Right.
of, you know, a sound engineer adding a soundtrack to a movie,
Sure.
is kind of embedded in there. Same thing with
Yeah,
smell.
I mean, it has to be synced somehow. Now, how long does the aroma last? Is it going to be something that's going to hit for 20 seconds and then be gone?
That's actually one of the engineering hurdles that we're most proud of, is that our technology is able to effectively turn smell on and off in a
Really?
matter of just a few milliseconds.
Really?
So rather than kind of smells being in the air and lingering,
Wow.
it's just rapid, change. And now we're still in beta, so you're not going to be able to see this on Netflix just yet.
I was just going to
but,
ask if I
yeah.
can come to your booth. Am I going to experience this?
Yeah, you're going to
No,
be able
am
to
I?
yep,
Really?
you're going to be able to experience it on mobile, and you'll also be able to experience it in VR. You know, VR is so immersive and compelling, but not everyone has a VR headset. So that's why we're releasing our mobile app today as
No,
well.
it's just-
Yep.
So where is your booth?
We are at 51365 on the second floor of the Venetian Expo.
You know I'm going to visit you when I get done.
Yeah, you can almost see us from where we are right now, actually. So yeah.
So if I brought one of my tech people with me, can I video that? And
Yeah,
do a
you can
little-
bring whomever you'd like. You can video it. You can, you know, we'd just love to have you over and have you experience the
this
journey.
is really, I've thought about this since I was a little kid, because technology, entertainment world has always concentrated on the visual, and then not that long ago, quite frankly, they started developing the sound. It wasn't like, obviously it was 20, 30 years ago, but that was the next cool leap, was sound, and now it's old hat.
Yeah, I
The only area that's not, the only area in my head that's not been, come to fruition is exactly what you're working on.
and we're hoping to change that. You
That
know,
is so cool.
we feel like we're in the middle of this shift from kind of one-dimensional audio-visual to multi-dimensional, multi-sensory, and we're happy that Scent's a part of that conversation.
That's fabulous. That's very, very, very impressive. Is there anything you want to tell me that I didn't ask? Because I've been grilling you, I know, but
Oh boy. I'm just really excited for
Yeah.
you to try it, for everyone
No,
else
I'm
to
excited about
experience it, and really, this is about creativity. It's about wellness. It's about connection.
what's your next product?
Well, our product has to do with partnerships. So we're partnering with a digital health company called Helium, an immersive entertainment company called Wild Venture, and also a metaverse company called Kaya. And we're announcing those here today, but we're also hoping to announce a ever-growing list or library. So when you have an OVR product, you're not just stuck in the OVR ecosystem. You'll be able to experience all different digital across platforms.
I'm totally impressed, and it's only you're only my second interview. Usually it takes like 20 interviews to get like, wow, this is really cool stuff, folks. I'm so impressed. And Aaron's a young guy. We got lots of productive years ahead of us.
We hope, anyway.
No, I know. That's great. Aaron, I can't thank you enough for coming on board. I'm very excited about your product. I think it's an evolutionary game changer in my head. It really is. It's just it's brilliant, it's genius, and it's long overdue. So.
Well, thank you so much for your support and inviting me on to chat today. I look forward to seeing you at the booth.
You will. I will be down there with camera in hand, and we're going to take a further peek at that. And then I would like to invite you to come on the Gadget Professor show after all this stuff is over, and hopefully things have calmed down for you. If you could, we could pump you in live from wherever you are.
That would be fantastic. And, yeah, let's do that.
The show's international. You're going to be heard all over the world, but it's so cool stuff. I'm really excited about it. I really am. It's awesome.
Well, you're going to, as excited as you are now, when you get down there and try it, it's really going to, I think it's going to open your eyes, because smelling is believing, right?
That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. Truly a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
We'll see you sometime today or tomorrow, and hopefully you'll come back next year, and we're going to follow up on your company, because I think this is going to be one of the hot companies to watch. In fact, I'm sure of it. I know it. So good for you, Aaron. Thank you.
Thanks again. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, see you soon. Thanks. Well, there you have it, folks. That is just truly over the edge. I mean, it's something that is new, creative, innovative, and sorely needed in the industry to move it forward. I mean, could you imagine watching a movie, like in one of those, IMAX,
Right.
And like, whoa, you're getting the sound and the big sensation because it's a giant screen, and all of a sudden you're smelling.
And then the smell, like the beach or a campfire or.
Yeah, campfire
that would
is
be
a real
amazing.
good one. Yeah, there's probably all these things. It's funny, the sense of smell is really an underrated sense. Everybody obviously sight and sound, of course, but I always tell this story. Years ago, when I was a little kid, I lived in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I used to take this bus camp, and the camp was at Chapman Lake, a little bit outside of Scranton, 5 miles outside of Scranton, 10 miles, and we'd be taking on this bus in the morning, and I have the windows open on the bus, and you'd go by all these farmhouses, and you would smell the fresh cut grass. And it was just the coolest smell. And anytime I drive by a farm now, automatically my brain triggers that scent of that fresh cut grass, and it's instant. And there's all kinds of scents that you have in your life, and you don't realize it. Like when Miss Enza makes spaghetti sauce, I could be outside, and if I smell it, I start to salivate. So the sense of smell is extremely powerful, and I hate to use the word exploited on it, let's use the word capitalized on it, to bring that whole surround sound, that whole immersive experience of sight, sound, and smell. Really something. And the fact that this guy has a capsule that's going to regenerate the DNA of a particular smell it's just amazing. And I'm sure this is just the infancy, and it's just going to grow and grow and grow. So quite fascinating, quite ingenious.
I'm excited for you to go talk to them at their booth and try it out. And then one of these times when we're vamping, when we don't have a guest, and you can tell us.
Yeah, no, he did say it was on a screen, but I think he did mention he has a VR mask too.
I think he said.
Did he say that?
He said phone, and I think he said VR. Yeah.
The VR's got to be.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how powerful the smell is, or the smell isn't, and how long it sustains.
Yeah.
He didn't want to get into the sensor release of the technology, which I understand.
Right.
But boy, that's got to be some heavy-duty stuff in there.
Right.
I would think.
Yeah.
And then again, there's all kinds of smells I can imagine you could generate from that stuff.
And I wonder how many can you mix from the, what do you say, there was 5 or 6?
8.
Oh, 8 in the cartridge.
Yeah.
That it programs itself to.
Yeah. But,
Wow.
you know, he's basically unlocked the DNA of a smell or particular smells. And think how fast it has to be instant. He said microseconds, it's going to put that combination of smells and release it. That's got to be insane technology. And the implications of that, the applications of that are going to be phenomenal. I mean, oh my God.
I agree.
That's cool stuff.
I agree.
All right,
Especially in the
let's see
movies.
where we are on the schedule. It is now 10 to 10 here. I'm sorry, I'm rushing the day by. So we had one company that, 2 companies it looks like that have been no-shows according to my schedule here.
Right. And we were kind of talking about that while we were setting up this morning.
Yeah.
Some of us had a really hard time getting through security. First day bugs.
Yeah, I know
so
that.
Todd was actually saying he wouldn't be surprised if we
Yeah,
get
I
a lot
was
of people
with
showing
Todd
up late.
walking in. I got to tell you, folks, camera over the edge. Do we to show?
Right here, we sure do.
Let's take a look at that. This is what is behind me. We up there?
Yep.
Okay, so what you could see behind me is pretty much all the booths set up from what you could see from the camera angle. But there is virtually, no pun intended, no one here yet. It officially opens up in 10 minutes, so you'll see a lot more people in here, of course. But what they did this year, unlike other years, which is bizarre to me, but who knows why. I don't have my badge with me because it rattles when we're on the air. They're holding it over there. But everybody that came in this morning was either a broadcaster or someone technically involved with the setup here. So we've all been vetted per se. So to get in here, you should just be able to show your badge and watch in. But no, thank you so much. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. So here's the badge, and if I put it on, it's going to rattle. So, you know, Scott rightfully said don't wear the badges. But so we have a badge. It's got a barcode on it and all that stuff. So they know who we are. You had to show ID to get the badge. So on top of that, in order to get here before 10 o'clock, you have to have an armband. And it's always a different color. Today it's red polka dot web. You can't get in here at all without this band. So we have the badge, we have the band. Tomorrow will be a different color band. And obviously I got to get here before opening because I got to set up and all the technical crew has to get the machinery going. So like I've been vetted with the badge. I've been triple vetted with the band. They still make you go, I'm not kidding you, and there's thousands of people trying to get in here in the morning. They make you go through a zigzag line like you're in Disney. In fact, Disney has 4 or 5 zigzags. There were 10 of them today, and it just took 5,000 people and made them go single file. It's like driving in a 4-lane highway and then having to go single lane. Why they do that is beyond me. I just don't understand. So what would normally take less than 30 seconds to walk in the front door here, and they only open one door, took a half hour. So what very well may happen is other people, the line gets longer and longer and bigger as time comes up to the opening. So I think a lot of people are going to be stuck outside trying to get in because of the insane security conditions here. I for the life of me, I don't know why, after you have your band and you have your badge, why do you need to go single file? There's no metal detectors. I just don't get it. But it was annoying and very time consuming. But hey, it is what it is. So once again, if you've just tuned in, my name is Don Bain. I am the Gadget Professor, and we're coming at you totally live and 100% in living color from the Venetian Conference Center. And we will be doing an interview every 10 minutes. We will be doing an interview of someone new. Right in front of me, I have a sheet of the names of the people who will be arriving, and then directly in front of me, I have a little monitor that will give me some information about the company. However, the type size is so small, I can't read it. Yeah. So we are waiting for our next interview person, which is at 10 o'clock, a couple minutes. Is Huawei is the company that should be here. So that should be fairly interesting. So a couple people that I'm familiar with company-wise. Yes.
We actually, I think we're gonna run an ad bumper right now for Blueberry. If you wanna talk about Blueberry for a second, and then I'll put the ad up, and then we'll have a guest right after that.
I'd be happy to. Blueberry is the company certainly run by Mr. Todd Cochran, and they are, I would say, the #1 place to go if you're interested in any kind of podcasting, both video and audio. And they have all the latest and greatest applications in technology for podcasting. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better value out there for the money. And also, Todd, God bless him, actually gives stuff away free for people who want to participate in certain programs. So everybody here in the Tech Podcast Network certainly belongs to and helps Blueberry out. No R. Okay, we have our next guest here.
No.
We don't have our next guest here. Oh, now we're going to go to a station break.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Oh, yeah. It's live stream. International.
And we're back.
And we're back, folks. Hope you enjoyed that spot produced by Mr. Scott. Now, we are with a gentleman. We're not queued up here on the monitor for the next guest. Tell us a little about who you are, and Sandro, and your company, and what you guys are doing.
Well, it's a pleasure. So my name is Sandro Cilurzo. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Sedimentum. Sedimentum is based in Switzerland, and we developed a solution to empower seniors to stay as long as possible safe and autonomous in their homes. So this is exactly why we are here.
Okay, I have some experience with those such devices, and they are literally life-saving devices.
Absolutely. So this contactless emergency detector has the possibility to detect in a fully automated manner without camera and without microphone.
That's so important.
This is privacy preserving by nature,
yeah,
and this
because,
is one of
most people are, I don't want to say proud, but they are. They don't want cameras searching and watching them, and
absolutely,
and they don't want to be babysitting, have their children or their loved ones watching them 24/7. So this is inobtrusive in the sense that there's no camera or microphone.
Yes.
So how does it know what's going on?
Yeah, so we had to develop first our proprietary chip for motion sensing. So this is, we are leveraging electromagnetic waves that we can sense 1/10 of a millimeter of movement day and night. And afterward, this will be analyzed by our software, which is leveraging machine learning.
Okay, when you say afterwards, is that like a day afterwards?
No,
or
immediately. Initially, it's instantaneous, like a real-time analysis. Okay. So it's measuring and analysis. And then we are able to detect falls, for example, if somebody trips and fall, but not only falls, we are detecting as well deterioration of the behavioral pattern. For example, if somebody goes into the bathroom, is unable to get out by themselves, it will trigger an alert automatically.
Does it sense audio or no audio sensors
no,
at
it's
all?
really no electromagnetic waves, so it's no audio.
Okay, so you're able to tell then if there's 1, 2, 3, or 4 people in the house at any one time.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to see, I'm assuming, if the waves, I'm making this up, are vertical or horizontal.
No, that's the beauty. This is one of the differentiating factor, because we are not like, the main field of expertise is the machine learning part, so we truly understand the patterns. So you can do like yoga, meditation, lying on the floor.
Really?
Yes, you can do all the things, like you have cats running around, pets jumping around. This won't trigger an alert because it understands the difference in the behavioral pattern. So it's not only vertical versus horizontal, it's way more sophisticated.
Okay, so then how do you know that something's abnormal?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So we have, like in Switzerland, we are commercially available. So we had there several installations. We were first in B2B environments. Therefore, we were able to learn like an average behavior over all our clients, and this is like the starting point. But fall detection is immediate anyway. So this is not something about irregularity detection. Fall detection, if something happens, it understands the pattern of the fall.
Okay, falls are pretty easy because either you're up or you're down.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to me that's easy to detect. What
Yeah.
happens when you have a situation where someone doesn't feel good, they're sick, and they're going to
Yeah.
lay down in bed?
Yes, good point. So there's as well a corresponding app coming with our solution, the Safe Living solution. So the app is as well the possibility that somebody, if they need help and they're capable of triggering an alert, they can always, even on the go, trigger an alert outside of the home with real-time GPS location embedded.
So they're going to be wearing some implement?
They have a smartphone app for that, for the relatives and seniors, for example, for the residents, that they can trigger an alert by themselves. And this is well one of the additional components within the system. So it's not only hardware, we have as well a software component which is part of the offering.
So what other sensors are available with this?
This is the only sensor. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's the only thing.
Now, or there'll be other...
In the future, we have a really flexible platform that we can integrate third-party products if you would like to, but currently this is our own chip, our own device, so this is the main ingredient.
What kind of events other than falling down will this alert me to?
It will alert you as well if you go, for example, into the bathroom and are unable to get out by yourself. For example, if somebody sits on the toilet and is unable to stand up again, it will trigger an alert, yes. In the morning as well, if you're unable to leave your bed by yourself, it will recognize differentiation in your pattern, how you are lying in the bed. It will trigger an alert based on this irregularity.
Now, are there parameters like I don't want to get up today, I'm going to sleep an extra hour, so I don't want this thing going off?
Yeah, so that's an important point. So it really tries to optimize for as well. It takes care as well when you are going into the bed. So it's not only that simple with a simple rule.
So are you saying that this is learning
all the time?
So they're okay.
Yeah, it's continuous learning for each apartment.
Okay, so what happens if I'm there, if this is in my home for a month, and next Tuesday for whatever reason I decide to sleep in for an extra hour?
Yeah, so there is the possibility.
Or I was out partying all night.
Yeah, you're right. There's a possibility, but you will always are able to cancel the alert by yourself.
But if I'm a senior and I'm old and I forget, what happens?
You will get like the alerting chain is like following. You first receive always a push notification on your smartphone, then you're able to cancel the alert if you don't need the help. And in Switzerland we have a 24/7 emergency response service included, and they will call the senior first in their home. And then after this only everything starts with escalation.
So if someone doesn't answer, you know something's going down.
Yes, of course, exactly.
Okay. So is this available now?
Yes, it's available in Switzerland commercially.
Okay, what about in the United States?
Yeah, that's why you're here at the CES this year. That's exactly why you're here.
There was a reason.
Yeah, that was here. So we are planning exactly this next step that we are able to launch as soon as possible in the US. Therefore, we are here to preparing the next step to going international.
Well, you came to the right place.
Yeah, we are convinced as well. It's amazing.
Sure. Now, what do you have any price points on this?
Yeah, I can just tell what's in Switzerland that you have a perspective.
Fine.
So it's like you don't need to have full coverage. So it's just 3 devices necessary that you can start. And this in Switzerland, this is like the starter package. This is $59 a month, but this includes installation, maintenance, and 24/7 emergency response service.
Extremely reasonable.
Yeah, we are convinced because we built something for everyone because that's what we try to head for, that we are really able to deliver for a majority of people.
That's really an interesting product.
Yeah, and I think as well important, it's not only for the residents. We have as well a mobile application for the relatives, the family members, and they can open the app and immediately see like how the loved ones are doing. Is my mom at home? Is she currently up and is everything okay? So they receive peace of mind at their fingertips 24/7, and this is important specifically if I think to the US, where families are spread all over the country, that you always can see how your loved ones are doing.
So does that come through as a text or an email? Or
no, it's an application. It's a mobile app.
Oh, it's a private app.
Yeah, it's an app which is available in the App Store. You can download it. You can invite your loved ones. So the residents will invite their family members, and then they have access to the application.
Boy, you seem to think of everything there.
We try to.
Is one device going to do it for the house, or you need 2, one for every room?
You need 3 at least.
Okay.
That's the minimum that our system is up and running with enough
How many
information.
square feet does that?
30 square meters is one device, and but it's not necessary to have like full coverage. So, for example, we recommend bedroom, bathroom, and, for example, living room, but you don't need to have one in the kitchen in that case. So it's intelligently, those devices are communicating with each other.
How do I know how many I need?
This is part of our services. We have really a do-it-for-me service approach. We will do the consultation with our clients as well. So they get in touch with us. We will discuss with them the floor plan, the situation, their personal preferences, and based on that, we can give them
a
recommendation.
Happens if you? I'm sorry for all the questions.
Course, please.
What happens if you put in a system and you're actually short a unit? Do you know that? You say, hey, you're not getting coverage here. You need another unit.
Can you repeat that question? I'm not sure if I get it right.
Let's say I have 3. You did a survey, and I have 3 of these units in my home.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, I needed a fourth unit.
It's no problem.
Would you know that,
yeah,
though? Would you say, hey, this part's not being covered?
Exactly. We will do that. I
Okay.
mean, on the installation day, we have our professional electricians. They go into the home.
Oh, so you actually install it?
Yeah, that's part of the
I didn't
service.
realize it. And that's included in the 59?
Yes, you have just a one-time setup fee for $150 for the installation. That's part of the deal. So in Switzerland, is this commercial like this available since August 2022?
It sounds too cheap.
I know, because we believe that we...
Not that I'm trying to raise the price on anybody, but I'm just saying that's extremely reasonable.
Yeah, but
and you're going to have the workforce, or you're going to outsource.
We have partners. We have installation partners.
Okay.
So we have like certified electricians in Switzerland, which do the installation.
Okay, so is this hardwired?
Yes, exactly. We do the physical installation. It's always in a corner, like in a corner it will be installed, and then we do like the electricity component, and connectivity is over Wi-Fi, like it's communicating over the Wi-Fi of the residents.
It's pretty impressive. I mean, it's unique. I haven't seen anything like that, which is, again, this is the beauty of CES. I mean, you're going to meet people and innovators who are coming up with these just phenomenal ideas. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, glad to hear that. And I mean, maybe important, we are coming from the professional healthcare environment. So I was working before as a cybersecurity officer in a hospital for mental diseases.
Okay.
And 5.5 years ago, I was a member of a think tank with the chief residential doctors and head of nursing staff.
Wow.
This is how everything started. This is where I stumbled into this pressing problem. So that's why we have well connections into this environment.
Now, how long have these been in use in Sweden?
In Switzerland, in Switzerland.
Sorry,
that's
very,
okay.
Very big area.
No worries at all. No worries at all. So we have been incorporated in May 2019, 2 years B2B only, and then August 2022 we launched a private consumer market. So it's now since August 2022 up and running in Switzerland.
What other products do you envision?
Yeah, so we have this is a really powerful device. So we can ship new functionalities over the air. So we have upgradability baked in.
So this will hook into your Wi-Fi per se?
Yes.
Wi-Fi goes down though?
Yeah, we will immediately see it because it's continuous connected. So we see that in the mobile application, you will receive like a message, hey, you lost, there is an issue, something is not working. And
would you know necessarily that the power went out in the house?
If the power went out, same problem. We'll receive as well, of course,
But can you differentiate between a power failure and an internet failure?
Afterwards, the soon it came.
Right.
Yes, but if the internet goes down, the information is not lost. For example, if 50 minutes you have an outage with your Wi-Fi, the data will be reprocessed after. So we have like local storage for this for those outages.
Okay, what about security? For example, an elderly person is in the house. Unfortunately, they're always targets for robberies or all kinds of crazy stuff.
Absolutely. Next feature we will ship in the first quarter 2023.
Hey, I'm pretty good with this, huh?
Yeah, you're amazing.
Okay.
You should be part of our product development team.
Well, I'm ready. So if someone, God forbid, should break in the house, 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever, you'll know that, hey, something's...
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, will I get notified?
Not yet, but soon you will. We will have like a software model for burglary detection. That's exactly what we will offer.
That is fantastic.
Because we have everything we need. We have all the information, and the clients currently are misusing our system. They go to the holidays, always opening the mobile application to see if somebody else was in their home. So that's why we believe
you thought of everything. That is outstanding. There's no device that I'm aware of that even does half of what this does.
Yeah.
And for that price point, boy, I hope you get them in, because I'll be your... well, unfortunately, my mother just passed away, but this would have been like perfect for her.
Glad to hear.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
But I could see so many applications of that.
Yeah.
I could almost see school systems.
Yeah.
You know, with all the unfortunate shootings and just insane stuff that goes on, to have something like this, and I know it's not developed now, but in the future, my God, what a blessing that would be to have something like that, early detection.
Yeah, the technology is really flexible, and based with how we built the system, because it's really, the uniqueness is that the team of us, we were really a lot of machine learning engineers, so that's the main field of expertise. That's how we built our hardware, because if you have your own hardware, you can optimize your software. It's better, right? You can do way more.
Wow.
Therefore, we know that there will be additional use cases in the future, many more to come.
Well, I am extremely impressed, and I'm not easily impressed, but this is what a great device. Good for you.
Thank you.
You know,
so
it's
much.
something that's absolutely going to help humanity, and that's
Yeah, I mean, we are really happy that we received a lot of handwritten thank you
Oh,
cards
I'm
for Christmas
sure.
from family members because they could enjoy Christmas differently because they knew like everything will be okay if they leave.
It's just peace of mind.
It's peace of mind for everyone. It's not only serving the residents, it's for
Yeah.
the family. And I think this is our focus. We are not serving B2B. We are really focusing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we are
I
only
can see
focusing for
that.
private consumers. That's what we try.
Fantastic. Well, I can't thank you enough for
Thanks for having me.
bringing
It's
this today.
amazing
And,
to be here.
Your booth is it here?
Yes, it's in Eureka Park at the Swiss Tech Pavilion, the pink one. You cannot
Okay,
miss us.
I will try to circle back and
Let's do this.
take a
and
close
catch
up
there.
of the company, and maybe we'll do this again.
You will see my co-founders and all the people which need it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Leave me one of these if you
Yes,
can.
of course, I will.
I'm going to leave you with my card.
Same here.
Pretty fascinating. So I'm assuming people can go to your website to find out more about this.
Yes.
Okay, so it's sedimentum.com.
Yeah.
And you'll see this device actually featured there.
Absolutely. You have all you need, all the information you need.
Wow. Sandro,
Awesome.
this is phenomenal.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best of luck with this and success.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
Thanks.
Take care.
Take care.
Talk to you
See
soon.
you soon. Yeah.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Well, obviously, another game changer. They're coming up with the coolest stuff. That I could see just, everybody has a mom and dad, and, the peace of mind of having an inobtrusive device like that monitoring, their health and welfare is just, it's a priceless thing. But I don't know how they're going to do it for $60 a month, if that's indeed what it ends up to cost in the United States, plus, I don't know, let's say $100, $150 for installation. Wow, that's more than fair, more than reasonable. So we should keep our eye on this technology. I think you're going to hear a lot from the company. It's kind of cool. I'm noticing a little trend here. I'm a lot older than most of these dudes here, but it's nice to see these young, passionate people come in about their technology, and you're seeing people who are, basically youngsters living their dream and creating their technology. It's awesome. Okay, we have a little, looks like a robotic doggy here. How are you?
Well, how are you?
Good. We're going to get you all set up here.
All right.
Okay, you comfortable?
I'm comfortable.
And I'm sorry, I don't have your name.
It's Andrew.
Andrew, how are you? I'm Don Bain. We're going to take a little
Great
picture
to meet
there.
you, Don.
Okay, and this gentleman is named?
Dog E.
Dog E. Dog E. Okay, the name of the company is Wowie.
That's right.
And this is Doggy.
That's right.
Okay, tell us a little bit about Wowie and Doggy.
So Wowie
Doggy doesn't bite.
Doggy doesn't bite.
Okay.
He's pretty playful.
Okay.
Wowie is a toy company, and we
Okay.
make robots since like the early 2000s.
Okay.
And most recently, we did a product called Fingerlings, this $15 little monkey that goes on your finger and blinks its eyes and moves its head. And
I'm surprised my grandkids don't have that, but go ahead.
maybe one of them does. And
I'm sure.
And we have a big history in consumer robots. And this year, we're really excited because it's the first year in quite some time that we're reintroducing a toy robot to the market.
Okay.
And the concept is my 1 in a million robot dog.
Okay.
So the way that works is...
And that's Doggy.
That's Doggy.
Okay.
And the idea came from a couple of consumer trends. So you have, in the toy industry, there's like this blind box phenomenon where you unbox something and you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I hate that.
And
that's just me.
And in the tech industry,
Yeah.
I agree with you because
it's annoying.
And after a while,
Yeah.
as you're buying stuff for $5 and $10, the value starts to erode and you're just piling up a lot of stuff.
Thank you very much.
And we wanted to take the trend of a blind box but put it into something a little bit more substantial.
Okay.
So what we did is we created this robot dog, Dog E.
Okay.
And the idea, my 1 in a million robot dog, is that every dog starts off looking the same. But as the kid takes it out of the box, turns it on for the first time, its personality is revealed. And everybody who's unboxing it is getting a little bit of a different experience with different lights,
So
colors,
like
and sounds.
I can, like my grandson, I have two grandsons. So Sawyer the Destroyer.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I got Ethan Jack. So Sawyer the Destroyer might get a dog that's calm and cool, but Ethan might get a psycho dog.
That's it. That's
Okay,
it.
go
That's
ahead.
exactly the idea. So if I turn this guy on, basically he goes through what we're calling the minting process.
Okay.
And the way that works is the dog, my favorite feature about this dog is
it
that
here.
he talks with his tail.
The dog talks with his tail. Okay.
And he does that through
You
persistence.
gotta love this show, folks. I mean, come on. It's fun. It's entertaining. I mean, we're having a good time. Yeah, go ahead.
So
I like this. He talks through his tail. Go
he
ahead.
talks with his tail, and the way he does that
Damn.
is he's displaying messages through LEDs on his tail. So as I turn the dog on, he's telling me, to begin with, touch my nose. And when I do that,
how did you know that combination of lights was touch his nose?
so we're working on icons that kids are going to easily recognize. Now he's showing me a bone on his tail.
Yeah, I can even see that.
And he's basically the bone for today is a
Okay.
stand-in prop.
Okay,
And
I'm going to move this towards the camera if I may.
sure.
Can you? I don't know if you can pick up the tail and the icon right there. Okay.
We can see it a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is changing the icon.
It's the red icon.
It's a red icon. It's actually a bone. Go ahead.
And the bone, what he's telling me
Ah, it just bit me.
so what he's looking for with the bone is he's looking for his toy. And when I give him his toy, he starts to come to life.
Oh man.
And now it's a reveal of what color eyes he has and what color paws he
Are
has.
you getting this on camera?
It's a little fitted up. We're getting some of it.
The lights sometimes aren't so cooperative with the
Hey,
camera.
I'm having a good time, folks. Go ahead.
Now he wants me to lift him up. When I lift him up for the first time, he's going to find his bark. So he's going to start with the little yap. He's going to start with maybe a more aggressive bark, and then he settles on something that's uniquely his personality. And now he's ready to play. And the way I play with Doggy is pretty two-way street. So sometimes I can pet him, and he'll show me love on his tail. He shows me these little hearts. But if he has to go to the bathroom, maybe you'll see a poop emoji on his tail.
Okay.
Or if he wants to play, he'll respond to a squeak toy. What's really cool, too, about Doggy is that after he reveals his whole personality, let's say, what was your nephew's name again? Oh, sorry, your
My grandson.
grandson's name again?
Which one?
Ethan
Ethan Jack or Sawyer the Destroyer?
Sawyer the Destroyer. Let's say Sawyer the Destroyer gets something he doesn't like. Maybe it's all pink and he's not so happy about it.
Okay.
He can go into the Doggy app. And in the app,
Change his personality?
change the personality to his liking.
Really?
And then,
Wait, how many personalities do I have to choose from?
well, you can choose from yappers or
I got enough
hypoenergetic.
yappers in my family.
You can go for the slow and
no
lazy
yappers.
dog who just likes to sleep all day.
Okay. Okay.
And what's really cool, too, is Doggy is a dog for the family, meaning I can save a profile, almost like a Netflix account. When you log into Netflix and you say who's
okay.
watching. So in the Doggy app, I can say Andrew or Sawyer the Destroyer, and whichever profile I choose will load into the dog, and it'll be that profile. So one dog, multiple personalities.
It's like me.
Nice.
Now, I hate to ask this. How much does this cost?
I'm curious what you think it costs.
$79.95.
Bullseye.
I got it right. $79.95. How many people can do
Bullseye.
that?
Not
Huh?
many. Not many.
Come
well
on,
done.
folks.
Well
Come
done.
on. Huh?
Well done.
And you know what? It's worth every penny of it.
Thanks. We think so too. We're excited about
That's
it.
an amazing price point.
Yeah. And Doggy's.
Now, do you think I guessed that, or do you think I looked it up?
I think you knew your stuff.
That's right.
And what else can I tell you? Doggy will be available this September. So it's going to be one of those hot Christmas
So
toys.
it's going to be Christmas toy.
That's
Well,
it.
Hanukkah in my case for both my
Me
grandsons.
too, actually.
You too? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Shana Tova. Okay.
You
Okay.
too.
All right. Now, so I have multiple personalities.
That's right.
Okay, and I can change the personality. So if I want a calm dog and Sawyer wants a maniac dog,
Yep.
now what would be the differentiation between the maniac and the soft dog in terms of elicited behavior?
So a couple of ways we show personality. The first is colors. So for example, maybe a more aggressive dog has like red lights. Maybe a more soft dog has yellow lights. Let's say one dog is super hyperactive. We can tweak the speed of the motor, and that dog will move faster. If some dog is a little bit lazy or sleepy, he's going to be a little slower in his movements.
So this talks to the phone through Bluetooth,
That's
I'm assuming?
right, yeah.
Okay, opposed to Wi-Fi.
That's right, yeah. And we don't collect any information on the users naturally because it's really targeted for kids.
Okay, now is there a command to make it go across the room and come back? Or
So it responds to a squeak toy, and he likes to move on his own. But when I take control of Doggy in the app, I can actually control him almost like an RC car.
God, I love this thing. It's awesome.
We do too. We're really excited about it.
No, he just decided to
There
go
he
on
goes.
his own. So we need 4, yeah.
The control
So
room is really excited about
when's
this.
it going to be opening its mouth and getting me the paper?
Oh, one other really, speaking of opening his mouth, hopefully we can get this on camera, but Doggy likes to give kisses. So when I bring him to my face and he starts to lick.
I'm dying. September, you said? I'm dying.
That's right, September, yeah.
That is just insane.
He's pretty cool.
I see tech all day long. I mean, like, insane tech. I
Yeah.
mean, we just had 2 brainy scientists here. I mean, they're brilliant people, and they're coming up with just incredible technology. It's nice to see a toy.
Something a little fun and different,
Yeah,
offbeat,
I love it. Now, here's my question for you. If Sawyer the Destroyer gets a hold of this, you know what he's going to do. He's going to try to ride it and all that. How much of a beating can this take? Do you know that?
This one specifically can't take a beating. So right now we have 2 prototypes that we're showing at the show.
So this is baby dog.
This is like first generation, first sample that we're seeing from our factory.
Okay.
When it's in market in September.
When my daughter spends $79 next Hanukkah to buy this.
It can fall off the table and be like totally fine.
What if it's like?
Well, if you throw it like a baseball, I can't guarantee.
Okay, no, I'm not trying to bust you.
No, not at all.
I know my
jokes
kids.
too.
Now, are there going to be other creatures like a monkey?
What we're really excited about is this concept of kind of like mass customization. So this idea that like somebody buys something and on the surface, we're all getting the same sort of toy. But then as you experience the play, it's personalized. And so as we evolve the brand, we're thinking about new ways to deliver that personalization in different form factors. So that's kind of the way the brand's going to evolve over time.
Is it ever going to speak?
It barks, it growls.
No. Is it going to speak? Come on, the voice technology is here. You got voice recognition. I mean, that's here. That's old technology.
I'll never say never. But I would say before we have the dog speak, we would probably sooner
robot
what I would say is we'd probably sooner
Don't call the robot Robbie. No more Robbie.
No
robots.
more Robbie the robots. I would say it'll probably sooner react to your voice than it will speak itself.
Okay.
But that's for a dog robot. Let's say we make Robbie the robot. Maybe he'll speak.
No, Robbie. John, Car, anything.
John the robot.
Yeah.
If John the robot is made under this brand, he'll be the one to speak.
But do you anticipate other animals?
Yeah.
Like a cat?
Yep. So Doggy, you can have a lot of fun with it, you know. So
Kitty.
There's a lot of ideas in the pipeline that we're chewing on
eventually
right now.
I can buy like a farm set of animals.
Yeah, it's like going to the robotic pet shop.
Wow. That is so cool. That is really cool.
We're excited about it.
Yeah,
we're really excited about it.
I would be too.
And I think like a couple of years back in 2016, we made a robot dog called Chip. And Chip was really ambitious. So it had like a lot, back to your last guest who was super technologically savvy.
You watched that interview?
No, I missed. I was downstairs in the green room.
Okay.
But I'll check it out.
Is there anything to eat down there or drink?
Not yet, but hopefully someone here knows a guy.
Okay.
And it was $200. And it was a phenomenal product, but I think it was overbuilt. We always joke, if we could make pigs fly, we would.
There you go.
But sometimes people just want a cute pig. And the cost difference between those two is significant.
Sure.
So kind of all of our learnings have been put into this new project called Doggy, and we're really excited.
I'm excited about it, too. I think it's the coolest thing. I'm so glad that you brought it here. And is your booth up around this area?
We're actually just showing at some press events. So we're not exhibiting here, but we were at PepCon last night, and we'll be at another show this evening.
keep me informed as to your progress.
We'll do, and we'll be happy to get some for
I'll
your.
give you the Gadget Professor card, and
would love it.
If you want to come on the show after this is all over, we can blue screen you in easy from anywhere.
Would love that.
All right, thank you so much.
Great to meet you.
The best
Thanks
of
very
luck.
much.
Take good care of Doggy.
Will do.
And I think everything has to be on a leash here. I don't know what the rules are, but
we'll keep him in his doggy bag.
Okay. Awesome. No, you got it. You got to see the cage. Can we show people the cage?
That's transport just for pets.
This is the transport.
Just for the show, special.
A special transport cage for Doggy, and he's going back in his cage.
That's all right. No worries.
Hey, this is getting to be fun, folks.
Doggy. D-O-G-E. Yeah, Doggy.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. Very informative. I wish you the best of luck with it. Very cool. Very cool. Huh? That's the cutest damn thing. I'm going to end up buying 4 of them. Maybe I'll let my kids buy them for their kids. That's a great grandpa.
I cannot believe that price point. Because I was thinking much higher.
I was thinking like 150.
Yeah, 150, 199. And when you said that and he agreed, I was like, oh, we're getting these. Like September, how do we order first?
Yeah. Oh, man, that thing's going to fly
Nancy
off the
wants
shelves.
one. Yeah,
And
yeah.
he said it's going to get better and better as, they get. I'm sorry, what? No, not now.
We can order them in September.
September.
Yeah.
Did you get his card, Enz?
I think he's going to be at Showstoppers tonight, too, so PLUGHITZ will get him there.
I can't remember. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we'll have to follow that. I'm going to have some of these folks come back on the show when this is all over, and we'll be able to spend some more time with them. But what a cool toy. I mean, wow, I didn't have anything like that when I was a kid.
No.
Huh?
No, and that's funny. We've been talking about that the last couple days about
that right?
the evolution of the cell phone and
yeah.
and how they're judging the generations by
Right.
We know what generation you are based upon when you got a cell phone or like when the toys got better.
The question now is, at what age are kids allowed a cell phone? I'm going to do a whole show on that.
They're so early now.
I know. Hi.
So early. So we'll bring her mic up after we get
Okay.
her set. She's not on camera yet.
Oh, Nadia, we're going to shake hands and we're going to take a picture for Kirk.
Okay, yes.
Oh, she's getting her headset on? Okay. All right, here we go. Enzo, you need a picture too? Okay, one more. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So your name is Nadia,
Right, I'm here.
and the last name Giuliani?
Giuliani.
Giuliani.
Yes. Italian.
You speak Italian?
No, I'm Italian.
So you speak Italian?
I do. Native
that something?
language.
That's
so
great.
you can hear my perfect American accent.
It's very good. Why don't you move in a little closer if you can,
Yes.
so we can see and hear you.
Okay.
When you're done, okay, you can talk to the beautiful Enza because she is from Sicily.
Okay, very
and
nice.
she speaks Italian also.
Oh, good. Buongiorno. Bene, grazie. Milano. Davvero? Very close.
Hey, we do it all here in the Tech Podcast Network. So the company's name is Tactagon.
Yeah.
And tell me, what do you guys do?
So we do artificial intelligence software, and we work to improve the interaction, the man-machine interaction. So just to explain, so our technology allows people to interact with machines, a PC, a robot, and so on, in a more easier way, because we do not need any coding ability, just gestures, so movement and voice. So through commands that we give with the voice,
Commands.
and with a gesture, so like this, for instance, you can teach a robot to go forward.
Okay.
And it learns what to do. So I do not have to write a program to explain or to teach a robot to move from a position to another position, just a gesture.
So how many gestures are there?
At the moment, we have 48 gestures.
Okay.
So both simple, meaning with one hand, or double.
And what kind of robots are we talking about? Not consumer-oriented robots, or more industrial types of robots,
Both.
or both?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, because our technology is scalable. So you can, let's say, insert or embed the technology inside any device. So
Okay.
it can be a robot for entertainment or a hobby like humanoids, or it can be an industrial robot, so a robot arm, for instance, in production chain.
Which is more important to the device sensory perception, the movement or the voice?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
What, does it understand languages or phraseology?
For the moment, the only language is English, and it understands a sentence.
Really?
Yeah.
So
yes,
I could-
because we have artificial intelligence
Right.
that captures some keywords.
So a lot of cameras today, quite a few cameras actually utilize the same type of technology with gestures and voice. For example, the GoPro camera. If I say turn on GoPro, it will turn on, or start recording GoPro. There are other cameras, if I go like that, it will take the picture. I think the iPhone, if I'm not mistaken, actually does that now. So is that similar technology?
It's similar, but not the same,
Okay.
because our goal is to be human, highly human-centered in difficult contexts, so also industrial and so on. So the goal is educational and to facilitate the interaction, to open technology to the majority of people.
So the range of questions and motions are really dependent on the type of device.
Well, no, because the Tactigon is actually a technology composed of hardware and software with artificial intelligence. So the hardware is a wearable controller that you put on your hand, and you can set up the gestures. So for instance, a push can mean through the voice move forward or go right, go left. It depends on how you set it up.
What kind of devices and actual use circumstances, environments are you equipped to do right now?
So at the moment, robots, and in fact here we have a demo with a robot, yeah,
Okay.
and PCs, gamepads.
So PC, I can operate the whole PC. I can say go to google.com and it will go to google.com on the browser?
Meaning, if you connect the device and you have the software inside, you can control the PC like a mouse. So you have a mouse on your hand to navigate into the programs, to open programs, to work with softwares like 3D CAD softwares and so on. So
would this be utilized for handicapped people who don't have the dexterity?
Yeah, this is a question that many people make us. So we do not actually work properly into the medical because it has specific features that we do not have. We are more industrial, but this technology absolutely can be used also in the medical field. Yes, because people with disabilities with a simple gesture can command a device.
Where is that technology being utilized now? Give me an example that I would recognize.
We have different POC with some companies, and at the moment the majority is robotics.
Right.
So we have robotics for educational and in robot arms in industrials in the production chain, for instance. So you can set up a robot to do a specific job instead of man, so improving safety and facilitating the use through the gestures. So you do not, for instance, if you have also to move a robot from one place to another, it normally takes some time to reprogram some coding abilities because you have specific commands.
So each job is pretty much customization.
Pardon?
It's customized. each job, if you will, is a
Yes.
customization.
Absolutely, yes, you can.
So you have engineers or software engineers?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And who do you hope to meet? What do you hope to accomplish being at CES?
So here we are specifically targeting, let's say, educational. So our aim is to meet people that want to help students learn AI in much more easy way. So it is our technology is a mean to do so.
Have you used the technology at all in cars?
In cars, not yet. In cars, not yet.
Seems like a logical.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a possible application because one of the key points is the scalability.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I can see that. And how many years has the company been around?
So our company was born in 2014. Tactigon technology began in 2017.
Okay. Is this your first time at CES?
No, it's the fourth.
The
actually.
fourth?
Yes.
Oh, you're a senior here.
Yes, I'm home. Yeah, it's my home.
Oh, do you live in the States?
No. Maybe in the future.
Ah,
Maybe.
that's
Who
not
knows?
so bad, but Italy's very nice. I was just, I've been there several times with the beautiful Enza, and it's nice because she speaks Italian, so
Yes.
I don't. I
So
only know a couple.
you should. You should.
I only know a couple words, but I can't say those on the air for sure. For sure.
No, it's not. Depends which kind of words.
No, they're
you
not
know.
good. They're not good. That's the only
Okay.
ones. That's the only ones I know. Now, if people wanted more information on your company, where would they go?
Yes, they can. We are social, so they can find out on thetactigon.com.
Okay.
Or we have a Facebook and Twitter like the Tactigon, at the Tactigon.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Nadia. It was a pleasure meeting you. A very exciting technology.
Thank you very much.
And I have a feeling we're going to be hearing a lot from Tactigon in the future.
Yes, we hope we can have success in this
It
CES.
sounds like it. You're right at the cusp there, especially with the artificial intelligence.
Yes.
I mean, everything is. I just
Going
saw a
to-
little doggy that worked on basic artificial intelligence.
Yes, it's the future. So
Yeah.
like the easier interaction with machines.
That's
it's
great.
the future.
Very nice. Well, thank you again.
Thank
it
you
was a
very
pleasure
much.
meeting you. Thank you. I wish you the best of luck with everything.
Thank you very much
But I know
for your
you're going
time.
to do good.
I hope. We hope
Okay,
so.
and now
Thank you.
you can say hello to Enza in Italian.
Thanks. Ciao e vi aspettiamo qui al CES.
All right, keep in touch. Let us know how the company's doing. Okay.
Of course, I will do. Thank you
Please.
very much.
Thank you very much. Again, these are the types of companies that we see here that are bringing innovative, state-of-the-art, second-of-the-day technological innovations. They are not necessarily looking for John Doe consumer like the doggy company is. They're really looking for the connections for people to employ or partner with them to use their technology and incorporate it in what they do. And it's kind of nice because the core technology that they have is literally going to be integrated with all kinds of things. You will see that in vehicles, I can guarantee it. And there's not just one of those companies, there's probably 100 of them throughout CES. Thing about CES is that you can't really see all the booths that are here. It's impossible to do that because there's just too many of them. As a matter of fact, there are so many just within the Venetian. It would probably take you 3 days, maybe 4 days, to see all the booths, and you probably couldn't even do it in 4 days. Never mind every place in Arizona, every place in Vegas that has a ballroom is absolutely full of trade show booths. So if you were to go over to the convention center, there's thousands of booths there. It is impossible physically to see every booth, even for 30 seconds at CES. You just can't do it. So I go back to this book. People who are smart enough to advertise in this are going to get noticed, because I'm going to read this. I'm going to look at all the pictures first, of course, and I'm going to see what strikes my fancy, and then it tells you where they're located, and I'm actually going to to visit that. Now, somewhere in here, you'll always see a map, and there's several maps because there's several exhibits going on. It's just not in the Venetian. It's just not in the Venetian and at the convention center. It's everywhere. And then there's a lot of companies who literally come here and don't partake in CES, but are here because everybody else is here, and they'll have private invitations to go view their product. And you can get free food, you can get drinks, you can get stuff, depending upon where you go. They have several meetings off-site before and after CES and during CES that are just for the press, so I can actually go there and meet with companies. Of course, they pay a premium just to have the press there. So it's kind of interesting from that standpoint of view. I don't have my badge with me, but we have press badges, which literally is a license for us to attend any conference, any lecture that's going on here. And pretty much when we walk up to the booths and they see the color of our pass that it's press, they want to talk to us, which is great because we get to see what's going on, and so do you. Opposed to, some booths get mobbed with, just tons of people. But if they see a press badge, frequently, more times than not, they'll put someone on us immediately, and that's pretty awesome. So, Mr. Kirk, how are things going over there? I see Kirk operating the controls now. What's happening, Mr. Kirk? I can't get your audio up here. No, we never had Kirk, so I couldn't lose him. No. All right, I was just going to say hello, no problem. I was just going to. No, that's okay. I shouldn't do those things.
How about now?
Now
there
I
we go.
Kirk. Kirk, what's happening over there from operations, Control Central? Do we have a camera on Kirk?
Yep,
Do we have a camera on Kirk?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Kirk.
Oh, crap.
I don't want to see your hands. There he is. Wave to everybody. So without these guys here, and Scott and the crew and Michelle, we wouldn't be here. They do a lot of behind-the-scenes work, and like I said, we wouldn't be here. I'm fortunate. I just get here and sit behind the mic, blah, blah, blah. But everybody here will be taking the spot and interviewing throughout the CES. So did you see anything interesting, or you haven't left yet?
I haven't left yet.
Okay.
I haven't left yet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. So it is a quarter to 11. I've got roughly 15 minutes left. Is that correct, Karen? Michelle? Yeah, I'm done at 11.
Yeah, got about 15 minutes.
Okay, so we actually did pretty good today with showing up. It looks like we've only missed half of them. No, about I don't know. Who do show up, and we're able to do an in-depth review and discussion of what's going on. So that's always fun and interesting to me. So right now I'm going to have Mr. Kirk switch to the camera behind me, and let's take a look at what the attendance looks like now, because we've been fully open for about an hour, and actually it's not busy at all, Kirk, from what I'm seeing up here. The funny thing is we have a booth that we watched set up last night, and we have no idea what the product is, and now it's showtime, and I still have no idea. The hallway's pretty full? Okay, yeah, I can see it starting to fill up in the back there. In another hour or so, you won't be able to walk down there. It's just going to be total congestion, totally clogged. But, that's what CES is. Oddly enough, I guess it's not odd, but I don't see a lot of masks here with regards to COVID, which is kind of refreshing to me. I think at this point, everybody is going to get COVID, and I was just speaking to a few doctors that are friends of mine, and they said that they believe that they're hitting herd immunity. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but the whole thing was interesting. I'll tell you, COVID did a number on Vegas. I don't think they'll ever recover. I haven't been here in 2 years, but I could tell you that probably 80% of all the buffets, not that I need to go, but they're shot, they're gone, they're never coming back. And I think the economy has played havoc here. Things are a little bit more expensive if that's possible. I know to get a Starbucks coffee back in Arizona. What was a coffee back in Arizona? Starbucks coffee. Starbucks coffee in Arizona. How much is that? $2.15. Okay, and then at the hotel we were staying at, it was $4.50, and then when we came to the convention center, it was $7 for the same cup of coffee, same size, same everything. So a little capitalism going on there, some other things going on there too. But you know, if you want to dance, you got to pay the fiddler to play. That say. So I hope that you are enjoying the stream so far. It's been a lot of fun for me and always interesting to be able to see the new emerging technology. And sometimes, you know, like this last lady who was here, their software and hardware, pretty much software instrumentation is going to be used for robotic controls, both gestures, as she said, and also the human voice. It may not sound like a big thing, but it is, because her technology, probably by the end of CES, hopefully she'll have 3, 4, 5 different companies that want to take her technology and embed it in something else. So what's going to happen there is you won't see it today, but you'll see that technology being utilized a year from now. The other thing is you'll see that technology, you know, won't even know it's embedded in the software. You know, people think that it's only one company making all the stuff that's inside the device. That's absolutely not the case. More times than not, it's several technologies that have merged together to produce the final output, which is whatever it may be. Certainly with the solar cars. Interestingly enough, I've been tracking solar cars from the early inception, probably 15, 20 years ago. Pardon me. And they never came to fruition. They came close, but they've never found a technological breakthrough that will, A, store the solar energy power to drive the car, to power it. There are obviously battery-operated cars, of course, with the Tesla, but they always thought that the solar panels would recharge the batteries. So it's either the batteries don't hold the charge, and that's dealing with capacitors, and they still haven't cracked that combination of how they can store the power in the capacitors to make the car go 1,000 miles. You know, it's limited right now to, I think it's what, 300-400 miles. And by the way, all those folks who bought the Teslas after the snowstorm back in Buffalo, New York, they weren't able to go anywhere. There was no power to recharge. And it was my understanding that the batteries, because of the cold, couldn't retain the charge. So everybody who invested in that technology had nowhere to go and nowhere to get there at all. So those are the ups and downs of technology. It happens with everything that we do. Truth of the matter is, you know, when you look at security in the United States, pretty much anywhere, it's very vulnerable. That power grid is extremely vulnerable. And I think you are seeing, at least I'm seeing, certainly in Arizona and in Pennsylvania, I have seen transformer hotspots. You've seen those giant transformers, the coils that are up in the air that provide urban power transmission for certain areas. They now have steel fences all around them with barbed wire on top because they are vulnerable. And it's very scary, very disconcerting to me to know that our grid, our power grid is literally a sitting duck, but it is what it is. So, you know, everything that we see in technology haven't been here. Last year's attendance was, I believe, about 45,000. This year they expect slightly over 100,000. And years past before COVID, I think it was close to a little bit above 250,000, maybe 300,000. Can't remember. So compared to last year, they expect double the amount of people. As I look back over the shoulder, if we can take a shoulder shot there, Kirk, let's see how the place is filling up. Oh yeah, it's definitely starting to fill up. It takes it's a real schlep, if you will, to get into the place here with all the security. It is extremely tight, and you know, I got to tell you, it's good that it's extremely tight because there are hundreds of thousands of people that come to Vegas for CES. I believe there's over 3,500 exhibitors, and there's probably 3 times that, maybe 5 times that, in support people for all these booths to get them transported, to get the lighting, to get the gear up to work, to train the salespeople. It's pretty fascinating. Actually, I have a cousin that's here, and he is an up-and-coming actor, and what he does is people hire him through the agency to come and be a welcomer, if you will, to their particular booth. So what he does is he's given a script about a month, 2 months in advance, which he memorizes, and it's typically about 10 minutes long, between 5 to 10 minutes long, about, hi, I represent this company and this is what they do, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. And then when he goes to the booth, he has the script memorized. They have a day of training before so he can hold the product if there is one, and they become familiar with how the booth flow is going to work. Now, the interesting thing that he had told me is that, you know, I asked him, how do you learn these scripts? He said, well, we're actors, and he said a 10-minute script is, you know, pretty simple to memorize. He said, but what we do have is a little device that goes inside our ear, can go in both ears or one ear, and you can't see it. And he said, in our hand, we have a device, and there's different types. That this one's a ring that he has that fits on his finger, and in the palm of his hand, he has a little switching device. And he said, what happens is it will read along with me simultaneously. And he said, I know it by heart, so I really don't need much help, so I can just click a button and turn it off. He said, but it keeps rolling the script, and if I am asked a question or have to stop for whatever reason, get interrupted, and I don't know where I'm at, I just click another button and it will pick up exactly where I left off. If I need to roll forward or roll backward, there's buttons to do that. And he said, you know how to do this because I've done it so many times. And he said, that's how we always sound so polished because the script is always being reinforced in our ear if we so choose to do that. So it's pretty interesting, all the different things that you learn when you come to CES. It's not only the technology that you know, of the people that we're interviewing with, it's really about the whole CES in general and all the little pieces that have to come together to get it to work. It's an amazing thing to watch. If you were here last night, I was here last night, and I would say 80% of the booths looked like they weren't even put together. And I always say, like, my God, how's this all going to come together for tomorrow morning for opening day? And oddly enough, boy, you walk in, and I was here at 8 this morning, but everybody was up and running. There were a few booths doing some last-minute adjustments, but right now everybody's up and functioning, and I guess it's habit, but a lot of support people are behind this to get this thing to take off. It's not an easy task. So I would say today, again, opening day, it's not really that crowded. To me, it looks like 20% of what we can expect later on in the day. Every day it gets, consecutively more busy and more crowded. So today's a great day for me to walk around and, double check with people and see what's going on. And sometimes I'll bring someone back and interview them when I see some cool stuff. And that happens every 5 minutes here. So it is 2 minutes to 11. I don't know if we're going to run a commercial break. We are. Okay, so we are going to break, and I will not be here. I don't know, is Todd up next or Scott? Okay, so Scott's right here. I'm looking at him, and I'm going to sign off for today. And Scott Ertz is going to be here, and he will do a super, super job of the next 2 hours. So thank you so much, and I will see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Las Vegas time. Have a good rest of the day, and stay tuned.
Support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Good Good morning again, Internet. I am here, and I will have a red light in just a second. You can hear me but can't see me. There we go. Hello, Internet. I am back. For those who weren't with us this morning, I'm Scott Ertz. I'm the host of F5 Live Refreshing Technology, the editor-in-chief of PLUGHITZ Live, and one of the two executive producers of our show here, myself and Michelle, who you heard earlier talking with Don. We've got a big day. We're 2 hours in. We've only had a couple of no-shows so far, which is fabulous. We've only had a couple of small technical things so far this morning. Yeah. We're getting used to a new system over here. So we apologize if there have been glitches. If there are glitches, the good news is that you can let us know. The best way to do that is through Twitch at PLUGHITZ Live, twitch.tv/PLUGHITZ Live, or you can go to PLUGHITZLive.com/join us. There you can chat with us, give us your feedback on the show as it's going on. In fact, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up Twitch on my phone and keep track of what's going on so I can see the chat as it happens. So, definitely, hello Max Machine, who appears to be in the chat. Also, if you're not able to watch on video, and maybe you're at work and you can't have video up, but you do have Bluetooth and you want to listen to the show, I've got good news for you. If you go to newpodcastapps.com, there's a list of podcast apps on there. If you look for Geek News Central, because I looked for Tech Podcast Network earlier and I couldn't find it, but if you look for Geek News Central on there, you'll find it. It's audio only. It's really cool. You can actually tip the show through it.
Satoshis.
Yeah. And I've been watching over here. I see a couple have come in. Thank you for those of you who have been donating. This show is expensive. You probably just saw the bumper for privacy. I'll tell you, personally, I love privacy. I've been using them for years. There's a reason why they're one of our sponsors. It's because we actually use them. Our team does. You can get a custom debit card for every service that you use. So you get one for Netflix, one for Hulu, one for Paramount Plus. And so let's say Paramount Plus gets hacked and the credit card information gets out. All they can do is pay your bill. Who cares? They can't take it and then make a card and use it at Walmart or a gas station, which is what they usually do. All they can do is pay your Paramount bill. Who cares? You were going to do that anyway. So you don't have to worry about that. So it's totally free. You can go to privacy.com and use the promo code P2J, I think, or I'll tell you, easiest way to go, PLUGHITZlive.com/privacy. That'll put that weird promo code in for you. The service is free. They'll give you $5 for trying it out. So pretty cool setup there. We have got some guests scheduled. It is the first morning. I don't know. I was listening to Don, but I was also on one of those new podcast apps. I was listening to Don because it's less bandwidth than the video.
Right, right.
And if you've ever been to this show, you know that bandwidth is everything. In fact, we don't allow any of our own phones or anything to even be on our own Wi-Fi because our cameras run on it. And we can't spare a single kilobyte. So cellular is questionable. So I figured I was watching on Twitch, and it was starting to go, that's not going to work.
Nope.
And then I thought, oh, right, Todd had just told us newpodcastapps.com. I grabbed the first one, found GNC. I listened that way. It's a really simple interface.
Yeah.
Really easy to use. Hard to go wrong.
Win-win.
I am going to be experimenting with this stuff. I'm pointing over here because we've got a setup right over here for the audio, which is where I can see comments coming in. I'm going to be doing it 100%. As soon as CES is over, I'm going to research all of this stuff. Whatever platforms Todd is using is what I'm going to use.
Right.
So if I have a problem, I can harass him.
And we can use it for GNC Weekend Review, too.
100%.
You know, absolutely. Get as much support as we can through different options. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm down.
Yeah, it's really cool. And it would be really easy to do, especially with, even for GNC, I can use I can use the talkback on the Roadcaster to come out of the show and into that.
Right.
So StreamYard will take care of the video. I can push to this, and we can be all set.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
It's cool technology. This space is always changing. The podcasting space, the new media space, the technology space as a whole is constantly changing. It's why we're here.
Yep.
We've had some great guests. I have a personal connection with WowE, so it was very exciting to see that WowE was here earlier. And so that was a ton of fun. That little robot dog, if you didn't see it, seriously, if you didn't see the little robot dog and you want to watch it right now, I'm not going to feel bad if you back up on the YouTube video and go watch that segment with Don Bain right now. It is so cool. If you remember the little the Robo Sapiens or the Robo Raptors, this is totally different. This is like the 8th generation of that, which was like a prototype. Super cool. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. And I don't. They're all on. pull the overlay. Can you help him pull the overlay? Pull the overlay. We're doing new stuff here. We're all kind of learning on the fly this morning, so okay. All right, I'm back, Internet. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties, and we're learning on. Like I said earlier, we're learning on a new system. So we might have them in between segments. Make sure we hit start on the segment in the system. That way, the lower thirds will change. And with that, we do have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name's Paul PLUGHITZ. I'm the CTO of a company called Global M, which we're based in Geneva in Switzerland. And we're here at CES presenting our software-defined video network, which is designed for replacing satellite or private fiber optical networks used normally in news, sports, entertainment, for contribution, distribution, or remote production.
Okay. Interesting. So obviously your target demo is them. The BBC is next door, right? Is that who your target demo is, or is it me?
Yeah, we just did the Queen's funeral, SRT distribution for the BBC. So that was one of our most recent great projects that we worked on.
That sounds like a big project, and certainly an important one.
It was an important one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me about how this works and where it fits into the workflow.
Okay, so as a use case, we'll use the Queen's funeral.
Sure.
We were asked a week in advance that they needed to do what's called SRT distribution. So SRT is an open source protocol that's used in broadcasting that allows for packets to be recovered. And in our technology, we've designed and patented the network to do point-to-multipoint, which means that you can come into the network once and deliver it in several different countries around the world, replacing that multicast effect that satellite normally has, but at a fraction of the cost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the smaller broadcast space, in here, we use RTMP and something like Restream or Wowza to go to Facebook and LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever. But this is that concept, but on the professional level.
That's on the professional level, exactly. We're in the process of supporting RTMP as an input or output to the network as well, because we've been asked several times for it now. And we're also going to be supporting another protocol called RIST. And that's another professional protocol that also, similar to SRT, does packet recovery and retransmission. Okay.
Yeah. Now, I wish we had more packet recovery on what we're doing, but...
And we're talking bit rates, 20, 30, 40, 50 megabits per second over the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is like contribution quality video going from the stadium, of the sports stadium, to the different rights holders around the world.
Sure.
Or in the case of the Queen's funeral, we had the encoder set up at Broadcasting House in London, and then that was going via our London POP to all of the different rights holders who were connecting as well.
Sure. So in the case of that, it was probably going to BBC and ITV and even over
not
here.
The BBC, they were the host.
Oh, they were the host.
Yeah, so
okay, so they had the feed themselves.
Yeah.
But it was probably going to ITV and CNN and...
No, more international broadcasters.
Oh, okay.
In New Zealand, in Switzerland, different international broadcasters receiving the signal, especially in places where they didn't have the facilities to receive the satellite signal. They still had it on satellite.
Okay.
So we're talking like in the Caribbean, the Cayman Islands, these places where they were preferring to use our network technology to receive it rather than, they didn't have the facilities to receive satellite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so what what is required on this to use it?
An internet connection.
Okay.
Because SRT is supported by OBS, vMix,
Livestream Studio.
VLC, Livestream Studio. This protocol is so widely adopted now, and same thing for RIST, and the same thing with RTMP.
Okay.
So basically, with software-based or hardware-based encoding and decoding that you can use on a PC with a graphics card, and an internet connection, and you can work with our network.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all we'd have to do, let's build it out here. We've got our system, we've got our studio.
Yep.
This computer, instead of RTMPing to Restream, it would SRT
exactly
to you.
Yes.
And then from there,
you'd connect into?
Is it push? Is it pull? How does the rebroadcast?
You'd call into our network.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's an outbound port call.
Okay.
If you want to say.
Okay. So on the receiver's end, it's more of a pull than a push.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So it's like an RTMP listen instead of.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. And so what kind of a delay are we talking about? Because we know with Restream or Wowza, I was literally listening earlier and I was having. Just here, I was having 10, 15, 20-second delays.
Wow.
So.
Okay, we're talking about in our demo here. We're connected to our Californian POP, and the stream coming from Geneva, where we have our encoder, is connecting to our Frankfurt POP, and we have 350 milliseconds, end to end.
Wow. Okay.
It's super low latency, but extremely high quality.
So.
Yeah.
The true definition of near real time. Okay. Impressive.
Yeah.
So how long has your system been in place?
I would say we've really, on the network technology side, the last 12 months. But earlier than that, we have our mobile app as well, which uses the phone's hardware encoder. And we did the European Film Awards during COVID, where we had 40 nominees from their homes coming into a studio in Berlin. And then we had 2 big vMix machines that were running, receiving all of these signals in, and then mixing that and putting that out to the broadcast truck for production.
Okay, hold on. So using your system, they were able to essentially grab a phone, get into a mobile app, and then push over the same protocol into the system.
Yep, exactly.
And then from there, it's just like having cameras.
We made it easy for them. We got the 40 iPhone 11s, did the pre-install.
Sure.
Signed in for them. Literally, they took it out of the box, connected it to their home Wi-Fi network, and pushed the red button. And it worked.
Got it.
Because the network...
The biggest example of that in use that people probably think of, I mean, it was 2 years ago, but Tiger King, right? They did that final episode with Joel McHale, and that's exactly what they did. They sent iPhones with AirPods to all the people that did the interviews. It was all pre-configured. Turn it on and let's go. And so you had them all pre-configured.
We had all pre-configured.
Put them on a tripod. Point them at your face.
Precisely.
And we'll do all the work.
There was a little ring light in the kit. I just had to set it up. And the quality coming in, we're talking 6-8 megabits from a mobile phone using the phone's hardware encoder.
Okay.
So if anyone comes down and sees our demo at the Swiss Tech stand, we have a demo running of the mobile app as well.
Okay.
And we had one guy there this morning that didn't believe it was coming from a mobile phone unless he was holding that phone in his hand and you could see the quality, because a phone has a 4K HDR camera in it, and it has fantastic connectivity, and it has a very good graphics processor in it too.
Right.
And so the quality you can squeeze out of a mobile phone and turn that into a professional broadcast video encoder is possible.
Yeah, they're wicked these days.
Yeah.
The cameras on these things are insane.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So what kind of cost are we talking about on something like this?
Well, it also depends on volume.
Yeah.
So if you're a sports federation that has 1,000 games happening a year that are going to 50 different rights holders, obviously there's a big discount in that.
Right. Absolutely.
But we're talking 70 to 80% less than what you would normally pay for a satellite link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And we've had to deal with satellite links for other projects, and they're always a pain. I kept saying I wish I could just get like an RTMP pull off of this broadcast. I'm like,
well, we can.
Excellent. Fantastic. Well, for those previous clients who did not do this, and anybody else who might want more information, how can they get it?
Visit globalm.media, and that's our website. And there you can create a Calendly meeting with us. We'll be happy to do a demo with you online. We can create test accounts for customers that are interested in testing.
Very cool. Well, that's fantastic. Maybe we talk about being you being a media partner for 2024.
More than pleasure.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming up and talking to me.
Thanks very much.
Cool technology. I look forward to seeing more. Maybe I'll actually get out of the studio and come see it.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah. You never know what you're going to find at CES.
Thank you very much.
Oop. We never know what it is we're going to find at CES, whether it be a robot dog or broadcast technology for redistributing a stream. Like I was saying earlier, our stream, and I wonder if this computer went to sleep, Kirk. I wonder if he's still live. We should touch that. Just to be sure, we should maybe touch that hourly or when the host changes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put that out in the wild.
Good idea.
But, just on the audio, and I know I was talking big, good things about it earlier, but the audio is direct. So my headset goes into the mixer goes into this laptop, and this laptop is doing audio live. At one point, I had like a 15-second delay. And if you're watching this particularly on Facebook, you've got about a 23-second delay from when I say something to when you hear it. 350 milliseconds for that entire bounce. 350 milliseconds.
Holy crap.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's too long to do that.
So my push to restream is instant, near instant. We were watching it yesterday. When I hit stop, it was done. But from restream out has a huge delay. And what he's saying is a 350 millisecond delay instead of 15, 20, 25, 27 seconds.
Well, people's attention spans are short, so.
I don't know if Michelle got to hear that.
I did, but he's tried to tell me a little bit.
Consider Restream, which we use, right? And we were saying earlier we had like a 27-second delay on Facebook, sometimes on Twitch, 350 milliseconds. 350 milliseconds.
What?
Yes. They did the Queen's funeral
Oh
for
my
the BBC.
goodness.
They were so remember when we did a particular event, which will not be named?
Yes.
And we were talking about getting the link for the live video, and it was going to be a satellite link, and we had to have AT&T involved, and it was this whole big mess.
Right.
Their technology replaces the satellite. It's all done over SRT, which is similar to RTMP, which is what we use.
Right.
SRT is another open standard, and their entire infrastructure has 350 millisecond lag.
What?
I asked him if he wanted to be our media partner for 2024. I think you've got your next guest.
All right.
But I asked him. He's like, let's talk. So, just wild stuff. If you can't tell, I'm stoked about it. But we've got all kinds of stuff coming up today. We've got one guest who is supposed to be here, who I have not seen yet, which makes me very sad. But we'll be talking to a lot of interesting companies today. I'm trying to remember who all of my segment guests are. This is today, right? Yeah, I've got Care Predict that's supposed to be coming on at noon, who was on last year.
Yep.
And I think I even had them on at Collision in like 2018 when they were really early days, which is pretty cool. Let's see. There's a company called Ball Wave, which I don't remember what it is. Ball saw sensor.
I got to say, there's an eclectic company list of companies over the years, and I love it. I think it's like, and I always say, behind it, this is my fourth year, and I love it. Every year coming out, it's a ball.
Yeah.
And I love this. I'm fascinated with each and every one of these companies.
Yeah, especially so. We were just talking to a company that does broadcast restreaming, right? And now we're definitely not going to. I don't know what it is that we are going to be talking about, but I see a vest. So I'm certainly hoping that that's part of it. And I also hope that we'll find out about it in just a moment because our next guest is here. Hello. There we go. How are you doing?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm doing great. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, so I'm Rafael. I'm from Actronica, a French startup company that is working on haptics. I'm the CTO.
Okay. Very cool. So haptics, the vest is definitely going to be part of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. So tell me about what we've got here.
So haptics, we render touch. Basically, we emulate touch through vibrotactile, through vibration. And what we have done here, it's a haptic vest. We put 20 of very specific HD haptic definition actuators in that garment.
Okay.
And as of today, it's a product that can be integrated in any sort of gaming, VR, wellness, training, or cinema experience, basically. Today, we're focusing on VR, but haptics is large. It can enhance any experience, brings immersiveness to these experiences, so we can do any sort of that.
Cinema I wasn't prepared for. I don't know why I hadn't considered that. Of course.
Yeah. It has been there for some time, but today we are striving for more immersive experience. Cinema with COVID, with streaming services is struggling, so it has to bring added value to why would you go to cinema if you can just, do it at home?
Yeah.
And that's the new cinema experience.
Fascinating. So who is the target audience for the actual hardware? Is it consumers? Is it like VR arenas? Is it both?
Today it's more of a B2B approach as we have been working on the hardware, we have been working on the software. Now it's time to work on content. And without content, we cannot address customers.
Sure.
So we are putting all the efforts to bring up studios up to the speed with haptics, to bring these, give it to them. We have all the suite of software that allows you to design the effects, integrate them with SDKs for Unity, Unreal Engine, and then bring all the new experiences to live. And once we have that critical mass of new experiences, we can definitely bring this to end customers as a product.
Got it. So let's say that I'm working on an AR game, dodgeball-ish, right? And so we want to incorporate this. You get hit, you feel it. What does that development experience look like?
So basically, you have a bunch of effects that we have already. We deliver with the studio. So we have what is called Unitouch Studio. Unitouch is a whole suite of software that is behind the vest, which is called Skinetic. So we have the studio. You have a bunch of effects that you can use right away. You drag and drop to the design space. Then you design.
What kind of effects are those? Like
explosions.
Punch and
yeah. This sort of stuff.
Red rubber ball.
Yeah. In any case, it's a bunch of very basic effects that you can combine together, and once it's combined, it's the design process to test it. You can, with the click of the button, you can test it. Once you like it, you can also specialize these effects with it, because that's also something that adds value. You have 20 of these actuators, and you can tell where the ball is coming from, which side. Is it from your back? Is it from front, from the side? And so you design that. And once you are happy with your design, you export it as an asset. And then you have an SDK. You drag and drop the asset to your game engine, and here you go. That's the most of it.
Okay, so that sounds pretty straightforward. Like
it is.
Like crazy straightforward.
It is.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we can definitely make the more design you want to bring to haptics, you can spend more time. But we have made that library available for people who have not necessarily time to spend right away, and they want to test it. So you drag and drop, you put it there, you play, or you push on press the button, and then you can feel it. Then you like it, you don't like it, you adjust it, and that's it.
Okay. So I can, right from your design studio, I can force the hits without having to export and import and run, and I can just hit play and it'll go.
That's what we consider as a design phase, and then there's the integration phase. You export, you put it SDKs, all of that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Too many tools do not give that ability to test outside of the target engine. So
that's true.
Thank goodness for that. I'm a software engineer, so
okay.
I deal with that kind of stuff all the time, where you get all your stuff, and then you've got to put it into a thing, and then you've got to deploy the thing. This is way better.
Yeah, that's definitely one click and drag and drop and one click. That's all it takes to test your first haptic effect with the vest, right?
Okay.
It's
So
wireless.
I could just put the vest on Kirk, and when he's not paying attention, just hit play on an explosion, and he'd just get hit.
And then
he'd have no idea.
He will pay attention right away.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
So I could also like tap him on the back of the shoulder.
Yeah, definitely. That's the tech we put in. It's what I mentioned is HD haptics, which is different from whatever haptics you had in your phone before,
Sure.
the buzzing thing. That's allows
Which is really about all it is.
Yeah, but that HD is about that fine tuning of that.
Okay.
Where make a difference between a tap and an explosion. With buzzing thing, it's quite impossible. Where here you have that design freedom of I want this. You can control the content. You can control the volume. You can control all of that independently. So it's a design of haptics that is available from here, from now.
Understood.
Voilà.
That's super cool. And
glad you like it.
And honestly, my hypothetical is only a partial hypothetical. It's a little bit something that I've been thinking about working on. So
we actually have mode the first game. We have the Half-Life Alyx mode available already. So this is like ultimate game already. So it's
absolutely
great quality.
It's the definitive VR title. Right now.
So this is already there, but we want to bring more content to it, and that's the main goal. So this is our main effort now. We have the vest, we know how to make them, but we have the content. So studios, people interested, please try to get in touch with us, and we'll figure it out.
So for people who want more information, how can they get it?
If you guys at CES, please come to our booth. Otherwise, please go to www.skinetic.actronica.com. This is our website. We have a discount for a couple of vests. It's CES 2023. You can use it, and the vests are available to be delivered I believe in May, and all is on the website. Just cool. Don't hesitate. Just drop us an email. We really want to be close to people who are interested in the project and who want to do something with haptics. So
Very cool. And what's the relative price point on them?
We are 750, around 750. Okay. So this is the price today.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate you coming and talking about it. It's a cool piece of technology. I can't wait to see it.
Thank you for
honest to God, out in the wild.
Yeah, please come when you have a minute. Yeah.
For sure. Thank you so much.
You. Yeah.
Have a good rest of your show.
You too. Bye-bye.
I want to be able to tap you on the shoulder, Kirk. That's it. I want you to be able to sit over there and tap you on the back of the shoulder to get your attention by pushing a button over here. Oh, I'm in love with that idea. And when I said that I had an idea, that is definitely an idea that's been in my head. I've got this game idea that I want to mess around with.
Yeah, play around with it, see how it goes.
Because we've talked about it on our show. I've got a HoloLens sitting in the studio on a little mannequin kid. I know, it's very strange, but kind of everything about me is strange.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I want to be able to enhance that experience. There are AR, VR dodgeball games out there. We'd be far from the first. We had one at Amrock for a year. We had Hotto. And Hotto's okay, but it uses phones for AR, which means there's a delay, right? And it's not 350 milliseconds like Global M. It's almost it's more than a half a second delay. The lower thirds haven't been updating again. So
they haven't.
Yeah, so we'll add those in after the show.
Okay.
So if you want to do an edit, if you hit the back button and find them on the schedule, you can hit edit from there. Otherwise, take a picture of their badge. So instead of the 350 milliseconds, honestly, the screen has like a half to 3/4 second delay, and when you're moving and the only thing you can see is through the screen, that delay is awful. It's confusing. It's disorienting. I hate it. And so I wanted to do something similar with a HoloLens, since I have one. And Unity is one of the platforms that I would use. Unity is like kind of it when it comes to HoloLens.
Yeah.
And so being able to put on the vest and get hit with that red rubber ball and feel like you're getting hit with that red rubber ball, an absolute win. Oh, our studio officially is going to have 3 Surface Books in it, as a third one has just entered the ring. But yeah, that's cool technology.
Yeah.
There have been haptic vests before, but like he said, the haptics before were the phone haptics, were just like a, nah.
I noticed I think it's more prevalent now, and I think it was all started maybe when I was to Todd at 2018. They had a haptic device where it controlled the light switches, the music.
So the the switches had feedback on them.
Exactly. And
yeah.
if you raise with a light switch or raise it low to high, you can feel it. You can feel it.
Yeah, there was a surface that they could create texture on using haptics, if I remember correctly. There was a screen that could create textures. It could feel like it was wet. It could feel like it was rocks or sand, all being done with haptics. But even that was, it was okay, but it wasn't great. I've been reading about this HD, the haptic definition, this new, stronger, more focused haptics. And it's really cool that it's being implemented into a vest. I want to see it in action. But for right now, our next guest is here. Hello. One more time.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay. My name is Nobuo. I'm from Japan. And my company is doing the chemical sensing. And this time, I want to showcase the nose of the robot, like electric nose.
Okay.
Okay. So you may already aware the robot has eyes, like
Sure.
image sensor, and also robot can have the say voice
Sure.
here
Here.
because there's a mic, also the speaker. That's the electric devices
Sure.
for the robots.
And those are pretty standard.
Yeah, but
we've all got things with microphones, cameras, and speakers.
Yes. But there's no good device exist for the nose of the robot.
Okay.
I think. So we made kind of the robot nodes, electric nodes.
Okay.
Like this way.
Okay.
So I'm not sure whether I can show you this box or not.
Okay. If you want to show something, let's show it.
How I can show you this?
Right here.
Right here?
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. If you
Or
keep it, yeah,
keep it
right there is
here?
perfect. Yeah,
Okay.
you're perfect.
Okay. So you may feel that this box is a little bit large, maybe. But actually speaking, this kind of gas analyzer is a huge box, like say dormitory refrigerator size.
Yeah, they're normally huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we made this like this size.
Okay.
So.
Is it okay if I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This.
Okay. So, flat on this side, flat on this side.
Yes.
We've got USB and power, I assume.
Yes.
And a fan to pull for airflow.
Cool down, yes.
And then on the front, what have we got here? In, out.
In, out.
What's the?
So we need to put the small gas tank, cabinet in here.
Okay.
That's a hydrogen, battery. So we need to put hydrogen battery here.
Okay.
And then this work. And this sucks the air from here.
Okay.
And analyze the gas components in the air from in this box. And the good point of this equipment is this is very light. You can bring this.
It's insanely light. I was surprised at how light it was.
Yeah. So you can bring this to anywhere you like. And that means, normally speaking, gas analysis is the post-analysis. After the sampling the gases, you need to bring back to the laboratory, and then analysis can be done.
Okay.
But this box, you can bring there and they analyze.
All right, Internet. Sorry about that. I'm back.
Okay.
We are dealing with Internet issues here, and it's affecting stuff. But it is what it is. But we're back. So we'll pick up where we left off.
Okay.
So.
Well,
So we're talking about food rot.
Food rot, yes.
So I have an interesting example of that.
Okay.
So I have a thermostat that has a VOC sensor, built into it, and I discovered that I had lost a potato somewhere in my kitchen because the thermostat told me that the VOCs were too high. And I went, what could that? And then I found the potato.
Okay. So for example, what kind of alcohol you like? The wine or beer?
Our group tends to go for wine.
Wine. It's okay. For example, this gas analyzer can analyze the aroma from the wines.
Oh.
So there is so many gas components inside the aroma of the red wine. So this one identify each individual component's existence, and then this can identify the wines. For example, winery can use this to control the quality of the wine.
And probably to track the fermentation process.
Yes. Yes. That is the other application, I think.
Okay.
But we have never tried a wine. Just we started to measure the wine in this place at this time.
Oh, okay.
Because Japan, the sake is popular.
Sure.
So we analyze a lot of sake.
Sure. I would imagine so.
Yeah. We can identify the fabrication method of sake. The difference is there. Also, there are so many brands in the Japanese sake. This one can identify the difference of the sake.
It can identify the brands of sake based on the smell? The smell?
In the future, if we, collaborate with AI, it will be possible. So because this one can make, a visual format of the aroma. So by using such visual format, maybe we can collaborate with AI to identify what this is. That is what we are dreaming in the future.
That's amazing. That's okay. So you've got a lot of target demographics for this.
Yes.
Where are we in the process? Is this a prototype product? Is it out in the wild? Where are we?
So this is already the product we start to sell.
Okay.
From this, last year, the middle of last year, we started to sell this product.
Okay.
It's just on the market already.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of price point are we looking at?
You need to think about $40,000 US.
Okay.
It's a little bit expensive, but compared with a big one.
But it's not a toy. It's a very specific device for a very specific purpose.
Yeah.
And it's only been on the market 6 months. you get more business. You can produce more of them. The cost can come down. So
it will be a different.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's really cool. There's a lot of places that could benefit from this. If people want to learn more about your product and your company, how can they do that?
Yes. So we have the real product in our booth.
Okay.
So so seeing is believing. So please visit us to see the actual demo. We are now analyzing the red wine now.
And for the people who aren't here, do you have a website or are you on social media? Where can people find you?
We have the website. Also, we have the LinkedIn. We have the Twitters. So please search us and find us.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me. This is a really cool product.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you have a great rest of the show and have success with the product.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fascinating, Kirk. Again.
Great.
What have we got here? Oh, that's the sensor? Oh, wow. All right. So that's. Can you come to the product shot?
Product. Yep.
This is the actual. That's the sensor. That little guy in there. That's so cool. This is what makes the whole thing work. Impressive. That's so cool. Thank you. So on top of it, the sensor, the actual thing is tiny. But, I mean, the ability to do essentially smelling in an electronic.
And that's small though.
But you've got to have the machine. It's not it's not technically a small process, but with time they might be able to miniaturize it. The product's been on the market 6 months, but it is miniature for those companies and those places where the current ones are in use, and they're almost the size of this table. To go down to something that small, I mean, would be a game changer. And the fact that it's totally portable, you don't have to bring the big thing and sense the thing and then take the data to be analyzed somewhere else. It's doing the analysis on device. We're seeing some wild stuff this
I agree.
year, my friend.
This is why I love all the CESs, the 4 years forward.
Yeah.
It goes from one saying, again, my saying is, goes from one end of the spectrum to the other. You see like things that you've seen before, heard about, and things you've never seen or heard about.
Sure.
And, I'm fascinated. Every year it blows me away. Every year.
So as a group, we talked on the pre-show.
Yep.
And we had the conversation, did we think that this year was going to be evolutionary or revolutionary?
Right.
And Marlo said revolutionary. So far, I'm with him.
Yeah, I agree.
It has not been just incremental changes. I think people took the last 2 disaster years of nonsense and turned them into something good.
Yeah.
They took that time. They said, we're locked in our homes or, whatever.
Right.
I've got this stupid idea. Let me see what I can do with this idea. And out of it has come a robot dog that learns and has essentially a Kono show on its tail that can show holograms.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that. Well, I was here, but I didn't see. I got to check out the interview about that.
What? And then a a robot nose.
That's cool. That's cool.
Absolutely a wild year this year.
And I think also too it has evolved or revolution is the health tech last year, 2022. The health tech about in regards to tracking COVID and the sensors for it. And there's one that powers a light. There was this big. I was like kind of surprised when I saw that, but I noticed that in the past. That was the one thing that was prevalent, not really here, but over at LVCC. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was more LVCC than anything. Was the health tech that really was exploded.
Yeah, health tech has become such a huge part of the show floor. And health and wellness can be wider than just the nonsense that's built into my watch. Right? Because you've got alarm clocks that change color throughout the night. So if you wake up and you look over, you don't have to try and do math. What time is it? Does that say 2:40 or 4:20? What? Based on the color of the light, you know what time it is. You know about how much time you've got left to sleep. That's health and wellness tech too. It's not just, keeping track of your heart rate or whatever.
Right.
That's health. That's health
anywhere.
tech too. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting health tech. So around us, some of the companies around us will be on the show and some will not. Right behind us, we've got toilets, which is always a weird thing to say at CES. But right behind us, we've got toilets with a large screen on the wall. When I mean large, I mean like an IoT controller that's at least, I don't know, 9-inch, 10-inch screen. But why? What? They call themselves so it's Rigel or something, and their sign says Internet of Toilet.
I love it.
Which is comical.
It is.
Certainly comical. But
it's attention grabbing.
Depending on what it is, that could technically be health and wellness technology too, because if you've got cleaning and sanitizing stuff built in, that would all be health and wellness technology. So there's all kinds of stuff that's technically health and wellness these days. They've taken the early days when Jamie Davis was here as part of our team, and I know I'm dating our broadcast quite a bit at this point because Jamie hasn't been around since like 15, I think. But when Jamie first started coming with us, it was early days of health and wellness tech at CES. And now we've got all kinds of interesting health and wellness technology around us, which I think is fascinating.
And it's the middle of smart home. We're like, that's where the hall is. We're in the smart home section. If you go further away, it's more the health wellness. It's more further back by Hall A, I believe. But we're our studio, our tower is. We're in the smart home section.
Yeah.
For the contrast of people want to know exactly here at the Venetian Expo.
Yeah, our section over here is all smart home. The back wall over in the back shot of the guest shot is accessories. We've got smart home all the way to the wall. I can't see any more of the dividers, but there's a lot of smart home. We've got Govee right behind us over here, and we've got Nanoleaf over here, both smart light companies that a lot of people are familiar with both Govee and Nanoleaf. If you watch anything on Twitch, you've seen Nanoleaf for sure. and Govee, I've got a Govee, the TV backlight in my living room. So even I've got Govee stuff. But I mean, there's so Don was talking about the people in the building earlier. There are far more now than when he said that. The hall is way fuller now than it was when Don was on. He was saying, it looks a little empty. We're not quite at throwing elbows yet out there.
Yeah. Little by little, I can see.
But we're close. This path here was that the path that the audience is looking down right now. It was filled maybe a quarter of the way up. It was real tight, elbow throwing room. And now it's way past the halfway mark.
Yeah.
So
at
people
11:37, or at almost 3 minutes
at noon.
yeah.
So we are definitely getting there. It's good to see because, you know, watching the back shot last year was depressing. But the number that we got from them last year was what, 40 or 45K?
40,000, yeah. Between 40 to 50,000.
Thank you for those of you who are donating. I just saw fireworks going off on the computer. Last year was 40K, and this year they're saying they're expecting 100 plus. So,
well, no, actually, it was 170 plus.
170 plus? Todd said 100 plus. Okay, 170 plus?
Yeah, that's from.
So we're back to normal.
Yeah.
We're legitimately back to normal.
Yeah, that's what they were. They projected 100,000, but then CTA said, looking at
never mind 170.
Yeah.
Okay, they'll be on Saturday to give us an update on the likely reality. Yeah, it's preview numbers. We're never quite sure, but they will be on Saturday to give us some preliminary numbers on.
They won't know anything until not necessarily the day after on Sunday, but usually they'll.
So they don't release.
Idea.
They don't release official numbers until a forensic audit is performed.
Yeah, usually they do a month or two later.
They do a big audit to make sure that the number they put out is legit, which I really appreciate. But they'll give us preliminary numbers of badges that were picked up because they can look at how many prints they did. There are reprints. We had in our group, we had one badge had to be reprinted because it was printed wrong and it was off by like 1.5 inches, so it wasn't going to work.
Whose was it? It was your mom's.
Yeah, of course it was.
Your badge being printed about your badge.
Yeah, when it was printed wrong when you were picking it up.
Well, your badge was printed wrong. You had to redo it. Yeah.
So you know they'll count prints, things like that, but it's not necessarily going to be accurate because sometimes we have reprints. Some people come in with an armband and not a badge. It won't count anybody from Freeman in that list. Thank you again for the donation. It won't count Freeman.
But they also say don't lose your badge because if you lose your badge, it's $300.
What in the world happened last year? I've never heard them give this pitch this hard in my life. This is my, 13th CES? I have never heard them hammer this home like this ever.
They did it last year that when I got it at the airport.
They did?
They did, yeah.
Okay.
The guy goes to me, make sure you don't lose it because, and I already knew it was going to, it's $300. And I'm like, no, I already know. There's no way I'm going to lose this.
So the reason that they have to do that, of course, is that they don't want me to go get my badge at the airport and then come to the LVCC and go, oh, I lost my badge, and they print it again. Now I've got two. They have to make it painful. It has to hurt, otherwise people will do that. Now, in our case, we're a bit of an exception because, as you know, as a broadcaster, we almost have free reign. Not exactly. We have a lot more flexibility in how many badges we get than most other organizations.
But of course, getting in with the badge, with getting in and the armbands are.
I would like to personally thank Linda.
Yes.
Who is our amazing broadcast coordinator.
She's
awesome. Just over our balcony here. She is fantastic. Without her, all of the frustrations of trying to do this show might drive us nuts.
Right.
We've done this show without her. and it was terrible.
I remember.
And now we've been doing this show with her, and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
For those who have been following the TPN CES coverage for years, we were in South Hall, and then we were in North Hall, and the experience over there was very different, partially because we had to pay for everything over there, and they've now given us the tower. And it was, oh my God, the cost.
Yeah,
of doing
$5,000 for the internet. I think we're
$9,000 for security. Wow. We only had security at night. Here,
24/7.
He's been here all day.
Yeah,
and
he's awesome. His name is Garrett.
Yeah, and his colleague was here overnight. They're amazing. And then we have Linda.
Linda's awesome.
And Linda makes all of this possible. Without her, this would be...
And she gives me snacks, and sugar, and when I need it.
We've got a green room back here to get stuff from.
Water. Yep.
Just an absolute win.
Yeah, I love her. She's
Yeah.
awesome. She's good. She's good to us. Hopefully I'll get...
Okay.
Okay.
You're
a bottle of wine or something. Yeah, she's good.
All right, so we've got a little bit of a gap here. So how about it's probably time that we run the Blueberry promo and then maybe run a promo from the past.
Okay.
And we will be back as soon as our next guest is here.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004. Support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you. Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Hello again, Internet. I have returned. We've had a couple of no-shows, like we've said in the past. The first day of the show, things happen. The security process of getting in was unexpected for a lot of people, including us. We were shocked at what it looked like coming into the building today, so that was weird. So that might be messing some people up, especially if they're not here in the building. If their booth is over at the LVCC and they're coming over for the interview, that could be a real challenge. So they may not be prepared for it. So we're adapting. We will make things work. Michelle has been up and down the stairs today, but she's back at the controls.
I am back.
It's good to have you back.
It's good to work with you again. I messed up my timing there a little bit and thought I wasn't going to get to work with you today.
It happens.
Yeah. And we got 3 more days, so
yeah,
it's all good.
It's true. We do. So while you were down on the bottom, did you see anything in your peripheral that looked super interesting? Obviously, Nanoleaf.
Yeah,
I
stole mine.
I had a really good conversation with them yesterday.
I was going to walk over and say, hey, you're prominent in our shots, so pull up the feed and enjoy.
So interestingly, I went over the. Okay, I'll tell the story today. It might come up again later, but so Todd and I were up here yesterday. I was sitting here and Todd was here, and we're talking. And I look over, and one of the guys is like gesturing, like big gestures. And so I got up and I went to the edge of the thing, and I did like, a big gesture back at him. And he laughed, and so I went down and I talked to him for a little while, and I said, your logo is going to be in our shot all week. You absolutely have to come on the show and explain it.
Yep.
And the woman that we spoke to, Mom and I spoke to years ago at Showstoppers, is still their PR manager.
Oh, okay.
So she's like, oh, yeah, I'd love to. So before they come on the show, I think on Saturday, we need to make sure we have power at the guest spot so that they can plug their things in. Okay. And I've got somebody else coming in on Saturday. The people whose logo is everywhere. The Sky Vix or whatever. I can't. Can we see their logo here? The Sky Vix or whatever it is?
I don't think I see it.
No. It's barely out of shot that way, but I don't see it up here. Anyway, for those who aren't here, out in the hallway, the entire banister is covered in this one particular logo, and we ran into them the other night and
that's right.
And talked to them. They have, so if you've ever put a ceiling light or a ceiling fan in,
yes,
you know that it's a questionable process. There's mounting involved, and there's live wires
and those yellow twisty things,
yep,
and shut off the breaker.
Otherwise, you're
husband of mine. Oh, I'm fine.
You're gonna zap yourself into the next room. So their thing is a new standard adopted by, I think, I'm trying to remember if he said 10 or 20, like building associations.
Okay.
Including I think the National Association of Contractors, or the National Association of Builders, or something like that.
Okay.
And so this is how new houses are going to be built. It's with this technology.
Oh.
So it's a thing, and all you do is you snap it in, and you the power gets hooked up. It can hold up to 200 pounds. The thing has a 200-pound fail-safe. So if the first one fails, all it'll do is drop about, I don't know, a quarter of an inch, and the fail-safe kicks in.
Wow.
And then lets you know that something has gone wrong.
Okay.
So if you want to change the chandelier in your dining room, it's as easy as going up, hitting 2 buttons, twisting it off, putting the new one up, and clicking it into place.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You want to turn a chandelier in what's supposed to be a dining room into a ceiling fan for an office? No problem.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the earth.
With all the things working from home, my husband and I both needed offices, and we didn't have room for one.
Uh-huh.
So I'm in the dining room.
Uh-huh.
And some people come and hit their head on the light fixture, and they come to my desk. So that would be perfect for me, to be able to pop it off, put something else there.
So I have an answer on Robbie.
Okay.
He had a flight delay.
Oh.
He just got into town. He's in the Venetian. He's heading this direction.
Nice.
We'll make it work.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you needed to swap something out, and you got to go through the whole process, and there's a metal thing in the ceiling, and
right.
don't
So I'm just letting
scrape
people
them.
hit their heads. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. This, to get rid of it, you just push 2 buttons, unclick it, and it comes down. I can't wait for him to demo it, I think, on Saturday. It's going to be super cool.
Cool.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent. It's great to be here.
Yeah, good. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, my name is Drew Vernon. I'm the marketing director for Tony's.
All right, and what is Tony's? I
Tony's.
see what appears to be cat ears on your logo.
Yes, that's right. Tony's is a screen-free speaker system for kids.
Okay.
It uses little figures. When placed on top of a Tony box, it'll play different songs and stories for the little ones.
Okay, nice. So let's start with the figures.
Sure.
I imagine there's a variety of them.
Yeah, there's a variety of figures. We work with all of the major entertainment companies, children's entertainment from literature, Dr. Seuss, Sesame Street, Disney, Paw Patrol, Peppa Pig, just the who's who of children's entertainment.
Massive licensing deals here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we put them into a custom molded figurine, so it's really collectible. They're hand painted.
Okay.
And
Really?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
So kids love to play with them. There's a tactile nature to the play, but also a tech component, which is why we're here. There's an RFID chip inside, so when you place it on the box, it'll actually download content from Wi-Fi onto the box, and then it'll play, depending on the figure, between 45 minutes and 60 minutes of audio content.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not quick hit stuff. This is like full stories and things like that.
Yeah, full stories. So, yeah, for Dr. Seuss, for example, The Cat in the Hat. That
was what I was going to
read
say.
The story. So we're essentially giving an on-demand audio library for young kids that they can use on their own at a very young age.
And they don't have to go through a library and click on things, and they just, boop, off and running.
Exactly.
Okay.
So by design, there's no screen because one thing, we actually, we came over from Germany. We launched in the U.S. during the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay.
And by design, there's no screen because kids are being introduced.
We've got one.
There
Thank
you go.
you, Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got little characters. Excellent.
So here we've got James and the Giant Peach. That's part of our Roald Doll collection.
Okay.
And
so working with Netflix in that particular case, because I think they own the
they do,
the catalog now.
Yeah, we just launched Matilda, which just had the new musical launch on Netflix as well.
Yeah, very cool.
So we've got Curious George. That's a Storytime favorite. So
Absolutely.
That's a fun one there.
And of course, there's always the fun conversation about whether or not he has a tail.
And this is Brown Bear. So this is part of the world of Eric Carle. So people might recognize the Very Hungry Caterpillar. And this is another one from that collection.
Very cool. So obviously because of licensing and things, I'm not going to put it down just in case because I don't want it to play. But theoretically, all we would do is place it on the...
Well, we might have one of our own. We have our own wholly owned IP as well that we could probably demonstrate.
Okay. You're not going to take me off of YouTube for having audio on.
Yeah, so we do launch our own characters here. So we're actually about to launch a new sleep line called Sleepy Friends.
Oh, nice.
And so these are characters that are designed to help kids fall asleep at night, again, in a screen-free way. So this is our Sleepy Sheep.
Okay.
So this is going to play lullabies. This is a wholly owned IP of ours.
Okay, and so...
And
okay.
This
so
is
it's
just going to give it a second
definitely
here.
making noises at us.
Yeah, so it's going to start with some lullaby content. So,
okay. But it's legitimately just as easy as that.
It is, yeah. So it's designed to be very tactile so the young child can operate it independently without a parent.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And what's the availability on it?
So we launched in the U.S. about 2 years ago as a D2C business. So we're now in Target, and we're in Best Buy, we're in Barnes & Noble, and we'll be coming to additional big box retailers in the coming months.
And there's a whole, I mean, they keep handing us more of these things. There's a whole bunch.
Yeah. So we're launching a new character about every week. So in Germany, they've been doing this a few years longer than us. They're up over 500 characters.
Wow.
In 2 years, we've gone over 100 in the U.S.
Okay, so over 100 characters. Each one has 45 to 60 minutes of content. That is a ridiculous amount of content.
It is, yeah. So it's an audio library for kids, and any type of audio from songs, stories. We're doing meditation content as well. Teach kids how to be present, how to do breathing exercises.
Wow,
yeah.
That's all kinds of interesting. Okay, so is the content like I have no idea. We'll continue to use the Cat in the Hat because you mentioned it. So I assume there's already an audio book of the Cat in the Hat in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
So is this that, or did you record your own content, your own audiobook version of the reading?
It varies by character, so sometimes we are able to take it off the shelf, so to speak, and just license it and use it. In the case of Sesame Street, that was actually an original production that we did with Sesame Workshop.
Wow.
So we hired the voice actors for Elmo, for Cookie Monster, and that's exclusive content from Sesame Workshop on the Tony Box.
Wow. That's all right. So you guys aren't messing around.
No, we're not, and we're growing super quick. We sold 500,000 of these in the U.S. in the last 2 years.
Wow.
We've sold over 4 million worldwide, and there's really no stopping the growth just because it's such a universally applicable product for a child to have.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
And they can get a bedtime story on their own on demand.
Exactly. And it can, a lot of parents will say, hey, they will establish a routine to say, hey, if you wake up in the morning, instead of knocking on mom and dad's door, put a Tony on your Tony box. And so it's actually saving, the parents from, having to wake up too early. It's just a great parenting tool to have.
Sure. That's really cool. So what kind of price point are we looking at?
The starter set, which is the Tony box plus one figurine, is about $99.
Okay.
The individual figurines are going to be between $14.99 and $19.99. That's depending on the license and the length of content.
Okay.
And then as part of the Sleepy Friends line, we also are starting to introduce different form factors. So this is actually a nightlight that is 90 minutes of lullaby content in addition to having a light that goes on the box. And this is going to retail for $39.
Okay. I see. Interesting. Okay, so this big nightlight just sits on top of the existing speaker.
It does.
And you're off and running.
So the same technology that goes in these traditional figurines can go into any form factor. So we launched a partnership with Steiff, which is a plush company. So we have teddy bears, and those can be placed on the Tony box as well. And so this is just another form factor that we're beginning to introduce.
That's super cool. And Target and Best Buy already?
Yeah, we're in Target, Best Buy, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Tonys.com, and independent specialty retail as well.
Very cool. And they're in retail, so they're available now. And you said you're launching new content basically weekly.
Basically weekly, yeah.
Wow. Incredible. Well, this is a super cool product. I know you just listed off some of the retailers, but if people want to learn more about what you guys are up to and what figurines are available, things like that.
Yeah, I would recommend either Tonys.com, our homepage, or follow us on Instagram, which is at Tonys.us.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate you bringing all of this. And I mean, I appreciate you bringing something, because not everybody does.
Okay.
They come and talk about their thing, and you have to imagine it. This is one of those things that I don't know that you can imagine.
Yeah.
You kind of have to put your hands on it to...
Yeah, it's just a new experience. So it was inspired to be an upgrade of like the traditional CD player. So CDs are old technology at this point. This is a CD for kids, and it's done in an easier way.
Very cool. So What's the setup process like? Obviously, it's got to have a Wi-Fi connection, so there's got to be some sort of a pairing to a phone or something like that?
Yeah, so when you buy a new Tony, upon the initial download, that's the first time you put a Tony on the box, it needs to download from Wi-Fi onto the box.
Okay.
Once you do that the first time, it then becomes a disconnectable experience.
Okay.
So this can go on a road trip, this can go on an airplane. You're not going to have connection issues.
How many can it store?
It can store over 300.
Okay.
It's got a complicated algorithm where if it runs out of space, it'll erase the one that you used 300 Tonys ago.
Yeah.
And it'll be a seamless experience.
Understood. But when you buy the unit to begin with, your starter kit, obviously mom or dad has to do something to pair it to Wi-Fi. There's probably a smartphone experience.
Yeah, there's a registration process. There's a serial number. And it'll set you up on the app, and that you get going from there.
Once you're on, you're good to go.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate it. This is super cool.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Have a good rest of the show.
All right, thanks. You as well.
Yeah. That's cool, Michelle.
I'm in love with that.
Yeah,
Can you turn the light off real quick?
I especially like...
Because the camera's not picking it up great, and we'll just let him sit there for a second with the product shot.
Yeah, I especially...
To see how cute that little lamb is. My goodness.
Let me see if I can get it a little further out of the... No.
It's the lights in the...
Yeah, the stage
center,
lights are...
Trust me, that's the cutest little lamb.
It really
Sweet little
is.
face.
I love that. This is super cool.
Thank you.
Well, I'm impressed.
No, I like it, and I love what he said about if the kids get up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know they do that with lights
Yeah.
and some different things, but this...
Don't come bother me. Play this
Put a story
instead.
on. They'll be engaged, and yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Super cool. I'm glad. I'm glad they brought it on, and I'm glad they brought it on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect. It was perfect to show.
They could have talked about it. They could have told us about it. And we would have had to have imagined it. But the Nightlight Lamb, there was no way.
Right.
No way I was going to get that. No way that was going to be in my
cute
head.
little visual, yeah.
So, super cool.
Agreed.
Kid tech. Now, so Kirk and I were talking earlier about health tech. There's a lot of health tech.
Yeah, a lot.
But we've also started to see a lot of kid tech, especially things that are designed specifically to be screenless,
Yeah.
like this. This is designed to be screenless
Yeah.
because there's a lot of concern over screen time, especially with young kids.
Well, plus,
So
if
you can
if you
have
have the book at home,
You can read along with it. Yeah, so you could do
See
Cat
the
in the Hat,
pictures.
and you could go through
you don't need a screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's all tactile. There's a thing that you're putting on a thing, so that's tactile. That's fine motor control,
Absolutely.
especially if you're talking about really little ones. And then you've got a book. You can essentially have your own story time whenever, and if you've got the book, you can follow along with the book. It's the fact that
I agree.
the fact that they've got original content, super cool.
Yeah.
Original Sesame Street content? What?
Yeah, they have both. They're making their own, and they're getting very popular names and franchises.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I mean, it's the Sesame Street content, he said, is theirs. They worked with Sesame Street Workshop. They hired the voice actors for Cookie Monster and Elmo to do the stories.
Wow.
But it's not something like sometimes, right, the Cat in the Hat. It's the example I used. There's an audiobook out there for it. Almost certainly, there's no way there's not.
Right.
So they could buy and license the audiobook onto the hardware. Or, it's just my hand.
Well, that's not what it's supposed to be. Let's go back to you.
Hi. But they could also create their own, including their own original characters, which is all pretty cool. We're seeing a lot of interesting stuff.
I think that's cool. Are they on this floor? Because this is the kind of thing that I would send Issa to interview if she was here.
Yeah, for sure. Let's find out, shall we?
And on that note, I'd like to give a little shout out to Audie. who's watching us and interacting for us on Facebook. Thank you, Audie.
Thank you, Audie. Real quick, I have to say, when you go to the exhibitors section on the CES app, and CTA, I hope you're listening, when you go to the exhibitors section, hit all exhibitors, and then hit search, it takes you to the search for sessions, not for exhibitors.
Ooh, little glitch.
TONIE? Yep. Venetian 55. They're on this floor even.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple crews in this building Saturday and Sunday, so maybe we can...
Over there.
Maybe we can hit them up.
They're over that way.
and get a floor interview as well.
Yeah. So I know little glitches like taking me to the session search instead of the exhibitor search is annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, the mobile app that CES has for this event is absolutely incredible. For those who have never been to CES before. So I searched for Tony's, right?
Right.
And so this is them on the map. And then I can zoom out. Actually, if you come to the product shot, I can do it easier. So I can zoom out on the map here, and I can see the whole building, and I happen to know about where we are in the building. But it's really easy. And then I can actually get directions via GPS in the building on how to get to their booth. Wow. Including if it's at the West Hall of the LVCC and I'm sitting here in the studio, it'll get me directions, including, if I remember correctly, telling me which bus to get on to get from here to there.
I had this conversation with you earlier today when Danny was asking how do we get from LVCC to Showstoppers.
Mm-hmm. You can come back to me.
I did.
On the camera.
Oh.
We got so many cameras this year. We are so used to only having 3. We got 6 in here this year, and it is messing all of us up.
6 and a new gadget for me.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't be new because David bought me one a couple years ago, and I haven't hooked it up yet. But now I'm in love with it, and I'm definitely hooking it up.
Shout out to Elgato for.
We've even got mission control.
Yeah.
So Kirk and Adam and I can be seen.
And shout out to Elgato, the Stream Deck XL.
Yes.
It is a game changer.
Yes, yes, yes.
There's Don and I were talking earlier about some of the interesting new technology that we've incorporated into the studio this year, like the Mevos, which I had forgotten. So Todd and I were talking the other day. He says, "Isn't Mevo live stream?" I said, there was a partnership. I don't remember what the partnership was, but there was a partnership, but Livestream went to Vimeo and Mevo went to Logitech, but there's still a partnership, even though they're...
Oh, there's a dotted line.
Yeah, even though there's a whole, degree of separation. Same guy created both.
Gotcha.
And then I had forgotten until, wasn't yesterday, it must have been Tuesday when we were hooking the cameras up, that we had used a Mevo at CES in, 2015.
Oh, yeah.
The first gen. Not the starts, which is what we've got here, but the first gen, because one of these registered, they reported as the wrong model, so the wrong icon came up in the app.
That's right.
And it was the first gen. I was like, oh, I forgot all about that little camera. We put it up on a big pole way up in the air at the North Hall.
I remember that.
On an internet-controlled PZT base, and we made the control public. So people watching the stream could move that camera around and look around the North Hall.
Wow. I remember you guys putting it up there. I didn't know it was a Mevo.
Yeah, it was the first-gen Mevo. It was bright red. It was bright red, just like everything live stream.
Okay.
Live streams, broadcast boxes are red. If we had the studio hardware, it's got all kind of red on it. Even the flash drive for the live stream studio software is red. Everything they do is red. And so the first gen Mevo was red. It looked goofy. Big red box on a stick. But
They got the job done.
Oh, it was awesome. It wasn't even HD at the time.
No.
It might have been 720, but I don't think so. But, you know, we've got these guys. We've got the Stream Deck. You've got your portable monitor that we're trying out for the first time.
It's working like a champ.
Yeah, it's a fantastic little screen.
Yeah.
We were supposed to do a product review on a portable monitor. Never showed up. Never heard from him again.
No?
No.
Well, maybe we can find one to do.
Yeah.
We can do this one.
We can. But, you know, it happens. They get inundated by...
Oh, sure. Sure.
They hire a PR company to do product reviews. They contact 800 people, 100 respond, and then they have 40 units, and then the PR company doesn't work with them anymore. And, you know, that's the... and everything goes weird. So, you know, things happen. We don't begrudge anybody offering a product review and then disappearing. It's not a problem. But then, what else new do we have? We've got all the podcast 2.0 stuff. I talked about it earlier. I'm going to talk about it again. Newpodcastapps.com. Honestly, if you want to listen on just audio, go there. I selected the top one when I was using it earlier because that's how I was listening to Don Bain on my headset. I selected the first one, Pod something. The names get weirder the further down the list you go. The first one had Pod in it, and that seemed safe.
That cracks me up. It's like that old pirating stuff. The names are...
Yeah, like... so, let me see if I can get back to it. I might have closed it. Podverse was the first one on the list. But, so Podverse, Podfriend, Curiocaster, Disktopia, Fountain, MP Money...
Hey.
We're getting further away from it.
I like that one, though.
Cast-O-Matic, Breeze, Sphinx.chat, definitely getting further away from it. Boost CLI, and Zion. So, Podverse sounded safe to me, so I went with it.
So, since I'm learning what the system is, I've only heard bits and pieces from you and Todd.
Yeah.
Those are the different, like, you should be able to get the stream by clicking on
any of those. Yep.
But obviously, just like other things, the closer to the top you are, the...
Usually the safer you are, or the not necessarily safer.
And a better stream, a better feed.
Potentially.
Okay.
So I went with Podverse. I searched for TPN first, and I didn't find it. But then I searched for Geek News Central, and we were there. And so I was listening to Don's whole morning on just audio through an earbud. Solid. In fact, the audio on it was even more solid than Twitch.
Yeah, you were saying that.
It wasn't as good as Facebook, but Facebook, I can't turn the screen off and put it in my pocket.
Right.
So.
Right. Apparently, Facebook is up and down as well. I'm not sure why.
Well, if you're over on Facebook and you want probably a better experience, you can join us over on Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch.tv/PLUGHITZ Live, because they have packet recovery, like our SRT friend from earlier.
Oh,
gotcha. Twitch does packet recovery, which... Facebook does not. They just go, oh, we didn't get it. Moving on.
From what I understand, we are back up there now, but good advice.
Yeah, Twitch is always, for us, Twitch is always the better option. Twitch and YouTube, they both have packet recovery built in. So if something goes wrong, they try to get the data, and they don't just chunk, which Facebook is like, I don't know, we're just going to turn off for a minute. Lovely. But... But yeah.
Sounds good. Tomorrow I want to play with this our mission control camera.
Okay.
I didn't want to do it today. Obviously, didn't mess up any wiring. I want to turn it around, especially when Don is talking about our setup.
Yeah.
So that we can show live what the setup is.
100%. I told him that we would do that when we did the in-depth segment on the studio segment, the studio setup. It'll probably be Saturday or Sunday when we have a gap time. He wants to do like an in-depth on what we've done. We can even toss.
Turn that one around too.
We can toss one of them on the Wi-Fi and carry it around if we want.
Well, you know
we
want.
Be a half second, full second delay, but.
Okay, cool.
Who cares?
And we're also going to try to go live from
LVCC,
the Las Vegas Convention Center, where all the really big, lighty-uppy things are. just
Although
the
there are some
massive-
pretty big lighty uppy things over here.
There are, and right behind you, actually, I'll go to the crowd shot. I don't know if you all can see Govee back there.
Yeah, we were talking about Govee earlier.
I don't know if you can just barely make out the flashing lights that are on the right-hand side of their display. Oh, they got lights everywhere now that I say it.
Yeah, because that's what
I'm mesmerized by the ones that are like the ceiling lamp or whatever that is. I have to go find out what that is.
Yeah.
That might be going to Strike Esports.
I was telling
Tampa,
Kirk.
Florida.
I was telling Kirk earlier that everybody knows I have a personal relationship with Monster. I don't try to hide that. I've got Govee product at home.
So you like both?
Oh yeah, Govee's and Nanoleaf, who's right here next to us. They make awesome products too.
Yes.
We've got a lot of good friends in this space. We've known Nanoleaf for years. I've got so the thing from Govee, the product from Govee that I would recommend to anybody who watches a lot of movies and high production value stuff at home through streaming, whatever.
Like David.
So Govee's got this little thing. It's a little stick camera that you can mount on the top or bottom of your television.
Okay.
And then you run LED strips. They're RGB IC around the back. And the camera watches the screen and then brings the color palette out of the television.
And it works.
Oh, it works so well.
Because whatever off-brand I bought from a .com place for David.
Was it from the Zone?
Maybe. I don't know.
Jeffy B?
Probably. And we got it all hooked up, and it has a little sensor, and it doesn't do the flippy thingy.
Oh.
And there's a remote control, but he leaves it on red, which drives me insane.
No, the Govee one is incredible. My brother was so impressed seeing mine in action that he bought one for himself.
Okay, so maybe that's Valentine's Day. We'll swap out our lights on the back of our TV.
Yeah, they're truly really impressive, and they've got all kinds of interesting things. And that's the thing, right? Yes, I love Monster.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
You know what they don't have? Bulbs. Regular bulbs.
Really?
That works under the Monster brand.
That's odd.
So there was the original luminescence with the RGB, with the remote that worked, that had bulbs. But the Smart doesn't have any bulbs under the Monster brand. So, they've all got their things.
Right.
Monster's got some really cool things. The prisms and the digits.
Love them.
Super cool.
Yep.
But they're very different than what, say, Nanoleaf has, where it's all different sizes that fit together into a pattern and then lines that you can outline the whole thing. I wish you guys could see. Are they in the guest shot? Can we show the animation that's happening on their wall? Is that at all possible?
Yes, it's in there.
Okay.
Part of it.
So that animation that's happening, they've got
see if I can zoom
1, 2, 3, 4.
Back to you for a second.
They've got hexagons. That are like corner to corner, and then they've got triangles that fit in the gaps, and then they've got line segments that they're outlining all of those pieces in, and then they can run animations across the entire surface in one. Oh, there you go. Now you can see it in action in that shot. It's really moving now. They are so cool, and that's something that Monster doesn't have. And then Govee's got the TV lights, which neither of them have. They all do their own cool things.
Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah.
Wow, Nanoleaf is really upgraded.
Oh, yeah.
From when we first got them at Showstoppers a few years ago?
From the original, hex tiles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, I liked the hex tiles, but I'm like, I don't really need those. But this is what I'm looking at right here. I need that.
Yeah. Yeah. What Nanoleaf has done in the last couple of years, and Twitch has been a big part of their success, right?
Yeah.
Because big Twitch streamers all have either Nanoleaf or Monster. A lot of streamers have been doing the Monster Prism and Digits because they're different and they're unique.
Yeah.
But Nanoleaf took off because of Twitch.
That's cool.
100% because of Twitch. People saw them. People were like, oh, that's cool. I would like those, please. And so they'd buy them. And then Nanoleaf was like, okay, well, now we've got to what do we do next?
Right.
And so now you've got all of this insanity. What you probably can't see in that shot, almost certainly can't see, is they've got square tiles on the ceiling. Yeah. You can see just the
barely.
tip of
There's
it.
like a red one.
Yeah. So there's square tiles across parts of their ceiling that they've done, and I think they've even stacked them in a really interesting way. There's lots of stuff that you can do with their stuff. They're going to be on the show, I think, on Saturday afternoon.
Oh, cool.
I told them, your logo is going to be in our shot all week. You should at least come explain who you are and why your logo is in our shot.
Yeah. Yeah, because even when I crop back out, it's very predominant.
Yeah, there's no way to not have their logo in the shot. So, but yeah, we've got, that's one of the things that I really like about this show. The show right here.
This one?
Yeah. Is that you can have 3 companies theoretically in the same space and not be competitors even a little bit. Right?
True.
Because you've got Nanoleaf, you've got Monster Illuminescence, and you've got Govee. I can see 2 of them from where we're sitting. They are not competitors.
No.
They can enhance each other. Because you know what Nanoleaf doesn't do?
What?
Nanoleaf doesn't do those RGB chandeliers or whatever I'm seeing over in the Govee booth.
Yeah, that if I miss a switch, it's because I'm staring at them?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see these companies that are competitors because they all make RGB lighty-uppy things in Michelle's parlance. But they're not competitors. You can use them together to make things really interesting. And with things like Chroma, right, from Razer,
Yeah.
which is a licensed standard, I guess. It's kind of a standard because it's not just their products. So you can integrate RGB devices from different companies across a unified spectrum.
Okay.
So theoretically, I'm 99% sure that Nanoleaf is compatible with Chroma. I know Monster Smart Illuminescence is Chroma. So with that said, almost certainly you could literally make them animate together cross-brand.
Oh, wow. That would be really cool.
So competitors they are not. Though theoretically they kind of are. Because, yeah, I mean, Govee's got line segments, but they're not these. So, anyway, what are you most looking forward to, Michelle?
You know, I get asked this a lot. I get asked this every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a great on camera answer.
Okay.
Because I just love everything so
Yeah.
much. I don't know.
I'm not going to lie. There's a couple things I want answers to.
Okay.
Maybe more so than looking forward to. There are some things I want answers to. For example, what does this booth do? Todd and I watched them build their booth yesterday. Yeah, they're not in your shot at all.
Can I get it there, you think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Todd and I watched them build their booth yesterday. Oh, maybe you can get the corner of it.
Is it the Belgium?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get it.
We watched them build their booth. They are 100% complete. Their booth is up and running.
They have candy. They have chairs
Mhm.
and a little table and candy on the table.
Yep.
Which is always nice to have a chair when
and
you're
a-
walking around CES.
And a black fabric-covered thing in the corner.
Yeah.
At some point yesterday, they built a thing on a stick.
Oh.
I have no idea where that went. I'm assuming it's in that black box.
It's very mysterious.
I cannot wait to go down there and ask them what it is that they do. It's legitimately been bothering me since yesterday. The whole time they were building, we were trying to figure it out. And the further they got into their build, the further away from it we felt like we were getting.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait to go down and talk to them in a little while because I've got to figure it out. It's going to bother me.
Yeah, I'm going to go down and get one of them little bags, too.
Yeah?
And we can see it in your host shot, too,
Yeah.
when you're turned that way.
Yeah, there we oh.
There you go. Just the top.
But anyway, there's lots of interesting things. So from where I'm sitting, I see what is almost certainly robotic lawnmowers.
Oh, I need one of those.
Which they've put down green carpet, and there's little robots running around on the green carpet. So I'm assuming it's a robotic lawnmower. It seems reasonable to me.
It doesn't look like the one that we interviewed. I
During
remember where we
during
were.
Roboticon.
Yeah.
No. A4X, one-stop platform for AI cameras.
Right.
I mean, based on what their booth says, I've got a pretty good idea of what they do. But yeah, we're in the smart home section, and there's a lot of smart homey things around. So it's
Sure are.
It's pretty cool. Well, I believe that my time is officially up, Michelle.
I think it is too.
Yeah, so I see Todd has arrived. So
maybe I'll go to a crowd shot and
we'll do the blueberry bumper and
do the
then
blueberry
come
bumper.
back to the crowd shot, and then we'll come back to Todd and we'll be good to go. I will see everybody back not tomorrow. I won't be on tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday. I think in the third block on Saturday.
I think so. Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, no. No, I think actually I'm in this block again on Saturday. So I will see you back on Saturday. Obviously, you can follow our content in lots of places, including our new Podcasting 2.0 stuff on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever you are, so are we this week. So definitely check it out, share it with your friends, and I will see you back on Saturday.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Oh, there we go. Hey, everybody. My name is Todd Cochran. I'm with Geek News Central, Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com. And I'll be with you for the next 2 hours here for the CES 2023 coverage here by the Tech Podcast Network. I've been roaming the floor. Got some stuff to talk about in the interludes when we're have a little bit of downtime. But I'm glad you're joining us. We are actually lit, podcasting 2.0. If you're not listening, if you're watching the live stream, that's great. But if you're at work and need to just listen to the audio live stream, you can do that by picking up a new podcast app. If you're using a legacy podcast app, you won't be able to listen to this show live via audio within the app. So just pick one up at newpodcastapps.com. All right, everybody, thanks for, we're going to bring in our next guest here momentarily. And we should be ready to go with bringing them on. And so go ahead and we can bring them on if they're ready. So the show's off to a great start. Lots of traffic, lots of people on the show floor. Downstairs was pretty slammed, the innovation area. A large body of people walking through, crowding around certain booths. The booths were just absolutely crushed, and so we'll get back to those later in the week when things slow down just a little bit. I am watching the live boost. If you know what that means, if you send in a live boost, we'll talk about it here on the air. But first things first, I guess we're getting ready to bring our next guest in. All right. So hopefully you can hear yourself, and hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I've got you.
All right, so we're going to introduce Creed McKinnon from VersaWare to talk about what VersaWare does. You're the co-founder and head of marketing, so tell us what you guys are doing here at the show.
Hi, so my name's Creed, and I'm here with VersaWare. I'm the co-founder. So VersaWare creates smart kitchen appliances that uses recipe artificial intelligence to push you recipes that we think you'll enjoy. We show you how to make them and the dietary requirements that you tell us you want to abide by. So that's pretty much what we do. We give you a nutrient breakdown of the foods that you're creating on the VersaWare product.
So is it an app that directs the recipes, or walk me through the process if I'm seeing your product for the very first time?
So right now we have two flagship products. We have a smart cutting board and a smart mixing bowl. We believe these are the two most used products in the kitchen. Each device has a 5x4 inch screen, and on that screen it's essentially like an iPhone where it's got software that shows you the nutrient breakdown in the food that's in the bowl or on the cutting board, and it also runs you through the recipes as you're making them in real time.
So do you have to tell the device what's in the bowl?
Yeah, so right now you key in the ingredient. So if you have spinach, you just type in spinach, but when it's time to go to the consumer, we will have an API where you're almost having a conversation with the board and the bowl, so that there's no manual tabulation with your fingers at all. You're pretty much just indicating, all right, there's spinach in the bowl, and the bowl does all the work for you.
So what I say then, if you have the cutting board, is there also a scale included in that? It's measuring the weight of the product?
Yeah, so it's a two-piece product. You've got the cutting board, which is a nice wood piece, and then underneath you've essentially got a weight scale that's got all the tech inside of it. So it is washable because you can take the cutting board away from the technology, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. So all the tech is harnessed in a base.
So let's say, for example, I'm going to make the ingredients to make spaghetti, and it's just we're going to do it raw. We're not going to open a can of store-bought sauce.
Yeah.
And I buy the products. I buy the tomatoes, onions, cilantro, whatever the list of stuff is. Then, what is the process then from? Obviously, you got to cut the onions up. You're going to have to cut the tomatoes up. And it walks you through the recipe, and what is it? Does it suggest things? So let's say I don't have it in the refrigerator, then.
Yeah. So there's two things you can do. We can either run you through a recipe, or you can build a meal from scratch.
Oh, okay.
I think the best way we can move forward is by telling you how we build something from scratch. the most common meal that we make is a salad in the bowl. So for example, you got your spinach, your chicken, croutons, dressing. So you add your spinach, you can see how much protein, carbs, fats are in that. Then you can add your chicken, the bar graph stacks, and you can almost see how everything is in relation to each other. And then once you're happy with it, you click done, add the ingredient, and then once you're done with the entire meal, you see a complete breakdown of what was in that bowl.
So then it keeps track of what you're actually ingesting. So let's say we make a salad, like you said, and I eat 3/4 of that salad. What do I do? A feedback said I only ate 3/4 of it, or I ate half, or what? How's that full loop go?
So everything is, you can edit everything. So for example, it's great for meal prepping. So at the start of the week, if you create energy balls and you create a week's worth, you can then break that up into how much you're eating daily.
Okay, I see. And then how does you said it's got some AI component. What's the story on that?
Yep, so with the artificial intelligence, you pretty much tell us what you enjoy eating, what time of the day you eat, what your dietary preferences are, and then we provide meals that meet all of those requirements. So the more you start to use the appliance, the more our artificial intelligence can tell, all right, they like to eat at 11 a.m., they like to mix these two ingredients together, and they eat this much protein at this time of the day. So there's a lot of data involved.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty busy, and for me, meal prep honestly sucks.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I hate to say it, sometimes at lunchtime you just run to McDonald's and you get something horrible.
Yeah.
But I guess this what really lets you do. Those are super conscious of what they're ingesting. It allows them to build largely a whole meal plan, right?
Exactly. So the way we like to look at it is we've taken the chef and the nutritionist and put that capability into a device.
Awesome. So where can they find out information about VersaWare?
So you can find us at versaware.io online and on social media. We have an Instagram and LinkedIn. So
is your products on market yet, or are they still in development?
So right now we have 20 products out in the field. So we're getting consumer feedback so that we can perfect the product. We're also raising our next round of investment so that we can go to high volume production. So we plan to go to the consumer in the summer of this year.
Outstanding. Thank you so much, and good luck with the show, and thanks for being on.
Appreciate
it.
Thanks
Absolutely.
for having me.
So that was Creed McKinnon from VersaWare, versaware.io. You can definitely check them out as well. Hey, we just want to say thanks to Mitch for sending the 10,000 sat boot, saying, hey, congrats on going lit, and happy to provide the feedback on that going forward on another channel, Mitch. Definitely appreciate it. And we got another boost that came in, 1,000 sat, saying CES lit and live boost, congrats. So thank you so much for that as well. You know, the VersaWare is an interesting product, and I think you have to be like super like hardcore, nutritious, tracking everything. I don't have time. I don't have time for that.
Neither do I.
You know, and I know if I eat a big bowl of spaghetti, I know that I've really overdone it.
Right.
You know, and then so you try to internally compensate by not overindulging maybe at another time. But there's some days you get all off track, and I guess maybe that's why I have the healthy figure that I do. But I don't know. It's just it's an interesting product, and they're going for another round of funding. So you never know if this product is going to make to the market. You know, that is the thing here about CES. It happens. A lot of companies come here with an idea, and they've gotten a bunch of money, and they think that they know. I got cable I'm sitting on. Let me stand up and unhook myself here. There we go. Oh, I see what happened. All right, I'm good. So it is a interesting dilemma when it comes to so much of these products that we see over the years, because they never make it back, and they're not part of round two. So, but some companies we see year after year with new stuff that's that does make it to market, which is awesome. So I think our next guest is just about here, and so we'll bring them up on here in a few minutes. We're trying to do these on 10-minute centers, and to be honest with you, sometimes the interviews are worth 10 minutes. Sometimes sometimes they go a little shorter. So I think they're unboxing their product. So we'll see what they're bringing to demo. It's always fun to see that. And okay, I'm you guys can't see it. Matter of fact, Kirk, what we should have is we should have a camera that's pointing back in the prep area to show everyone coming in and getting their
getting herded in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as they're coming in and getting ready to set up.
Yeah.
So
we have a good idea for next year.
Yeah. Kirk, our executive producer at Geek News Central, is on the keyboard today, switching stuff in, switching for us.
Hello. Hi guys, how are we doing?
So, and I am watching comments today on YouTube. So if you are on YouTube today, I am definitely watching the stuff that's coming in via YouTube. So, do we have a product page for these folks? That hasn't updated, so. Oh, is it down? Okay. All right. So first things first, I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself. And if you got him queued up, you're from TechLock. Is that the company? And go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah. My name's Ryan Angad. I'm the president and co-founder of TechLock Solutions.
So you have what appears to be a laptop and a lock of some sort.
That's right.
Yeah. Give me the spiel.
Sure. LapLock. It's the world's first retrofitting physical laptop security device built for the work from anywhere world.
Oh, that's interesting because I work from anywhere.
That's right.
Sometimes a hotel room, sometimes a bar table.
That's right.
So tell me how it works.
Sure. Yeah. The device has been engineered. It's pretty clever. So there's a one-time semi-permanent mounting arm that goes on the bottom of your laptop.
Yep. Perfect.
And mine's been on for a couple years.
Sure.
This has been, we've tested it quite a bit. So one time this goes on when you're ready to use your lap lock. If you're at your Starbucks, your airport, your bar, and you go, oh, I want to lock my device to the table, you simply take the device out, you put it into the mouth of the lap lock.
Sure. So it actually can, this table's kind of weird.
I just haven't adjusted
you gotta
it.
Go
we
down
go up,
deep
we got down to a 3-inch table.
Yeah.
So we then lock to the side of the table, and you put your lap lock up to the bottom of the table.
Yep.
Press down, and hit the lock button, and boom, you're locked on, rock solid.
So now you can go to the bathroom, whatever, and this is not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere. So it is built to take a call, use a restroom, shared workspace, you want to run off to a meeting. You can now have the convenience and portability to work wherever you want with a secure solution.
How does this attach to the laptop? Is it on the back side when you had this flipped over, is that glued on or how is that on?
Yeah, so what you do is you prime the surface with a little material we call Primer 94, and that creates an ultra smooth surface. The LapLock mount arm goes on the bottom of that. That's just really 3M tape, but it forms a super strong bond.
Sure.
So that arm does not come off the bottom of your laptop.
Right.
So that is not a weak point at all in the product. So that stays on, and then when you're ready to use it, you put it onto the mouth of the LapLock, and you're good to go.
This is very, very unique. And then all you got to do is unlock it from the table. You just put in your combination. It unlocks. You unsnap it.
Yes.
And off you go.
Yes.
There's another piece to this. What is this up on top?
Yeah, so that's really, we call it the smart sidecar. And all that is a phone caddy. So it's a double screen. You can see that. We sell that
yeah, okay.
on our website for $14.95. So what we've done is we've come up with, we call it the remote productivity bundle. So we sell the lap lock, the smartphone caddy, and another product called Bag Lock, which attaches the lap lock. So if you have a purse, a briefcase, that nice Toomey bag you don't want to get stolen,
that's right.
You can leave all your materials secure all together as one, and that's $99.95.
So the whole package is $99.95.
Yeah, or you could buy the lap lock for $79.95. Yes.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah, it's got an alarm in it. We don't have it enabled because it's really loud and annoying.
Right.
So if someone really comes up and reefs on it,
yep.
beep, 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 lets the alarm off. And then when you're ready to use it, it's really simple. You just hit your code. We have a default code set right now, 111. Pops down and comes off. Sorry, I'm at a little unique of an angle.
Yeah, and it's a this table's a little weird.
This table's a little weird, but you can see it weighs under a pound.
And it's stainless. I'm getting what happened here.
The DJ started.
Yeah, DJ started playing. Don't push buttons we're not supposed to.
Yeah, aircraft aluminum on the tops and bottoms.
Yep.
And this is steel construction, 1573 steel, soft rubber pad feet, so it doesn't affect the table.
Right.
And we made it under a pound, lightweight, convenient, super strong, and easy to use.
Obviously, you're at market on this already because you're selling it for, you got the retail price. This is not a prototype. You're in the marketplace. Where can folks find these?
You can go on laplock.com. That's our first phase one of selling product. Then we're going to be hopefully in big box retail stores. We just met with a couple of them this morning.
Awesome.
Major distributors, selling to businesses, college students, anybody.
How, the pandemic changed everything on people work. I have a big office now that is empty, and matter of fact, that real estate is going to be returned to the the folks who are renting it from here in a few months. And my entire team that I have is essentially all over the country.
Sure.
And we don't really tell them you have to work from home. You can work from Starbucks if you want to, as long as you get your work done. So this product in itself is the timing's right on this.
Yeah, COVID scared us. We actually started development before COVID. And, we're like, oh, business travelers, people that do work in the Starbucks, then everything shut down. We panicked and go, wait, this actually threw gas on the fire.
That's right.
It's now truly a remote work from anywhere world that we cater to.
And at $99.95 for the full package to do the lap lock, the little sidearm here to put the second screen on, and the bag securing tool.
Yes.
Money well spent. And another thing, too, there's a market here that you may not have thought of is overseas travel.
Sure.
And from an overseas travel standpoint, putting a laptop in a room safe is a pain.
Yeah. Or they don't fit.
Yep, absolutely. We're getting music again. All right. Got to quit pushing that button. All right. So, again, where can they find this product at?
Yeah, right now it's laplock.com.
Laplock.com.
And then soon enough, Amazon and everywhere computer accessories are sold.
Outstanding.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for being on.
Thanks for having me so much.
Definitely appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a great day.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Very, very cool. What happened there, Kirk? You
fat finger the button. Fat finger the key.
You can't be fat fingering the key.
I know.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, a new driver at the control panel, fat fingering the key. Do we have a paper printout of who the guests are going to be, being that the screen doesn't work anymore?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. That'll work.
I'm going to go slow on the...
Yes, go slow. Don't touch that button anymore.
No, I promise. I'm going to put a big X there.
We'll start a in-show music jar. Every time you hit it, you got to put a 20 in it.
Deal.
Oh, you might be careful. You might. It could end up being a long show.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
What? I set a bunch of stuff up beforehand, and I don't know why It's not on. Okay. And that laptop went off now, too. So after this guest, I'll check on the laptop on the side. All right. We've got SkyTed. Is that how you pronounce it?
Sky and TED, like TED Talk.
Okay, so SkyTed. Okay. Introduce yourself and tell me about your product.
Well, I'm an ex-Airbus VP. I was selling aircraft for a couple of years in Singapore. And one of my airlines said, well, our 300 people can make a call at the same time in the aircraft because we want to open calls on board. But people are fighting each other every time, some want to rest. And I was looking, well, how we can stop the human voice for people when you make a call. You have about 1,000 square feet around you. So
right.
This is where I come from. So I dropped my job as, a big blue chip company to start my own startup. This is my story.
So the goal then with this is to be able to do private business calls amongst other people then? Is that how is it migrated into, or just regular calls?
Yeah, for us, voice in a call after it has been recorded, like that here, is noise pollution. Nobody needs to hear what you said,
Right.
First, we have the business line here, which is to handle calls, for example, in a bus or in a shuttle bus. You have a kids crying next to you,
sure.
and you're going to be able to have a call, and the voice out is going to be muffled by the system.
Okay.
And the other part, the kids' screams are going to be stopped also on the way in.
All right.
So you're going to have a very I will say, silent, secure, and confidential call everywhere.
So you're still plugged into, I'm assuming, based upon the jack into.
No, this is for CES because we never know what's going to be the Bluetooth connection. And
so normally it's a Bluetooth connection.
We're totally agnostic. You can work with your earbuds, like your AirPods. You can work with Sony headset, like this one.
For those of you that can't see, Kirk, give me a product shot here. What you'll see is it's basically what you would see for a typical face mask, like a respirator type of thing, but you're able to put your mouth into that. And this, now I understand more as I see the design here. That's smart because it's true. I've been in lounges, I've been in different places where I've heard people, and it just drives me insane when they're talking really loud on their phone, and not only just annoying, but it's like, hey, dude, take it outside, right? And in this case, you put it on, you don't have to move, you continue to have the conversation, no one can hear you, you can hear your party, and it's isolating. It brings the noise level down, too.
Yeah. Exactly.
How much noise isolation are you getting by wearing this? Is it?
Oh, you can have a call close to a sledgehammer if you want to, because the noise is going to be completely dampened when the time is going to hit the microphone, which is inside.
Right.
And the second part is made of jet engine technology. In fact, I'm an ex-Airbus, so I've been talking to my, let's say, aircraft. Acoustic. This is how loud it is an aircraft.
Yeah, I understand completely.
This is the industry. It's not the audio. It's pretty much heavy-duty industry. How you're going to stop the noise? And in fact, into an engine, before and after the turbine, you have a muffler. You don't see because it's open air.
Yep.
And we're taking this technology, and this is all the little dots you can see inside it are mufflers. So the sound is going to be absorbed. It's going to be absorbed like in an absorber resonator. So
I spent 35 years in aviation as well, prior military, and we're all wearing Jepson headsets, and I have people. I was flying with other people doing missions, so you're sitting on each side and we're all talking, and usually that airplane noise is just, especially on prop aircraft, is really loud. So do you feel then this market is beyond?
Of course.
Aviation. This is for anything.
I come from my Airbus left there, but like I told you, to go into the market. Then we find the hybrid worker problem.
Yeah.
That today you have 2 billion people on Earth. We have to make pre-COVID travel habits or have to travel like crazy. And now they have 6 to 8 calls per day.
Right.
Zoom Teams start at any time. And you said, I'm caught in the Starbucks. There is 2 people yelling, having fun, which is Starbucks is made for, talking loudly.
Yeah.
How I'm going to make my call? So people said, please put you on mute. And this with the system will get you covered.
Death by Zoom is what we're living right now.
That's right.
And I have a distributed workforce for my company, and they're we don't. I was telling the last guest, we don't require them to work from home. They can if they want, but this would really allow them to be able to have a good private conversation. Do you suspect so? Then do you think people are still going to wear earbuds with this, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
This is the we are totally agnostic. You can work with AirPods, with Sony. You can work with iPhone or a computer, and we can work with Teams or Zoom, whatever. It's just on hardware.
So obviously you're in prototype mode here. What are you expecting when you come to market on this?
Yeah, we're going to do a Kickstarter. This is how the big company have started, like the airport that started 9 years ago only. Now it's an $80 billion business. We forecast a $10 billion business on what we call silent calls, and we want to be the leader in speech privacy. So 15th of March, we're going to launch a Kickstarter, so people can go to skytech.io and they find the early bird prices and they can register and put their email. And off we go. By the end of the year, we're going to start to deliver our first product.
I think, are you first to market on this?
Yeah. At this level of technology, we had some competitors. Some of them just obstruct. You keep in mind that we have the nose, and you can have open air. I can breathe. It's open air technology. So very high performance. Some of them you talk in a kind of can, or like we did when we were kids.
Right.
That's dampen a little bit your voice, but
Yeah.
that's far from the technology we have get here. So today, with our biggest competitors, the glass manufacturer, because you have to put box around people to stop the voice.
That's right. That's right. What do you think this is going to retail for? Any idea?
Yeah, it's going to retail about 400 USD, so that's a normal price. We have 2 products here. One is a baseline for business travelers. Of course, this is a demonstrator today, so we are going to be able to reduce the size of the product. And the second one is for gamer, because gamers tend to shout, and everybody who has a kid who is a gamer is going to come in the 4,000 hertz, which is the alert frequency of you, and wake up the whole family around you.
I had a teenager that I could have strangled. And matter of fact, I think the neighbor wanted to strangle him too when they're playing certain games. So you'd be like, you'll have to wear this when you're gaming.
That's right. And you know why? All the mother give me the instruction how you're going to work with the I want an app where I can reduce the sound level, I can send him a warning, and because the system will have a total control. So when you speak too loud and you what we call your silent bubbles is coming way over the others, or your son, you're gonna absorb the others people.
There's a lot of parents that are going to buy this, and guess what they're going to say? You will use this.
You will use this, or there is no call on that. So I don't know if we're more of parents.
I think so.
Parent friend than the gamers one.
I
should be.
I can see Mom, I don't want to use that, and I'm like, oh yeah, if you want a game, yell.
But we came with a business line, and the team there is plenty of gamers. They said, I need one. I need one with a lot of power because I'm shouting. On the business line, you just want to talk smoothly like I'm doing. I don't need to be in the 100 dB or shout off. If I start to shout, the business line is not going to work.
Right.
But the gamer one, we make it quite massive, and we can make kind of Dark Vader look.
Sure.
And Marvel, we can play around because it's a game environment.
And some of these gamers are on Twitch and stuff, so they'll definitely have a unique look when they're doing a live stream.
And e-sport too. E-sport, they won't be able to talk. Let's say where competitors were playing. I won't be able. Two gamers can work on the same one, and your voice is not going to come to my microphone and so on. So this is what we have been developed, and this is a complete new worldwide product because you need to have the jet engine silencers to be able to handle the task. It's so powerful. The voice is so powerful to stop.
Even when you walked up here, I was trying to figure out what this product was, but now I'm like excited about this product. It's a good. I think some parents watching here are going to be like, where can I? Again, when's the Kickstarter? It's going to be in March?
March 15th is going to be launched in the U.S. I'm American, so I want to establish the business in Europe. We come from Toulouse, which is the Airbus headquarters, you know, the competitors of Boeing.
Sure.
So we've got the ecosystem. We know how to stop sound. So,
Yeah.
but we're going to be American soon, and we're going to distribute that in the US. So it can work with Teams, it can work with Zoom. SkyTED.io is a solution for everybody.
With Bluetooth, it's all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. SkyTED, everyone. SkyTED.com?
.io.
SkyTED.io. That seems to be so far on the show the top level domain everyone's using. Thank you, sir, for being on. We appreciate you showing this off.
Thank you, Todd.
Very good. SkyTED.io. And, of course, that was Dr. Taryn Ross who was with us. So we thank you so much for being on. All right. Continued coverage here of CES. You know what's funny is I was down prepping in the downstairs room, and I had opened the iPad up, and I'd got all my tabs opened. And for some reason, I don't know what happened to my... All right. I guess that's good. So let me go over here and I'm trying to watch for the live boosts that come on. Hey, Kurt, can you give me an off-camera shot for a second? I want to check this laptop real quick. All right, so let me go over here and look at this real quick. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Just making sure that's still on. All right. Need the next guest sheet up if we can. Okay, so we got Eric from Atabash.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, tell us what are you introducing here at CES this year?
Okay, so first we introduce our first app called Certif.
It's called what?
Certif.
Okay.
It's an app available since 80 months now. Okay, and we work for building industry. And the use of the app, it's to be sure, for example, if you control an house, for example, after constructing, you can check with the apps, everything is okay. And because we geolocalize, we timestamp and we send everything in the blockchain. So to be sure nothing can change after the control gone. So in case there is an issue after, we can compare from before and after. Mm-hmm. Also, we work in France for an insurance company. In case there is some leak, on the wall or something like that. And because of the COVID, they don't want to go into the house. Mm-hmm. And so we have also, they are using this. In case you have a leak, a fire, you just download. There is an API connected between the insurance and us. And the customer can make by himself all the pictures or video, and the experts from outside can say it's okay or not okay. He can make the accept or no the codes by the company to repair it. So it's very useful, and we save money. They save money. It's for energy. They use less energy, and because I have to go, and customer and I have to wait hours for people to come in the house.
Right.
So it's a very saving time.
So at the beginning, you said you're using it for the construction industry on the actual building project. You're documenting each piece of the project as it goes through.
Yeah, and what's happened also, they can before to go to the location, they can decide which kind of photography, video, scan, or anything else they want. So the controller have just to see his own phone, because it's on Android and iOS, and he select, take a picture of the door. Take a picture of the door.
Sure.
So okay, and now in a few months, maybe by the end of this year, New Year, we will add some EI inside because we will get all the documentation of the subcontractor, for example, and we can compare in minutes if the door is the right door by the customer.
So this is very interesting to me, because here in the United States, each stage of the construction, there are inspections required. And sometimes they can't close a wall until the inspection is done. And sometimes the inspector is just going to walk up there and take a look, say, yeah, it looks good, and sign it off. He's driving maybe 1 hour. He's leaving 5 minutes in the job site. So are you tying this back now so that you're taking the picture, it's documented in the, you've framed a wall, you've showed the water, the power runs and everything. Is this going to replace a inspector coming to?
I don't know exactly how the U.S. market is, but I
Yeah.
know about inspection, and we have also another things called another application. It's not an app; it's a web. So the inspector can be anywhere in the world, okay? And you can make like a FaceTime, but it's a FaceTime secure.
Okay, right.
And it can show. So the customer or the plumber before he can show everything, and also you can interfere. From outside, you can make some pictures yourself from on remote.
I got you.
You can get and save everything, video, and everything is blockchain. So nothing
Right,
can change.
right.
And in case there is an issue after, you have, because blockchain,
Sure.
it's for life.
And it's interesting that you say that, because then the homeowner can actually go back and look at the whole process.
Exactly, to be sure everything is okay, and also for the insurance, of the building, it will be very interesting.
Or maybe even years later when they're looking to make a modification, say, okay, is that a load-bearing wall, or all these things that come up. I mean, normally you would have a blueprint.
Yeah.
But still, a picture for a general consumer is, they can look at the blueprints. I don't understand that, but a picture is but primarily for construction industry. So what are you hoping to accomplish then here at this show?
So we have to make some contact with a building company or insurance company to connect. And this is the first tools. And for the first time now, we present a new app called Nancy. It's like a spin-off of Certif. After 18 months, we use Certif now. And it's dedicated for violence against women.
Oh.
It's an app for that, and we use the same technology, the same core, and we adapt for this. So just to let you know why Nancy, because Nancy was a goddess, Sumerian goddess 3,000 years ago, and she was like a warrior against men who want to make some hurt about children. So that's why and Nancy, Nancy in English,
right?
What is it? And also it's free for the people who want to use it. And you can scan, you can photo, you can make also a screen record, audio record, everything. It's very easy to use. It's like, I can show you in 2 minutes if you want.
Could it be a victim using it?
Exactly.
And that way she keeps a record, or the person, it doesn't necessarily have, it could be a male too, but you can keep a record of it.
You can keep a record, and because it's blockchain, nobody can say after you change something.
Right.
It's very easy, and also it's very secure. So I mean, only the victims can access for them. And when you are when the woman got some victims, sometimes it's not coming from the first day. It's like the men's or girls, but most of it's men,
sure.
It's like step by step, so they push the limit each time. Okay?
Right.
So the things what we have to, because I was a lawyer before, so I know it works. So it's taking time, to go to the real violence.
That's right.
At the beginning, it's psychological. So maybe the guys make 10 calls an hour.
Right.
Where are you, etc.
Yeah.
And after,
it escalates.
Exactly, and in abuse, in his harassment, etc. And also, this application can be used in company for harassment work. And we talk about, for us, it's like, if the company say, okay, to his employee, you can use it, we pay for you, that's okay. And it's like a dissuasive tools. I mean, it's like the radar, when you have a radar, you have 55, the police, nobody wants to go over 55. Right. So it's the same in the company.
And it provides a ability to have documentation.
Exactly. Improve, because we said Nancy, and the baseline it's we believe you,
right?
Because the bad things for women and for harassment.
So could it be anything from a screenshot on a phone, the call records, all that stuff?
Exactly, everything. And also we have a little application inside. It's at the beginning we ask you if you want to promote 3 relatives or friends, okay, and they accept or not the mission. And in case you are in danger, you have a bell. You just click on the
Click
bell.
it and it notifies them.
And at this second, you receive as an angel, we call them angel. You can receive an SMS, WhatsApp, and an email. And you can click on it and you geolocalize the person for 30 minutes. So you have time to call the police or call anybody, or you go yourself to help. So it's very useful. And also you don't have, and also we connect to all the police over the world, so all the 911. And because they cannot receive any SMS or email, we just transfer in a vocal mode.
Got you.
So, hello, my name is Eric. I'm in danger. My location is. And it will be in all the translation of all the country. Even if you are a US citizen and you are going to France, police French, I don't know anything about English. So, but it will be in French.
Be in French.
Exactly.
So tell us again the name of the app.
Nanshi.
Spell that for us.
Okay.
Okay, so it's Nanshe.
Yeah, and it's a Nanshi.app.
Nanshi.app. And this is available online now?
It's available only the website.
Okay.
We just make because it is the first time we show at CES.
Sure.
It's like a it's like a first time, but we launch the 8th of March. Why? Because it's a Women International Days.
Okay. Nanshe, Nanshe, everyone. Definitely going to want to check this out when it launches. Fantastic.
Okay, but they can check the website now because we give information to them, everything what they do, and it's completely free.
What was your motivation in doing this? Why were you motivated to do this app? It's quite a change from going from construction to...
Okay, let me explain. I was a lawyer. Belief in France, and I was very involved in for helping women against
domestic abuse cases.
And I was very specialized in new technology. So I was very involved for receive SMS, and after when the smartphone was spread everywhere. After you have WhatsApp, you have all social media. So I was coming there and make a report. And most of time, when the guy is aggressive, he will break the phone or remove the SMS he sent to his girl the day, or maybe he was shot after her and she have no proof, or maybe sometimes she had document for example financial document statements.
But this allows this to be in the cloud, on the blockchain.
Yes, on the blockchain nobody can access. It's encrypted, and only the user, and maybe you can be connected also. If you have a lawyer, you can connect your lawyer also.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Send me is this on the other product
as
well?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, let me keep that as well. So the second app we talked about at the beginning was Certif, CEERIRTIFs.
Yes, exactly, like certification.
Yeah, certifications with 2 E's. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for your welcome.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Very, very cool. And this is where blockchain utilization makes an incredible amount of sense, because we think about blockchain and you think, okay, we're tracking goods, we're tracking the shipping of products, and then we make a change, and you're tracking potentially domestic abuse issues and the history. Very, very cool. Nanshe, I think that's one we'll keep an eye on for sure. Well, we have our next guest. Welcome to our coverage, and I'm very curious what we have a shoe on the table, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very curious. A ladies' dress shoe. So first, go ahead and introduce yourself and your company. And
sure. Hi, my name is Dr. Taryn Rose, and I'm an orthopedic surgeon turned shoe designer.
Okay.
And I have always said, why can we get a man on the moon, but we can't get a woman down the street comfortably? So I wanted to use technology in order to create better fitting and more comfortable, sexy heels for women. But we also make shoes for men because our technology is good for everyone. So I want to show this carbon fiber piece here.
Yep.
And it's made out of carbon fiber as well as a nanotechnology resin. And it comes up to increase the surface area that is in contact with your feet so that there's less pressure concentrated for women, it's over the balls of their feet,
Right.
And it's more stable. So that's the first thing we do to make shoes more comfortable. The second is we have an app that does the measuring of your feet. So it does a 3D reconstruction of the feet, and we can look at your feet in various modes, and then from that we come up with basically a plan of how to make your shoes. So our algorithm that we created says, okay, out of the library of last, which is the form around which the shoe is made, this one is the closest. But even in this case, you see where there's pink areas? That is alerting that those areas should be enlarged in order to have a more comfortable fit. So using technology, we're able to deliver bespoke, made-to-measure shoes at scale.
So let me ask you a question on you showed us the back of the shoe and it had the carbon fiber. I've seen plenty of high heels in my life, sometimes closets full of them. What does this do that other high heels don't?
Okay, so other high heels, this surface is completely flat. It doesn't come up to support your arch at all. So imagine you're just walking around all day on your toes and the balls of your foot.
Okay.
This creates a platform for you to put your weight down. So the weight distribution is further back on the arch and on the heel. So it's less pressure over a specific surface area. It dissipates the pressure.
And being a man, first of all, I don't understand how you ladies do it to begin with.
Aren't you glad we do?
Absolutely. But so I didn't, and I always wondered, I always thought that the pressure would be, again, as you said, on the ball, on the there.
Right.
But with this design, then you said that you're moving that pressure. You still have pressure here, but you're moving that pressure up. Do you have an estimation of how much less pressure?
It's 50% less.
Whoa.
Yeah, minimum, because it depends on how much you weigh as well.
Right.
But in percentage-wise, it's minimum 50%. So it's a lot.
Ladies that are listening, would you like to have 50% less pressure on the ball of your foot wearing high heels?
And what it does is that it allows you to wear a heel longer. So maybe because it's also user dependent, right? So it's like a race car. If you're a terrible driver, you're going to crash it anyways, right? But in the hands of Max Verstappen, a really well-built race car, you're going to win some races.
That's right.
So if you are used to wearing a heel for an hour, and then that's sort of your tolerance level because your muscles are tiring, you can get away with wearing them for 2 or 3 hours. So we extend the amount of time that you can wear them.
So I'm assuming you're going to have because every woman needs a set of black high heels, and I'm assuming red too. So you probably have the base colors. I'm assuming.
We have so many colors and so many choices, and so people can either come to one of our pop-up events around the country, which are posted on our website, or they can order online. And how we do it online is that you choose your shoes, and then we send you the app, and you use the app to get all of your measurements, and it's uploaded.
So do they just take a picture of the feet?
Yeah, it's basically the picture.
A picture of the feet.
The technology is, we partnered with IBV, which is the Institute Biomechanical of Valencia, which out of Spain. And it's an image recognition technology, and with an AI to recognize the bony structures. So it's quite accurate, actually.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So let's talk about price.
Yeah.
So I understand the value of a good pair of shoes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've never, especially the fellas out there, if you've never bought like a high-end leather shoes that fit your feet like a glove, you're going to pay a premium for that. I'm just going to tell you, you're going to pay a premium. And but those shoes last forever. So I'm assuming we're talking about a premium product here.
Absolutely, because of the amount of service that we give. All of the shoes are made by hand with some machine assistance in the factory. Our factory is in Italy. So our starting price point is the same as all the other designer shoes, but we give you the added value of having shoes made to your measurements.
So I'm going to assume then probably 400 plus. Higher than that, okay. Because I can get a good pair of men's dress shoes for $400. And you know, another thing too is I'm
double that.
Double that.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling this, and for me, feeling the softness of the shoe. And this is, even though you've got this, that's still very, very soft.
Yeah.
And very comfortable to wear.
Right. And it's all leather lined. And the reason leather lining is so important is because it's the #1 area where manufacturers try to cheapen the product.
Right.
The client usually doesn't notice. But leather is a natural product. So it's going to absorb your perspiration.
I
and
know
be much
the
more
value,
comfortable.
yeah. It's one of the main differences between a cheap pair of shoes and a good pair of shoes.
And it goes unnoticed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So manufacturers try to get away with it, and we don't do that. So.
Is this on the market now?
Oh yeah, we've been selling for the last 4 years.
Okay.
We're launching here at CES because we just finished developing the app and also the in-store platform where you can get your feet measured. We don't have any retail partners yet, but hopefully after the show, we'll develop more retail partners.
Where do you do your pop events? Is it available, the schedule on your website?
Yeah, the schedule is usually about 2 months prior to the actual events. We do it all over the country. This month in January, we're in Florida.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Do you have them in a boutique, or where do you normally have them at?
Typically, we have a big hotel suite.
Okay.
So that people get a feel like it's a nice loungy area.
Mm-hmm.
You know, women come and have champagne
Yep.
and they shop for shoes.
Be a little spoiled.
And be pampered.
Well, that's good. So Aliyah Technologies, what's the website? Aliyah Technologies.
And our brand is Enrico Queenie.
Oh.
And the website is enricoqueenie.com, ENRICO, Queenie. And Enrico is my partner, and he's an Italian architect and product engineer. So these are probably the best engineered heels you'll ever find.
I've been coming to CES since 2006. I've seen a lot of product come across the table. This is the first shoe.
I love it. I love being first.
And again, this is CES, and this is where all consumer products come to be launched and live, and high-end, low-end, you name it. So.
Well, it's about time we use technology to make life much easier for people, right?
That's right. And you know, people have, I'm a big proponent of being comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, and if the ladies can get a few more hours wear without having to, I need to put on my flats.
Yes.
You know, then it's all the better.
I mean, we sold to women who are from NASA here. I love selling to STEM women because they really get the engineering behind it.
Right.
And they're like, oh my goodness, we have to attend so many conferences.
Right.
And yeah, you can get away with sneakers for a while, but if you have a big meeting, you have to put some heels on.
It's like our team, we used to have a little bit of a more tight dress code.
Yeah.
But I said, these floors are so hard.
Right.
Let's just, everyone can wear what they want to wear. Tennis shoes are fine, you know, but you're right, there's evening events where we have to, you know, up the game. It's not appropriate to walk in with sneakers on. So, all right. Thank you so much for.
It's been the pleasure.
All right, everybody. Wow, very, very cool one, ladies. I'm sure you're very excited, and I'm sure that if you know, you be something that you want to budget for, and for the fellas out there that have partners. Or anyone that has a partner, doesn't just mean fellas, might make a very interesting birthday, anniversary, that type of a gift. So, again, very, very cool, very, very cool product. You just never, she brought the shoe up there, I'm like, okay, we got a shoe going on, that's all right.
All righty.
Okay. So I guess our little menu thing here is down for the count. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, how are you? Go ahead and grab a chair. Okay.
Shall we shake hands, or you want?
Oh, no, yeah, we can shake hands. Nice meeting you, too.
It's an honor.
Yeah, thank you for coming. All right, our next guest is here, and go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us about your product, what you're doing here at CES this year.
Thank you for the time. My name is Joris Kastemans. I'm a Dutch founder and CEO of my startup WISP. And the idea for WISP started because of the fact that I'm stuttering myself. I'm a mild stutterer, but when I'm tired and stressed out, I will start whispering more.
Right.
And the core idea of WISP, we develop speech technology that converts whispered speech into a natural voice. So we convert whispered speech and vocal cord impaired speech into the person's natural voice. And it's meant for people with voice disorder, like people with throat cancer, vocal cord paralysis. And it's a real-time audio-to-audio based AI.
You know, this is very interesting to me. I have a niece who was in a very severe automobile accident many years ago, and she was incubated for a very long time.
Yeah.
And she had vocal cord damage, and her voice is very quiet. She can vocalize very loud, but sometimes I have to lean in.
Yeah.
So this sounds to me like this might be a product that she might get some value out of as well.
Sure, yeah.
So
Yeah.
tell me how it works.
The core technology is AI. So it's a proprietary AI technology. So we are not using big tech APIs or something. It's built from the bottom up. Like I said, it's an audio to audio based AI model. So it's language independent. It's noise robust. It can work for a whispered speech like this. This is whispering. So
very, very quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, whispering is not using your vocal cords.
Right.
So you articulate your speech on a noise. But people, for example, with a full laryngectomy, they sometimes sound more raspy.
Yeah, that very raspy.
They have to.
It goes down here.
Yeah. So our speech technology is really robust for those broad variety of voices to convert it to a natural sounding voice.
So are you using an app or with a microphone?
Exactly, yeah. So we just launched our iOS app. You can make live conversations with it, mainly for situations where it's noisy, like this. So my booth, it's noisy, so it's a beautiful test case to show the technology. So the patient user wears a little head-worn microphone, and the receiver, the conversational partner, wears AirPods, or maybe when you are with two people and at a party, you want to go from place to place, and you bring a little Bluetooth speaker.
Sure.
So you hold this a little speaker to the ear.
So it takes is the correct word whisper voice? Is that the
whispered voice? Yeah.
Whispered
or
voice
affected voice.
Affected voice. And then does it transform the audio that the person that is wearing the earbuds, for say, or not earbuds, but the receiving device, is it change the sound? Does it make it louder? Or?
Yeah, so the current model that we are now selling, it's a whispered and vocal cord impaired speech enhancer. So it's about boosting the volume of the speech signal and lowering the noise level. Of course, we know noise suppression, but noise suppression is designed for normal speech. That's a big difference because the signals, they are really different.
Right.
So that's our first product. And the upgrade will be soon the whisper or affect voice to speech conversion. So that's the next level.
You know, a lot of people, there's a lot of products on the market for vision impaired, hearing impaired, but I don't think that I've ever heard of a product, at least here at CES, that addresses this. Do you guys have?
I totally agree. Yeah.
Do you have any competitors in the market?
No.
I agree. I know there are obviously there's where you have a microphone and it amplifies, but that just amplifies the existing sound.
Exactly. With regular DSP technologies. That's true.
Very, very interesting. You know, so is the product now only available in Netherlands or?
Yeah, currently it is, but we want to bridge to the US, of course. Currently we are selling via resellers. They have the contracts with the health insurers in the Netherlands. So we are looking for partners to sell the technology in the US.
Is insurance covering this in the Netherlands?
Yeah.
What is the non-insurance base price? So if you get this in the United States, it's going to be hard to get it on insurance initially, but do you have an idea what a retail on this is going to be?
The thing is we are busy with that, and so our current business model is based on a subscription model. So we have to really do more research on the US market. It won't be hundreds of euros per month, of course. But of course, it's a really unique technology. So
I've got a user for you. So you're going to take my card, and when you have this available here, you're going to let me know because I'm going to turn her on to it.
Thanks.
It's really I've for the company that I run, I've been very, very focused on accessibility. And really, you have an accessibility challenge when it comes to the ability to communicate clearly, to be able to be confident in talking to people. So I'm excited about this product. I think from everything I've heard so far today, I think this is pretty...
That sounds good.
Yeah, pretty high on the list. How's your response been at the booth?
Really amazing. I had a talk about a potential acquisition already.
Wow.
I don't know, but let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, it really resonates. It's a clear story. It's a concrete problem that we solve, but such a huge problem because being able to communicate is such a primary need in life, right?
Yep. I work in the podcasting space, so we're all about talking and telling stories. And I have, I've had friends that have had voice issues that affected their shows, and so it's one of those things where it can happen to anybody at any given time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's interesting from your standpoint that you really built this product for you.
True. Yeah. So my stuttering problem was the basis and at the start of the product.
Is on the stuttering issue, is it oftentimes it's tied to tiredness, tied to the volume? If you keep the volume down, like you said, it's not as much of an issue. What is the
it's it's a really strange mechanism, right? But it's about a neurology.
Yeah.
So the paths change. And the thing is, you build up a certain anxiety from when you start speaking.
That's right.
Being a child, so that anxiety builds up.
It kind of adds
to
it.
But whispering, you didn't learn to build up anxiety. So I think it's a combination between those two.
Right.
A neurological and a something you experience.
This is exciting. Congratulations to your product, and look forward to see wide success for this.
Thanks a lot.
So it's Joris?
Joris, yeah.
Okay, Joris. It's kind of funny. I have a good friend. You probably already know who he is. Do you know Adam Curry?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
He's a good friend.
He's a Dutch
so,
guy.
So I'm going to be telling him.
He doesn't know me.
I'm going to be telling him about this too.
All right.
Yeah, because
yeah, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
He just had a whole bunch of dental work done, so he's been talking a little softer because of the dental work. So, yeah, very, very cool. So anyway, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. And I hope that, and I think, I mean, sometimes you hear people talk out loud and you're sitting beside them, you don't know them, and they are having conversations you don't want to hear. So I think for mass market, it has potential too.
Additional
to
potential.
Have it in your phone, to make phone calls in certain situations that you want to have more private calls or not disturbing people around.
There was just a guy up here like 15 minutes ago that had a Darth Vader mask that you was speaking to because of that same issue and not wanting, because we're working remote and everything. So you're right. There's probably a mass market for this for those that don't have issues as well. Yeah. No, very, very good. You're starting to realize how vast of a opportunity you have.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And where can they find it? Is it wisp.com?
Wisp.com. Yeah.
WHISPP.com. So spread the word out there, folks. And if you know someone that wants to, it might be a business opportunity here for distribution in the United States. Wisp.com. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
for
lot.
coming on. Very cool.
Bye.
Yeah. Holy cow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner on like the last 2 or 3 interviews. Very, very awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and the reason I know him is because, okay, let's go do an outside shot for a second. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. No, so it's okay. He can come back. Basically, he was the one who invented podcasting. So I was one of the first 40 or so podcasters. So I've known him all these years. All right, I'm back. Didn't you think that was a cool product?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
it's interesting.
Anytime we can help individuals that, I can't imagine having a stuttering challenge and how frustrating. And you can actually, I've known a few people, and you just see, as he said, the anxiety goes up. And I actually knew a naval officer that had a slight stuttering problem. And sometimes we would be flying, and he would be on the radio and talking to someone, passing report, and you could feel the tension. When he was having challenges, and you felt bad for him, know. And this tech, man, it could be life changing for people.
And a game changer as well.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of with disabilities, I think that technology has recognized that.
Yeah.
And come out with different needs for years ago there wasn't anything like this tech.
Right.
So I think I was fascinated by it, and it's
And some people may not want to wear a microphone,
right?
But I think that it's cool. It's cool to see. This type of stuff really makes me want. This is why I come to CES, to see stuff like this.
Absolutely. Some things you've never seen before, and because I know you've been here for years, but me, this is my 4th year, and every year I see something different, and unique, and cool, and
yeah. So it is awesome to be quite frank, and I hope the listening audience understands really here the true value on this. So Yeah, you can. Yep, Scott's going to jump in here with me because I think we've got a guest of his that he wants to talk with as well. You want me to slide over, or are you okay? Or all right. While we're waiting for the next guest to come up, I will talk about. I was down at in Innovation Land. And the folks from Case were there, and Case had one company called iRideUSA.com. You think, okay, what does that mean, iRideUSA.com? So how often, Scott, have you went to look for a local traffic cam?
How do you mean by look for? Wait for notifications when I'm driving that it's an unsafe place, or
no?
Like to climb a pole and take them down.
Have you ever used? Of course, most of us use Waze and the different apps to see if there's bad traffic. But when I lived in Honolulu, I would actually load the highway traffic cams to see the volume.
Hold on, just a second. In the past, Michelle. In the past, he's put the hat back on over the headband. Put it on, and then put the hat back on. We've done that, and you've also held it.
So what this company has done is they have consolidated 42,000 traffic cams.
That's a lot of traffic cams.
All across the United States into one website. So if you load the app, and you want to see what's happening up 50 miles down the road, you can just push on the button, it loads a traffic cam. So they've consolidated 42,000, because, every municipality has a traffic website, and they're all junk.
Sure.
Right? And, you can't find them.
Yeah.
So I thought
guy from California would probably be most interested in where traffic cams are.
So, So, again, it's basically, it's those ones that are stuck in the highway, and it's just looking at, and I'm sure it's used for traffic control, but sometimes when there's a wreck, usually Waze will tell you where something, but often when I was in Honolulu, I would use it to see how the volume was, how it was moving, if it was going at 5 or if it was going at 35.
That's clever.
That's
cool.
Because in Honolulu, the traffic, my friend, sucked.
Yes, it.
And I will leave it at that.
You complained about it often.
Don't have to worry about that no more. But anyway, let's go ahead and move to our next guest. It's Benji Locke. Is that the right way to pronounce it?
That's the right way. Yep.
All right.
You got it right.
All right. Give us Scott wanted to jump in here, so go ahead.
Long-time friend, but for those who don't know, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, no, but I mean, first of all, it's great to be back. I mean, it's been a couple years of struggles with COVID and all that, and finally you can see that the energy at CES is finally getting a little bit back.
It's correct. It feels like CES.
It feels like CES, so I'm excited again to be part of you guys' journey here too. We know each other from the days that I started at Eureka Park. So basically, Benji Lock is the world's first traditional lock with fingerprint technology, which means that you can open it with the ease of your fingerprint, but also with a traditional key.
Awesome.
And that same technology of this padlock, we've brought it into a travel lock, regular lock, sport lock, bike lock, door lock. So it's been great, And the beauty of CES is it's all about innovation, but it's also about giving. And this year, Benji Lock, we partner with Canon, and we're sponsoring tomorrow a big CTA Foundation stage with a lot of up-and-coming startups. So we will have a big presence there tomorrow afternoon.
Giving back to where you started.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And when you first came to CES, how big was your booth? Was it 10 by 10?
Not 10 by 10, the smallest at Eureka Park.
Yeah.
And did you put it on a credit card?
It was probably, that's a really good question. It was a mix of credit card and loans from friends. And believe it or not, now you're bringing me back to those days that, holy smokes. I remember we took a enterprise van and we packed it up with friends, family. And that's how they actually helped me out, set up the booth. We all stay in one room, 5 of us. Crunched up because money was tight, but the opportunity is there, and I'm a believer that you have to take a risk.
So, the story I like to tell, and it's really kind of on a whole different scale, is in the early years, I walked into this booth of this little brand new company called GoPro.
Yep.
And they literally, I think they had a 10 by 20 at the time. That was just their little, and signage wasn't great, and you know, and it was, and here they are, we're showing off the first GoPro, and they didn't get a lot of attention at the show, but there was a few of us, and now, I don't know if they're here, but they probably got a 100 by 100 foot booth.
Yeah, yeah.
They probably got a massive, you know. So I always like to see stories like this where, you know, you start out small and then you're coming back, the product's grown, you've seen success, you've got distribution deals. And you know what I like about this product too? I have gotten some locks before from other companies, and none of them. What if the battery dies?
Right. That was the thing. So that was his plan right from the beginning. When Marissa interviewed him in
2017.
17?
It was just a prototype.
He had a prototype, but his whole thing was it needed to have a key.
Yeah.
It couldn't just be biometric because batteries die. Things happen.
I have a
so
lock.
having the physical key was always an important part of his
I
thing.
have a lock from a very well-known big company that I had to because the battery died, and there was no way to go doot 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 doot, and it was not a fingerprint one. It was one of those where it had a number face on it.
So the door lock. So the door lock does all three. So it does bio, it's got a pin, and then when all else fails, there's still a key.
Yep. And you know what? One of the biggest hit that we had is also the bike lock. I got to send you guys the bike lock. That's been a great hit. Easy to use. And, you know, the whole thing with Benji Lock, too, is that it has a story behind the brand, so a lot of people really relate to it because it's kind of like, you know, we're all entrepreneurs here. We're all making it happen, and it's always, you know, always good to give back. And that's the reason that I'm here this year, because I feel like, you know, I started downstairs in Eureka Park, and I see a lot of startups up and coming, and they're battling to try to get out there. And I think what we're doing tomorrow is going to be super cool. We partner with Canon, but also the CTA Foundation.
Nice.
Which is kind of like, you know, age and disability and giving back to the community. And, you know, what a way better way to do it, I guess. So
and it's a different experience for you at the show this year because you don't have your big blue booth.
Yep.
You're not an exhibitor, but you're a CTA partner this year. It's a very different experience.
I know. You know, tell you the truth, that I'm so used to the juggle. Oh my God, stressing out, packing out the booth and all that, and making it happen. And then the show starts, and your adrenaline now has to go through the roof because you have set it up, and now you got to exhibit.
Now you got to be on.
In this case, it's kind of fun because now I'm actually able to enjoy the show for the first time.
Right.
So I actually like that this year.
And, you know, one thing, too, just going back to product for a second.
Yeah.
I hate going to the gym, putting my stuff in the locker, and having to have a key while I go work out. I want my keys to stay in the locker. I want to come back to the locker and unlock it.
100%.
So you know what happened, Todd? This is interesting. So the idea, back in 2014, I started going to the gym at night, and a gentleman left the key inside the locker, and he locked himself up. And when he comes back from his workout, he's like, oh, man, my key is inside. He's like, you know, what do I do? So he calls the manager. The manager comes in, and he's trying to use like a bolt cutter, a drill, a hammer. Finally, they ended up opening it up, and there's the key. And I'm looking at all this, and I'm like, wow, how come there's not a lock that you can open with your biometric, but also with a key? And you know, so sometimes ideas happen. And, you know, now you're at the whole thing of forgetting combinations and leaving the keys inside and you know, so it all works out. I think there's always a different use case depending on the person and all that. So it's exciting.
Yep. I've used it on lockers in and out of gyms. It's perfect for
and
a
even
locker.
just shed locks.
Yeah.
You know, it is something you don't worry too much about. I'm assuming you can probably put more than one fingerprint on these, right?
Yes.
So, you know, your kid, you know, the significant other, you know, that way, you know, and then you don't have to worry about put the key back somewhere where it's stashed, where it's going to be there if you need it, and then you just use your finger on it.
Yep. No, and the beauty of it, too, is that, you know, again, I'm not saying that in the future we're not going to be connected, because connection is always key. You know, our phones are kind of like our keys these days. But to this day, BenjiLock has been non-connected. So every product is still very personal because of that whole privacy issue. That's a big thing now.
It is.
So we have a good sideway on that end, that being non-connected, very private, it's up to you and up to 10 fingerprints. So it's very personal.
Right.
So I like that aspect of it. So I think we have a little bit of an advantage versus the whole connected world.
I've done product reviews on a couple of you know, fingerprint, deadbolt, pin, you know, whatever, all deadbolts, and the one that is on my front door is yours because it's not connected. Because I didn't want there to be some security glitch that somebody can send a Bluetooth command and unlock my door. Well, then why the hell do I have the lock on the door?
Yeah.
So I've probably got four or five deadbolts sitting in my garage, but the one that's actually on the door is the BenjiLock one because it's not connected.
Oh, that's interesting. No, that's exciting to hear, you know. But yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. It's a great show. It looks like the energy is back. You guys are back.
Yep.
And what better way to kick it off, right?
So is your event, where's that actually going to be at tomorrow?
It's going to be at the startup stage in Eureka Park.
Okay.
So basically where BenjiLock started, we're now decided that partner up with CTA. They have a big event with up-and-coming startups, and it's a whole pitch competition. We also have Albert Lawrence. I would love to bring him over here. He's one of the hosts for CBS Innovation Nation. He's going to be hosting the show. So I think it's going to be jam-packed up, energetic, and, you know, people that see me every year at CES, they'll probably going to see the version of myself very upbeat up there, because I really want to feel like I want to give back to where it all started. So I'm excited about it.
I was talking just before you guys came on about a couple of products that had left here, and you can always look at a product and you think, are they going to be here next year? Especially if it's a prototype.
Yeah.
And you hope they will, but you know that they've got a big road decline.
82%, I think, was the stat we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That don't make it.
And it's one thing, and you know, when you dump a bunch of cash, and it's usually family, friends, and then you're like, oh man, let's hope the right person walks by. Please. So that's why we like to talk to people that are bringing stuff to market too. Sometimes we kind of roll our eyeballs a little bit, but you know, sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't.
And sometimes we get truly excited about something.
Yeah.
I've been so happy to be part of Robbie's journey, from non-working prototype in the
I know
to Shark Tank to.
You know, it's true, like what you were saying, Todd, that downstairs in Eureka Park especially, there's so many companies every year. And like that's a good stat, 82%, huh?
That's a number that I've heard a couple of times around CES on startups that don't make it out from year to year.
And you know, and part of it, we could go into a whole hour of conversation. When I'm walking by booths, if I can't tell what you're doing within 3 seconds, and I say, they need, we should hold a vendor 101.
A whole session about it, right?
Just to what you need to do to get my attention, what you need to get, because if
Jamie was just downstairs, I should have pitched it to her. I didn't even think about it.
If I can't see what you're in, I actually do this with my own company. We do, like, we're getting ready to do some new trade show designs. I'll run that through a focus panel. I'll say, here's the booth design. What do you see in 3 seconds?
I like that approach.
And what are you going to stutter, step, or stop? Or are you just going to keep on trucking?
Right. Because when we, especially in Eureka Park, right, the booths are all the same. There's a little sign.
Yep.
And you walk down. There's got to be something to catch your attention. Either you have to be actively, look at me, coming over the table, or there's got to be something in the booth that says, this is the one.
That's right. And if I stutter, if I do a short stutter walk, that's your sign to grab me, you know, because you've got me almost, and I'm almost ready to turn my head. So yeah, there's a whole art to it.
Yeah.
There's a whole 101, you know, to close it out on that, because when you're exhibiting downstairs, and I keep telling that, and I'll give that reminder tomorrow to a lot of these companies that, hey guys, like you were saying, there's time, effort, money that goes into this, and if you actually believe in what you're doing, you should just not be just in your booth sitting down and that's it. A lot of companies do that. They don't.
And signage is cheap. You can do a pull-up for $150, a good one. And all I need is 3 bullet points. Boom, boom, boom. This is what I do, and I'm going to stop.
And maybe a picture.
Something.
Make it colorful. Make it a good color. Certain colors attract. Blue, red.
If I have to read, I'm gone. I'm not going to stop.
Yeah. If there's more than 20 words,
it's
too long. We're out.
Too long.
It's
Yeah.
way too much.
It's true. Well, let's see what happens at Eureka Park. Let's see what's the next big thing.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'll be searching too myself.
BenjiLock.com, right?
Yep. Yeah. So anyone that is interested in BenjiLock, BenjiLock.com, and we're available at your nearest retailer: Walmart, Best Buy, Home Depot. And to close it out, please come to the startup stage tomorrow. We're gonna be there between 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's a CTA Foundation pitch. BenjiLock and Canon are sponsoring, and it's going to be a really cool show. So
awesome.
Yep.
Congratulations on your
Likewise,
success.
Todd. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Yep.
PLUGHITZ rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am being told that I should stay, so I'm going to stay, and that means I will catch up with Robbie later. So
Okay.
So for me, truly, I do. I've got boxes of these deadbolts. And I've done several product reviews on them. They keep sending them to me. I've got several of them, but his is the one that I actually use on my house.
Right.
Because it's not connected. There's no way for there to be a security glitch with Bluetooth or whatever, because there is no Bluetooth.
Right.
There is no Wi-Fi. I don't have to worry about a hack.
Okay, so next up is we have Mike Guerrera?
Garina. Think of Marina or Perina.
Okay, from TWT Audio. So, Mike, welcome to our CES coverage.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, tell us what you got going on here.
So we've got we got headphones, headsets we make. We're introducing a consumer brand. We've for a long time we were in the education space. That's where I started out. I was actually a tech director, teacher.
Okay.
And came up with the concept after we were breaking all our headphones, something that's super durable and something that is more sustainable. So while we were doing that, we learned how to make really good audio for a very low price.
Okay.
So I work with an engineer named Mark Howlett, and he's worked with Elton John, Jackson Brown. He was the engineer on The Pretender. Also, his company was the company that did all the audio for SpongeBob on Nickelodeon. Built studios for a living. So now we build studios in your head.
Okay. Awesome.
And we do it in a way like we port the drivers. We find ways to poke holes in them so that we can get the best sound possible without having to have a $10 driver in there. And so one of the things we've done recently is we've introduced this new product. It's a modular headphone. So you can replace the ear pads. So if you wanted to change out to a different style, you could. Or if they start going, like these or whatever, you now have the ability to do that. The other thing you can do, too, is you can swap out the cable. It's a modular cable.
Smart.
So if you want a USB, you want to plug into your phone, you can swap it out. Or if you're an audiophile, we're coming out with an audiophile headphone, you can put a 1/4 inch into it.
Okay.
If the headphone ever breaks, you're replacing the cable and not the actual headphone itself.
Because they always fray.
Yep. Right here and at the end. The strain reliefs are... They keep them longer than they used to, but they're not going to last forever.
Yeah. Yeah, so the other thing we're introducing, we have an esports line. And this is a prototype right now, but check it out.
You've caught my attention.
This actually is, so it looks like you've played the game, or you've actually been in the game, and you've survived the battle. And so we're putting textures on a lot of our consumer line products. So we have a Bluetooth that's going to have like a digital, almost like an audio reading a meter on it.
Oh, like a VU?
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
And so it's going to, and then our our audio file will have like maybe some metal or some more kind of refined look to it. And we think it's a way to stand out. You know, headphones kind of all look the same, right?
Yep, that's true.
So we're trying to make it so that when you see it, you're like, wow, that looks cool. Now let me listen to it. And so with the esports, we partnered with a company, with an organization called NASEF. And they are basically they do a lot of the educational esports programs, seeding them, starting them up. And so we're their official headset for their program. So we just came in October. We introduced our first gaming headset. We're really into the sound of the music, but this one we didn't even put music on it. We listened to footsteps. We listened to gun blasts, wind, all the atmospherics, and we built more of a Foley-based headset versus a more one that would be more on audio. So that was a great process. My wife and I were the head testers. We're also the founders of the company.
Nice.
And so that's been a fun project for us.
So you mentioned right up top durability.
Yep.
So for me in a gaming headset, that's massively important.
Absolutely.
I have a gaming and esports center that some of us on the tower right now own in Tampa.
Yep.
And we break headsets. I've been open since July, and I have replaced every headset in the center once.
Okay, well, that's a great conversation we can have because we've our first headset's based on what our product's called the Duro. So it's actually got durable and Duro built into the product.
Awesome.
And it was developed for the education because, again, durability is the #1 for education.
Right.
You can't say, listen to Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon on these, it's going to blow your mind, because that's not what the buyers are looking for.
Sure, sure.
We do that, and we do a great sounding headphone.
Right.
But, the durability and the comfort, too. When you're going to have these on for long periods of time, they got to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And so all of our products are designed from the ground up, looking at those, whether it's over the ear. We have a product called the Ergo. It's actually an angled on ear. So it fits exactly over your ear versus pushing on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're looking at use cases where people have to have these on, whether they're doing a Zoom or what have you for long periods of time. I use it myself.
Or this show.
Or this
Right.
show. Yeah. So again,
and believe me, at the end of the day, with these headsets, your ears are hurting.
Yeah.
Understand. Yeah. So
especially since we've had them for 11 years.
Right.
They were less so in the beginning.
There you go.
but-
Well, I like about these too is that they're ear shaped. So they actually, the way they sit, they actually block out the noise a little bit better too as well. So like I said, we just try to do something that from a solution perspective versus, that's where we start. We always look at, how can we make something better or how can we make it the best possible that we do. And so we just recently rebranded. So we're TWT Audio. We're just getting it out there. We're really excited about being able to move kind of outside the channel that we started and seeing how well we can do with the general population with some products we think are going to work well.
I love the idea of tuning for Foley as opposed to music. What a clever idea. I don't know that I've ever, and we've gotten a lot of headphone pitches over the years.
Yep.
I don't know that anybody has ever made that pitch to me, including in the esports space.
So the question that I have for you here is, what's the price range on these?
Good question. So I can ask you how much you think this costs.
Okay, so if it's, followed everything you've said, you try to keep the driver price down, I'm going to say that's $24.95.
$29.99.
$29.99.
You were very close.
Right in that space.
All right.
And this is all of our other products are lower priced.
Yep.
With education, at least starting there, they've got a ceiling.
Yep.
But what we like about this is the sustainability. This could be a 10-year headphone for you.
Okay.
Right. So, we have a headset version coming out in February of this as well. So that will be available in actually whatever cable you want because you can swap them out, right? So you can kind of put whatever you want on.
How about your eSport line?
So our eSport line it's called the Victory Series.
Good name.
And so the what's called the 250 XG, which is what's going to be the base model, that's $39.99. This one we're looking at probably about $79.99.
Okay. Yeah. That's right in where I would expect esports headphones to be.
Absolutely.
And you have planned for durability. So
100%.
That
Well, we know who uses them.
Yeah.
So does this one have the same situation where the jack comes out?
Absolutely. So what happens is you have a screw in there. So we found that we want them to stay on and not disappear.
So you don't have to worry about
So just a little screwdriver, boom, and it's out. Swap it back in. For our consumer, more responsible users, they could probably even keep the screw out.
Sure.
Because it stays in there fine.
But for us,
yes,
we don't have to worry about somebody pulling it and running.
Exactly.
Or you upsell and say you can have your own cuffs and sell the cuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we actually do sell headphones.
And when they
in
walk
the shop.
in, then you just use their cuffs.
Yeah.
And again,
move.
I think it's for obviously being sanitary and being clean has been something that's more important.
Yeah.
And so for us, even if people swap these out, they're sharing them. You can again have your own cups, bring them in, and you don't have to worry about that as much.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Very
well,
cool.
thank you. I'm going to give you a cut.
All right. Awesome. So twtaudio.com. Okay.
Yep. And we're actually Think Right Tech on social media.
Okay.
So our company name is Think Right Technologies, coming from the education space. So
obviously on the market. This one's coming.
This one will be probably Q2.
Okay.
This is available on Amazon right now.
Okay.
Yep. So we appreciate the time.
Very cool.
Outstanding. Thank you so
cool.
much,
All right, thanks,
Mike.
guys.
Congratulations.
All right, appreciate it.
Have a good show.
Okay.
Very, very cool. So here we go. We go from shoes to
locks to headphones
to audio impairment products. It's been
you never know.
The whole scheme here.
Well, I'm going to follow him.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
And I will see you later.
All right. So I was talking with a company downstairs. Again, it was part of I think Cincinnati. Yeah, it was one of the universities, and it was called Sweat ID. At yoursweatid.com. And you're thinking, yoursweatid.com, what is this? And, we all sweat. Some sweat more than others. But sometimes during sports, people sweat at different rates, and there's a whole host of things that happen for athletes. These folks have built a sensor that allows you to build a personal profile for running, tennis, you name it, any other physical activity, and it shows shows what basically is coming out of your sweat and how you're losing different electrolytes and so forth. So they can build a profile that tells you on an individual basis, based upon your activity and temperature of the day and a few other things that go into it, of exactly what you should be ingesting. Whether you should have a specific number of milliliters of something added to a sports drink or whatever it may be. So very interesting product being tested with the military, with athletes. Apparently some companies over in the UK he couldn't talk about, which was pretty cool as well. So I think our next guest is just about ready to come up. And so are you good?
Yeah, I think I got all tangled.
Okay.
No, got untangled. We're good.
All right. There we go. Yeah, we got a product we're plugging in here. And looks like it may be booting up. Oh, yeah. Familink is starting, so it's just getting going here. And I'll move my iPad out of the way. So we'll give him a second to get his device ready. But, yeah, for those of you who just joined us, I was downstairs in Eureka Park earlier looking at the startup space. I really probably got through 20% of it, and there's a few vendors I want to go back because they were just slammed when they come in. So are you ready? Okay, so let's go ahead and bring our guest on. And I want to welcome Alexis to the show with a company called Familink. All right. So let's talk about your product.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
So Familink is a solution to share photos with the older generation. We plan to help people to receive photos from people who are aged 85 years old average. So we wanted to have a product as simple as possible. So that's why we created Familink. Familink is a connected photo frame that is the ultimate in simplicity. It can work without Wi-Fi because there is a integrated 4G SIM card.
Awesome.
So there is no menu, no settings, nothing to do on the frame side. But for the family, they will be able remotely with the app to send photos directly into the frame.
So one thing that you hit on a point here immediately that has been an issue. I bought a frame for an older generation family member a number of years ago, and I had to go into the house, get it connected to their Wi-Fi, you know, get everything set up, and then about 2 weeks later, they're like, it's not updating anymore.
Yeah. So this one is really plug and play. You just have to plug it on a power outlet, and it will automatically start, and it is already connected because the SIM card that is inside is already installed and it's already activated. So basically, you just plug it in, it will start, and it will be able to receive the photo instantly.
It's tied to the account. So then I'm assuming then, I'm just going to make an assumption here, that it basically does some of the same type of activities that happens with other type of photo frames like this. You can set up to have a rotation.
Yeah.
You can push pictures to it on a regular basis. I think you've hit something here that has been missing. I don't know if there is any other, at least I have not seen any other product to date that is connected like this through a 4G.
Yeah. There are several Wi-Fi photo frames on the market.
Yep.
And this one is the only one with a 4G SIM card that can work in several countries, so you can bring
sure.
everywhere. And also the other difference is it is designed for the older generation, so really it's easy. We don't provide the weather forecast or news or this kind of features.
It just
pictures. It just display pictures, and that's it. On the device endpoint, there is nothing to do. You can just send a like. There is a heart button, so you can push this button to send a like, but that's it. Also, it is you can slide with your finger, but
sure,
it's not necessary. If you some people are afraid to touch the screen because maybe they have Alzheimer's disease or this kind of condition, and they don't want to touch it, and that's fine because it will just display the photos. It will turn off at night. It will turn back on in the morning. So yeah, you have nothing to do on the device side.
My mother's in her 80s. She's very technical savvy, but I know there's a lot of people that are not. Can this be, so let's say I buy this for a family member. Can I share this account with my sister and other family members to be able to send pictures? How does the actual account sharing and that type of stuff work?
Exactly, yeah. The idea is that you buy this product for your mother, for example, and then you will invite other members of the families, or your siblings, everyone you want to be able to share photos on the frame.
Okay.
So you just share a link, and they click on the link, then they can create an account. And if they don't want to create an account, they can just send the photos by email because there is every frame has a unique email address. So if you don't want to download any app or don't want to create any account, you can just send your photos by email, and they will be directly sent to the frame. So you just have to remember the email address of the frame, but that's it.
Is this product available in the United States?
Yeah.
Are you on market already with this?
Yeah. So you can buy online on our website, familylink.io.
Okay. What's the price on this?
It's $149.
Is there a monthly reoccurring subscription for it?
So the subscription is required only if you connect it with the 4G SIM card. As I said at the beginning, there is a 4G to Wi-Fi.
Sure. Okay, that ain't bad. Not bad at all. Because you're basically only limited amount of data being transferred to it and so forth. So it's on one of those easy flat rate plans. What are the countries you're in currently with this?
So we started in Europe because we are a French company.
Sure.
We started in France, Germany, and now we are in Canada and United States.
Different frame colors, or are they all brown?
No, this is the only color, only size.
Okay, awesome. This is, how about videos? Only pictures?
No, only pictures. I can show the back of the frame.
Yeah.
Only photos and also text messages. You can send text messages. For example, it's very convenient if you want to recall your mom that you will come this afternoon. So you can just text her that, don't forget, I will be here at 4. So only text and messages because we wanted to have as I said, really the best in simplicity.
Very, very cool. $149. First two months or three? First 3 months, the connectivity is free. After that, you pay $6, $7 for monthly, or if you want to, you can connect it via Wi-Fi. So probably the best way is do both. connect it to Wi-Fi and have the cell, because if the Wi-Fi disconnects.
Yeah, actually, you can take the subscription, then cancel anytime, then resume it anytime. For example, you don't take the subscription because your mom is at home and she has Wi-Fi, and then suddenly she goes to a hospital, so you take the subscription for 1 month, then she goes back home, and then you can cancel the subscription. You can cancel and resume anytime.
Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you for showing this to us.
Thank you.
And again, it's familink.io.
Exactly.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Alexis, for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me.
Outstanding. You know, I have a frame somewhere, Kirk, that is like probably in a closet buried underneath a pile of stuff because it just was too much of a pain to maintain.
And I have to agree, as far as elderly people won't really, they're used to having the picture in the frame, take the backing out of it, slide the picture in. So some aren't really, technically versed into that. But it's easy to do, Why not?
But I think too, it's a product that is, folks that are younger. My mom's in her 80s now, and she's got a cell phone, and if I want to send her a picture, I do it via SMS.
Right.
But it is nice. I think that from a more traditional standpoint, older people do like to have the picture frame per se.
Yeah.
And I have some picture frames at the house, but not that many.
Yeah, same here.
And it's actually kind of sad if you think about it. Because
I think I have 2.
So...
Yeah.
I do want to thank, we've had some folks that were live streaming the show that were contributing Satoshis to us. We do appreciate that. Those that came in through Boostagrams and for the contributors to the show. You can contribute to our coverage here at CES by going to techpodcast.com. There's a QR code at the bottom of the website that will take you to our PayPal donation page. So you can help us support the event. This event is being covered largely out of the pockets of the content creators that are here, and your contributions go a long ways in helping out the team, at least buy a sandwich or something to that effect. So we do appreciate when you guys do contribute to the ongoing coverage. And I think today has been a classic example of CES and having this this huge variety of content. I do want to make a comment. My executive producer and the host of GNC Week in Review at GNCweekly.com has been running the camera and set up today. And besides the little audio music we had early, you haven't had to contribute to the bucket at all, Kirk.
Yep,
so
thank you.
You've done good.
Yep.
Kirk does all of my show prep for Geek News Central at geeknewscentral.com. I do, on a regular basis, says Kirk's like a brother from another mother, and we're kind of synced at the hip when it comes. He knows the type of content I like to talk about. And it's very rare I have to go back and dig for anything deeper. You do an excellent job in doing the show prep. And, of course, he does the GNC Weekly with Scott, who was up here earlier as well. So definitely check out all the partner shows, including Don Bain at the Gadget Professor.
The Gadget Professor.
And he is a professor, believe it or not. He is an actual professor. So definitely want to check his show out. And, of course, the PLUGHITZ as well. Marlo from the Tech Ranch will be up here. Marlo's doing some amazing things. He also does the National Day Calendar as well. So we'll be having some of that coverage intermixed with our content this week as well. So definitely we got a lot of great stuff coming to you, coming for the show over the next additional 3+ days, because we've still got a little over 2 hours of content. Many of you are off work on the East Coast, and we hope that you've had the ability to join us for a little bit, or maybe have grabbed some food and we'll kick back and watch. But we've got 2 more hours of coverage today. Again, like I said, Marlo from the Tech Ranch will be up here directly to host the last 2 hours, and hopefully he's got out and seen some stuff today. Kirk, why don't you show the floor a little bit? If we look out on the floor, let's see which camera he's showing. This is directly behind. I would say that the traffic that we're seeing on this floor today it looks normal to me. This is 2019, 2020, pre-pandemic type of traffic, which bodes very well for all these vendors that are here that have shelled out a lot of money. If you think about it from a cost perspective, for those of you that don't know how much it costs to attend a trade show, typically a 10 by 10 booth on average is about $5,500 just for the floor space, not including carpet, electricity, if you want internet, and of course your display. And if you look at the company that's directly behind us here, they've got, let's see if I can see the one that I'm referring to, the one that's called Blume, B-L-U-M-E. They have a 20 by 20, so they've got at least 23,000 just to exhibit, plus I think they've got 5 staff members. So, they're probably looking at a $40,000 to $50,000 bill for just their attendance at this show. So these 4 days that they're at this event, they really have to turn and burn, and they have to get people to stop at their booth, say hello, what's your product? They're looking for distribution deals. They're looking sometimes to get investors. It really runs the gambit. And like I said earlier, oftentimes I've been excited when I've walked this show from end to end, all 40 football fields worth of vendors. And it's the guy that's the first year, he didn't get a good booth spot because he has no seniority at the show. He's taken what he was given. Maybe he's in his product area if he's lucky. And, he's maxed out the credit card to be here. Hotels are not inexpensive to be here at CES. This team does their best to save money by really, we stay downtown. We don't stay on the Strip. Stay on the Strip could be as much for these 4 or 5 days, could be $2,500 to $3,000 for hotel rooms. We typically stay on Fremont Street, try to keep the budget in and around $1,000 for our stay, and we're here for a little bit longer than maybe some of the vendors are because we have a day and a half of setup. Most of us are leaving the Monday following the show on Sunday, but, to bring all this gear in and everything, and these folks probably will incur $2,000 to $3,000 in shipping, including any of these booths that have structures. They've had to pay for companies to actually assemble them. They're not allowed to assemble them themselves. Anytime you see one of these hanging signs, that's a $2,000 to $3,000 bill. So these companies have a lot riding on this show, and to see the attendance and the traffic here, I'm sure is heartwarming to all these, because last year we had not as many vendors, a lot more open space, and all told, including vendors, there was about 40,000 to 45,000 people here, and half of the media presence that is here this year. Now, just so everyone understands, Tech Podcast does not charge for interviews. We make no money from having people come up and share their product with us. There's no charge to be on this show. So we do not do pay to play here. We've been very clear on any sponsors and supporter in the show and on any of the content that we've had rolled into the intro and stuff like that. But people do not pay to come up and see us. And if we ever are paid for a sponsorship, we fully disclose that so that you know that someone has actually, and usually no one pays for an appearance. That's the main thing. But if someone actually comes in and sponsors, and that's a whole different a ball of wax. But it was fun over the past day and a half watching these booths come together. And if you sit here and watch what happens over the assembly, you often wonder whether or not an actual show is going to happen, because things literally come together in the last minute, and the Freeman crew and all the exhibitor or all the employees, the last thing that goes down is the carpet. The carpet goes down about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. They come through and vacuum everything. Matter of fact, oftentimes they're finishing vacuuming when we walk in here between 7 and 8 a.m. To do our prep. And tonight, same process will happen. They'll vacuum the entire show floor. There will be they'll pick up all the trash. But it's quite a spectacle to watch and be able to see an actual show like this come together. We're over in the Venetian property where all the innovation happens. This floor is not the innovation floor. A lot of companies here are well known, at least to us. Some of these are international brands that you may not have heard of before. Some companies come from France, come from China, all over the world. Big Japanese presence here at the show. And, if you look across back there, that looks like one heck of a long walk way back there. So, I didn't know you were showing my head. I had it turned around. I thought you were still showing the show floor back there. Sorry. So, any moment now, Marlo Anderson is going to be... Yeah, I'm ready for him when he's ready. Yeah. So we're going to do the swap out. But again, my name is Todd Cochran. It's been my pleasure to bring you the last 2 hours of content. I hope you've had a good time with me. It's been fun. I will be back tomorrow. I think I have the 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. time spot tomorrow. We will be lit again with new podcast apps. Get yourself a modern podcasting app at newpodcastapps.com. That's the best way to consume podcasts today, with all the brand new features we're bringing to the podcasting space and the Podcasting 2.0 initiative. I'm also the owner of Blueberry Podcasting, or founder of Blueberry Podcasting at blueberrypodcasting.com. That's Blueberry without the E's, because we couldn't afford the E's. We're a full-service podcast hosting provider where you can start your podcast today with best-in-class services, including we give you a free WordPress website, let you map a domain to that. Of course, we give you the ability to create a media kit. We give you world-class statistics, give you all the tools you need to publish your show and distribution and promote and market your podcast. And plans over there start at $20 a month. We do have a $12 plan, but our best plans with all the features start at $20. Hope that you'll consider that, and you can use the promo code BLUEBERRY, BLUBRRY 004, to get 30 days free. I think it's 30 or 60 days free of, and of course, if you start your podcast from the content on this, be happy to talk with you to get you off the ground. So, again, it's been my pleasure to bring you the show, and I'll be back with you tomorrow from 11 to 1. So we'll see you guys, and Marla will be on here in just a short minute.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
And welcome back, everybody. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, coming to you from CES 2023. Let's see. Right now, I have, as my phone or my watch is, I'm officially at 18,903 steps for the day. You know, it's just a small show. Just saying. This place is buzzing today. We had a lot of great interviews that we've put in the can already. Some great stuff. Artificial intelligence is literally taking over the world, and it's in everything from mowers to your kitchen sink to your refrigerator and oven. We just did an interview with a company who has an induction plate that has artificial intelligence built into it. It's unbelievable. It's literally everywhere. So I found that pretty fascinating today. We will have some guests joining us pretty soon, but again, welcome to our continuing coverage from CES 2023 on PLUGHITZ, the Tech Ranch, Tech Podcast Network, and tomorrow we'll be bringing you a special broadcast. Tomorrow's National Technology Day, so the crew from National Day Calendar will be in on this fun as well. And we have a lot of special guests that will be joining us tomorrow, so we want to tune in for that. That'll be 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time, 1 to 5 p.m. Central. I'll let you figure out the rest if you're in other parts of the world. So, but it's been an amazing day so far. Been enjoying being here. This is my 21st year of covering CES. It's hard to believe. I used to have hair, so I guess it's been a while that I've been coming here. But it's a great show. It has a feel of pre-pandemic this year. When it came in this morning, I come around the corner, and I was amazed at the amount of people coming through security. It took a half hour just to get through security, and even though it was a little bit of a challenge, they were moving people through very, very quickly. It's just that many people are showing up to attend the show this year. So I think the estimates are going to be a little off. I think I've heard a lot of people say that maybe it'll be not quite pre-pandemic at about 100,000 people, but it's packed here today. And it's very noticeable when you're walking through the aisles and all kinds of good stuff. But it's been very interesting so far, and really looking forward to tomorrow with National Technology Day and all the things that we'll be bringing to you as well. You know, some of the things that I thought were really interesting, and this might not be what interests you the most about this space, but I always find it fun when you see technologies that emerged maybe 5 or 10 years ago that are now becoming commonplace. And such is the fact with autonomous mowers. And we've had the opportunity today to interview a couple of different companies, Works and Badger, and both of them have autonomous mowers that will mow your grass by themselves. And Badger has one that starts at $600, and that'll do 1/4 of an acre. And if it gets tired, it'll just go back and to its nest and charge back up in an hour or two and go back out and finish the job. Their bigger unit, the $800 unit, yeah, I said it, it's $800. It's just amazing to me. That one will do an acre, and both of those models will be available in the spring of this year. So if you're looking for a sub $1,000 autonomous mower, I just bought a mower last year, a push mower. I mean, it's got drive assist on it, but I think that was about $600, and I have to go out and mow the grass. What I'm talking about here is you set this thing up and you're done. This thing will go out and mow your grass every other day if you want to have a nice manicured lawn all the time, and you don't have to think about it. It's just very, very, very cool. So, but there are other companies. There are like 4 or 5 of them. Didn't get to see all of them today, but I noticed 4 or 5 up here. Whereas just a couple years ago, there was maybe one. Husqvarna, I believe, is the one that comes to mind, and they have a pretty decent one as well. But this is the first time I've really seen anything that is sub $1,000. And I mean, they're in the same space as what you would pay for, a nice push mower now. So I do believe that you're going to see a lot of these autonomous mowers starting to mow people's yards this year. I won't get a weird call on my show occasionally saying, hey, what's that device that runs around a person's yard? I've seen that a few times around town. They'll just be commonplace like your robotic vacuum cleaner. So, and speaking of robotic vacuum cleaners, hey, they talk to you now. They have artificial intelligence built in. Some of them have sensors. This was really interesting. So if you spill something on the floor, let's say you're cooking and you accidentally spill some flour, it'll actually sense that and come and clean it up for you. So you don't even have to summon it, which is, I think, pretty interesting as well. So that was a lot of fun to see. The other thing that I found interesting today was a new standard for plugs. Now, what I mean by that is that there's a company called SkyX. They have been working on this technology for 10 years. They are finally able to bring it out and talk about it. And what it is, it's a new way to, they've basically revisioned the way we do lighting in our homes. So, you know, in the past, you'd have a contractor come in, you know, building a new home or remodeling or whatever, and they'll just put in a chandelier or a light fixture or whatever, and that's just the way it is. It'll stay there until somebody decides it's time to change it, which means you have to rewire the whole thing, right? You got to take down the base, you got to do this. What they've come up with is a base that's been UA certified, and it's just a plug. It's a plug like you would plug your electrical appliances into the wall or charge your phone or what have you. But it's a new kind of plug, and what happens is that your contractors will probably just install these plugs moving forward, and then if you want to put in a fan, a ceiling fan, or a light fixture, you just plug it in like you'd plug in your cell phone. It's very, very cool. And I can see that becoming a much larger platform. We didn't even get a chance to talk about this, but as I was walking away, I mean, all of your things in the ceiling, right? Like your smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors, all of these things, you'll be able to just slide these things in and plug them in. And they're also multifunctional. So this base, for example, has a color changing light already built into it, LED light that provides night lighting. Doesn't matter if you have, a fan attached to it or a chandelier or what have you. So I was pretty impressed with that as well. Visited the folks over at Form Labs today. And Form Labs, if you don't know, are a company that does 3D printing. They actually have the 3D printers, I should say. And they've come a long ways as well. 3D printing isn't just for having fun with anymore. I mean, it's not about hobby modelists, that need to print a part or for their model car or if they want to print a figurine or what have you. They actually have printers now that you use to scale up warehouses. So you can order parts on demand. You can have production where if you're printing or selling 100 items a day, that they actually have these printers that you just set to go, and they will just continue to print and print and print that particular part or multiple parts, whatever you're sending to the print shop. They have a collection bin that sits underneath them. This is a resin printer, an SLA printer, and they have a collection bin that's underneath there, and it'll just continue to produce these parts. When it's done, it opens it up, it pops it off, and then it starts printing all over again. It's pretty amazing, and for anybody who is in the warehouse business, for example, or has a product that is, that can be made with SLA or SLS, which is a powder using lasers and a kind of a form of 3D or adaptive printing as well. If you can make your product with these particular technologies, you don't have to have somebody else making them anymore. You can actually make these things in-house, on site, and sell them, ship them out, whatever you're doing with them, or sell them locally if you're a parts place or whatever. I mean, it's just, the possibilities are endless when it comes to this technology. So it's very, very interesting. And their price points aren't too bad. I mean, they had the Formlabs, the resin printer I was looking at that actually had the ability to do mass production. Starts at $3,600. And you can print your parts for pennies, you know. So it's pretty amazing when you think about that. So artificial intelligence, another big deal. I know I started this segment with that. ChatGPT is all a buzz here. If you haven't checked this out, you can go to openai.com, and you've probably seen our AI images where you type in a series of words like cows pulling snow shovels to a barn in a snowstorm, and it'll create this photograph, you know, type of thing. So you can, whatever you can imagine, you can type that in there, and it'll create images, paintings, what have you. It's changing the way we think about creating images for social media posts, for art, for NFTs, all of that stuff. So it's really, really interesting. But ChatGPT is very interesting and already been integrated into things, which I only knew about it about a month and a half ago, announced to the world probably 2 weeks ago. They were either, I've heard 5 or 6 days, one of those 2 time periods where they got to 1 million users. It was the fastest, whatever you want to say it, to 1 million users ever in the history of the world. And because Facebook, it took 1.5 years, I think. It was, Google they all take time, to get to 1 million users. This is literally taking the world by storm. And if you haven't checked this out, you need to. And now you're wondering, what am I talking about, right? So ChatGPT is basically a chat bot. And I'm sure you've probably used these before, right? So you go to a website and it'll ask you a question like, how can I help you? And you'll type in, well, I'm having some problems with your website. Okay, you can do this, this, and this. So artificial intelligence will start asking you some questions, or you can schedule a doctor's appointment with these things or whatever. Well, this has taken it to a whole nother level. I can ask it to write a children's book about Derek and Brenda and Marlo and our adventures on the shore of Florida back in 1948. And it will write a children's book based on what I just told you. Or if you need to write your landlord a letter because you're having a challenge getting your deposit back, this will actually write the letter for you in a very professional tone way. So what it does is it significantly increases your productivity. If you're having challenges trying to market your business, you can type in there, how do I market my donut shop or bakery shop when it's snowing outside? And it will actually develop and talk about different ways that you can market your bakery when it's cold outside. It's stunning actually what's possible with this. Of course, teachers across the country and schools are trying to figure out, grapple with this situation, because you can actually have it write your term paper or those type of things without really doing much thinking about it. I actually talked to a student not too long ago that at 10:30 at night realized that they had a paper due the next day, and this is like a week ago, typed in the parameters of the paper that they were writing, and it punched out a couple thousand words that he then copied over and turned it in the next day and got an okay grade on it. So this is what's going on with these type of things, but it goes much deeper than that. It can actually code for you. So if you need code for your WordPress website and you have an idea and there's no plugin for it, it could potentially give you the code for that plugin. Or if you need code for an app idea that you have. And I actually experimented with this just a week ago myself, and I'm unable to give you all the parameters of what I'm working on, but I asked it to write code for a particular app I was working on, and then I sent it to my app developers, and they're like, you wrote this code? And I'm like, well, I helped with it. And they're like, you wrote this over the weekend? And I'm like, yeah. I sat down on Saturday and I typed in the parameters to what I wanted, and I got this code. And about a half hour later, they were still like, you did this over the weekend. And I said, yeah, did it over the weekend. And in fact, you know, I was being very vague, of course, like I am with you right now. And finally just admitted that this is an artificial intelligence that wrote this code. And they basically figured that this saved us $100,000 for programmers. And I did it for free in 5 minutes. So the barrier to taking ideas and making something from them has been greatly reduced with this technology. So people who have ideas on bar napkins or whatever, if they have an idea for a website or for a app or what have you, and they can't afford what it would normally take to make those things happen, are now going to be able to create these things. So I couldn't be more excited right now about what's about ready to come at us, because the acceleration curve is going to go through the roof because of artificial intelligence. So I think you better strap in, everybody, because the next couple years is going to be very, very exciting for the human race. And I have no idea where this ends, but I can tell you right now that as of this moment, your life has changed, mostly for the better. You know, there are people out there that are fearful of the Terminator type of scenario where artificial intelligence and robotics will merge, which we're seeing at this show this year to a greater extent than we've ever seen before. And you know, you might you know, have the emergence of another sentient being here sometime in the next few years, and that might be artificial intelligence of some kind. So it's really interesting what's going on, and but like I said, for the most part, it's going to make our lives easier. I guess that's really what it boils down to. You know, when you can go up to your refrigerator and it will tell you, you know, it's dinner time, and you're really not sure what to make for dinner, and your refrigerator will say, well, you have this ingredient, this ingredient, this ingredient. You could make a souffle, or you could make, you know, this or whatever with the ingredients you have in your refrigerator. These are just things that have been unheard of before, that are actually available to you right now. It's absolutely stunning what's going on. I just did a cooking demonstration with a company that has an inductive plate, I guess you could say. Obviously, I'm not a cook, but I enjoy it. You know, I got the one ab here. I've been working on this one ab for a long time. So, but you have the ability to, between that device, it actually hooks up to your phone, and it'll tell you. I made a batch of taffy while I was there, and you know, it told me what to do next, and I just followed the instructions, and it was delicious. I'm pretty proud of that.
So Marlo.
Yes.
That's absolutely fascinating, but more importantly, did you bring me back any toffee?
I did bring you lunch.
Oh, you did? Yeah, you get off the hook. You brought me lunch. Thank you for lunch.
You know what? I could go back and get you some if you want.
No, we'll go interview them ourselves, maybe.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's, for the life of me, it's called Guru.
Oh, that's easy to remember.
Yeah, just remember me, Guru of Geek, right?
Guru of Geek.
Yeah. So you've been in the booth the whole time, right?
I have been I haven't even gone to Nano Leaf right there, or I'm going to Govee at some point.
So that Govee booth, it looks incredible.
I'm going to show it while we're talking.
You know what? I really want to go there, by the way, but I don't, because I'm going to be a lot lighter, meaning that the cash I have in my pocket is going to be gone.
See that chandelier? I
oh
want
my
that
goodness.
chandelier.
It's just stunning. That whole booth is stunning, and
yeah.
I have this thing for lighting. My whole office knows this, because when I get packages that come in, there's always light bulbs in them. They're like, how can you have more light bulbs coming in? And I just think it's cool, the things that you can do with light bulbs nowadays. But yeah, I have to go check out that booth. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So what have you seen today so far here that was really interesting to you?
There was some pretty cool stuff. There was a doctor who developed where they custom make you, like, not you, but like a high heel shoe.
Yeah, I might wear high heel shoes.
You might, and no shade. They had a beautiful red one here. You probably would have liked it.
Don't judge me, you know.
It was high. But they custom make them. They take the parameters of your feet and custom make it with all your pressure points and this and that. So supposedly, I could go to a wedding and dance in a high heel. And
wow.
basically, be okay. It hurts me to think of it.
Yes.
But yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more about that.
Okay. Okay.
What else did we see? There was a little box that you put little figurines on.
Okay.
And the figurine goes to a storybook. And so it'll read a story to your kids.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you actually watched this work today?
Yeah, we had to put on one because they're licensed with a few different things. So luckily they had one that they created their own content for.
Okay.
And they popped that on and we could hear it.
I bet they use artificial intelligence for that.
I'm sure they use.
I don't know. I just, I just shake my head. Have you played with this ChatGPT?
No, but it's all over TikTok.
It's all over everywhere. It's all over the show. I mean, when you walk down the aisles, just when you get a chance to do this, just listen to the conversation.
Okay.
And I did this for a little bit today, and I bet you I heard ChatGPT a dozen times in 5 minutes. People are buzzing about this because it literally is changing the world as we speak right now. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I need to learn more about it. I heard you just talking about it a little bit, but like I'm on that side of TikTok where they say, oh, do this side hustle. And not that I've ever tried any of it, but boy, I tag them and I'm going to do that. And in the last week, every one of them is about that.
Yeah.
ChatGPT. And I'm like, what is that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's an amazing tool. And people always ask me, or they make the comment that, oh, this is just going to eliminate a lot of jobs. So
not necessarily.
I don't think so. I always talk about how we go through evolution, when it comes to technology,
right.
And we always emerge on the other side with more jobs than we have before. What I think is going to happen is those who adapt to using artificial intelligence, those are the ones that are going to keep their jobs because they're going to be much more efficient.
That's my point too. I get a little upset with people that really complain about the self-checkout in the stores.
Right, right.
Because if you adapt and you go, there's a lot more jobs there than just the 3.
Yeah, you're right. They only look at the 3 people who are actually checking things out. But I guarantee you that the superstores aren't laying anybody off. They're just repositioning those people because right now you can't get enough people to work anyway. So it just it makes those places much more efficient too.
Absolutely.
And that keeps your costs down as best they can as well.
Right.
So,
and it's like when it first started, there weren't any people in the checkout line checking you out anyway.
Right.
Like there'd be 20 aisles and 3 of them would be open.
Right.
I like having the option of being able to go and do it myself.
Yes, Now I've noticed in the last couple months when I go in there, that's where the line is at, is in the self-checkout area. Nobody's in the line with people anymore, and I find that funny because you can just walk over there and have somebody check you out, but everybody's standing in line to just check out themselves.
I've heard that.
That is just weird to me. I'm standing there and I'm like, oh, I think that line is open. I'm the one that goes over to that line now because I just don't want to wait anymore.
Yeah,
but
me too.
Yeah,
and I wonder how many of those people are like Instacart and because I think they self-check out themselves.
They do, yeah. And I think the other thing with standing in line, because we carry these everywhere with us now, right? I think we've evolved a little bit when it comes to being in line. Because unless you're in the line to get into CES and you're getting pushed by 100,000 other people, you can't go on your device at that time. But generally speaking, if you're in line at DOT or in a grocery store, you're using this to catch up on social media, on your email, or what have you. So people don't mind standing in line anymore because it's their excuse to get on their device.
True.
So I believe. So yeah.
True.
Oh, we got conversations going on around me here now. So anyway, back to the floor. Let's see. So we talked to too many things today already. Can't remember everything. Hang on one second. So, the lawnmowers already. Yeah, that was fun. The last one we did was 3D printers. I already talked about that as well. Yeah, I know. I can't hear you. Hang on. Talked about that.
I'm trying to think of what else we had here up in the booth today.
That's the problem with the first day, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we got out and talked to a lot of people, but there's so much more of the show yet, and that we haven't seen.
True.
The other thing I suppose is that always amazes me at the show is the amount of knockoffs of things.
Yeah.
I find that, because this isn't just the United States that's here, it's the world, right? So you run into, instead of Polaroid, it's Polaroid or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And but it's the same products or whatever, and you sometimes feel bad. I was Alice and I have been a big fan of Twinkly since they became a thing.
Okay.
So Twinkly is these. Basically, they started as holiday lights, Christmas tree lights, and that type of thing.
I love lights so much.
So you have to check this out. It is crazy cool, Twinkly. And the first year they had a big tree and they had like 2 people here. Now they have a huge booth with 50 people in it. They have literally taken the world. So Twinkly, what they do is that every light has its own IP address. So you buy a string of 500 lights, for example. Each one has its own IP address.
What?
So you can do these crazy things. And the first year was like they had this, like you could turn like your tree could be like a red, white, and blue flag, or you could have the Grinch running across the tree or whatever.
Gosh.
It was you could take a picture. I could take a picture of you, Michelle, and actually in a sea of LEDs on a Christmas tree. It would make some type of, a view, right?
Wow.
It was pretty incredible. But well, now their display this year shows this stuff off. Instead of just having it on a tree, they have a music set up with a band, and of course they have this curtain of lights behind them.
Oh my gosh.
And they got this stuff. So it's not an
Are
LED.
they here or
They're here.
LBC?
No, they're upstairs here. So just go down the row a little ways here and look for Twinkly. It's very, very cool to see them here and how they've expanded over the last few years too. So, and if you like lights, you'll love Twinkly. So,
I love
yeah,
lights.
Yeah. Scott's shaking his head too.
Lights and fireworks are my thing.
So yeah, let's see what else we got around us here. We have Govee, of course. I think you see that in the background here all the time. I haven't been downstairs yet. My big thrill at CES is always seeing the startups, and they're in the floor right below us. Didn't have time to get down there today, but I would imagine that there'll be all kinds of amazing things that are going on there as well. And you'll see a lot of pavilions here too. So you'll have pavilions of different countries actually. So like Japan and Italy, France, the UK will be here. I noticed that Canada has a pavilion here. And I guess a lot of times the person doesn't think about Canada as having as a high-tech country, but they're developing tech up there too. I mean, tech is not universal to Silicon Valley in California anymore. It's
That's
everywhere. One of the things. So Intel, for example, Columbus, Ohio, they just broke ground a couple months ago on it's a 1,000-acre plant. They're putting about $20 billion into the plant right now, so they can start making chips in the United States again. They found or realized that during the pandemic that it's actually a security issue for the United States. If we're unable to create products, there's not enough chips for cars, for example. We ran into that issue. Now there's not enough chips for something else. This seems to be an ongoing thing, and Intel just decided, and probably rightfully so, that they're going to actually bring some of their manufacturing, or they're going to add additional manufacturing within the United States to keep up with this demand for chips. So Columbus, Ohio is where they picked, and they're building 2 plants right now, and chips will be coming out there in 2025. And obviously, chips aren't going away. You need to have these little computer brains that are going to run all these different gadgets and things that we have around here. So, yeah. So, Michelle, do you use do you have Alexa or Google Home appliances around? Do you use any of these things?
I had one of the Fire Sticks that was a box, and it was Alexa for the TV.
Yeah. What was that called? I had a couple of those too.
I don't know what the name of the Amazon Fire.
It was like a brick though.
Brick, yeah, it was, and it did Alexa, and I never really used it for that, other than I didn't really change the channel that much. I use my Siri quite a bit, and I
Okay.
want to start getting the stuff that's compatible with that to do around the house.
Okay.
But I haven't done much yet.
Interesting. So I have a story to share with you.
Okay.
By the way, and this involves my mother. So a couple years ago, my mom never wanted to have the internet.
Sure.
Okay. So out there a couple years ago, and she's complaining about the cost of cable, like a lot of people do. And she's like, and I'm like, what do you mean the cost of cable? And she's like, well, you know, the cost of cable so you can watch television. Well, I was like, you know, I pay for cable because I get my internet through cable, right? Which I think a lot of people are like that nowadays. And so we started talking about this, and the next thing you know, she wants the internet. She's never been on a computer. She's 75 years old. My stepdad is in there too, and they just like, you know, we're too old to learn all this stuff. We enjoy our lives the way they are, and I get that, and I understand that. I'm that way myself
Sure,
with a few
about certain
things.
things,
Yeah. You know, you get to a point in your life you just don't want to learn all this new stuff.
Right.
Let's just enjoy what I do know, right? So anyway, I said I would install a TV with streaming on it because she wanted to have Netflix, right? So at the same time, I thought, you know, they might be interested in having like a couple of Alexas around because I know how much they both like music, especially oldies. You know, my stepdad at the time, he was very ill at that time. And I thought, you know, it'd be great. He was a big Gene Autry fan and all this stuff, right? Things you just can't really get anymore, right? So I put this in, and then I put Alexa in, and I showed them real quick, you know, all you have to do is just ask Alexa to play country music from the 1950s, right? Or music from Gene Autry or whatever.
Right.
And they would, this would actually queue up.
Right.
And anyway, so my stepdad passed away, and my mom continues to use these devices. Well, the day before Thanksgiving, she actually had a fall. And
oh, no.
yes, so unable to get to a phone. So she used Alexa to call me.
Nice.
Isn't that something?
Yes.
Yeah. So and through that process, I was able to get 911 and get ambulance on the way. She lives in a rural part of North Dakota, so none of these services are readily available. You know, I called a friend, and then I was able to go and drop in on her after this because you can use the drop-in feature if they're within your circle. So just like I'm talking to you now, I'm 140 miles away from my mom, and I dropped in and I was able to talk to her while she's laying
Make sure
there.
everything was okay and like
waiting.
keep her.
Yeah. It just added another dimension of what I thought was possible with this technology, you know. And
that's so cool.
It's really cool.
It's
really
even
cool.
people that think they don't need it
That's
might
right.
have a need for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're so easy to use, right?
Right.
So anyway.
I think we're going to adjust the set slightly.
Okay.
I think we're going to have two people,
Okay.
two guests.
That's great.
So Scott's going to come over and maybe move chairs around and scoot you one way or the other.
Well, then I guess are we going to some type of break in the meantime here, or are we just going to?
Let me ask him.
Okay.
Scott, you want me to break? Or are you just going to? He's good to just move stuff
Okay.
around.
Well, then where do you want me to move, Scott? I don't have to move? Well, you know, I am the eye candy of the operation, so.
You are.
So anything that
why
I
we bring
don't
you
have
along.
to do, you know, that's all good. That's my new thing, though, Scott, you know.
Watch your head, I would suggest. There you go.
So what happens if I get injured on set? What happens if I get injured on set? Absolutely nothing?
We give you a cookie.
I get a cookie?
Yeah.
Please hit my head.
Eating the cookie is express consent that like you're not going to turn this in. And
yeah, eat this wonderful chocolate chip cookie, and yes. So, well, we have a couple people joining us. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Great.
We're great. You know how it is. The first day at CES.
I know.
It's a bit overwhelming.
And
we're from Europe, so jet lagged.
Yeah. Well, you both look overwhelmed, so you know. But thanks for being here. And I'm going to guess, since you both are wearing matching, what kind of matching shirts? Chipotle? Or is it Chipolo?
Chipolo.
All right. You can tell I'm hungry. Where's my Chipotle now? Yeah, great.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. Well, okay. I guess it does remind people. You guys should put a little Chipotle out in front of your booth. You know, that'd probably bring a few more people in.
You wouldn't believe how many times we get like a review saying, "Hey, your sauce was not good today," and we were like, "Sorry about that, but probably you got the wrong person."
So, I have a feeling that you have nothing to do with food, right?
Absolutely nothing.
All right. Well, tell me about Chipotle.
Well, Chipotle is a company that was started 10 years ago. So this year we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. Our vision is that we believe that every item should be found. So we are in the finding let's say
category.
Space. Yeah, and we really believe that people should take more time to enjoy life rather than searching for the items that you kind of misplace or lose every day.
Okay. So give me a case study. You know, how would I use your product?
Yeah, very simple. So you attach Chipotle to your keys.
Or in the wallet, or you put it in the wallet.
Then you can just download the app.
Yes.
And, of course, add Chipotle inside. And press the button and the keys are started ringing. So this is the way how you can find them.
So you have two sizes. I'll put the other one over right next to the other one here. So why do you have a smaller circular and then like you said, the wallet size? What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, well, the first, just one more,
yes,
one more thing. We kind of have three form factors. So we have a regular line, which works with iOS and Android, and we have let's say we call it the Spot line. So that line works with Apple Find My.
Okay.
And these two products here are actually from the Apple Find My range of products, and we do have the regular line products, which work similar, but in kind of a different way.
Okay. So case study, you know, you find your keys or what have you, which by the way I lose all the time. So this is something I.
That's why we started.
Yeah, I know. That's why you're here, right? Let's go talk to that Chipotle guy. So the larger one, I mean, so you said you put it in your wallet.
Yeah, it's you know, you can see that
because it's thinner.
Yeah.
I see where you're going here. So you need to have, you know, probably as far as like space goes, they take about the same because you have circuitry or whatever in here that you need. So okay, I got it. So give me something, a story that you've had, you know, or maybe even a couple of stories that you've had about, you know, have you had the opportunity to, you know, save somebody's life yet, or, you know, did you help somebody get through the line a little quicker at Chipotle, or how this is? Yeah.
Well, there are numerous stories, of course, like with every company. We probably didn't save lives, but we get comments that this is a lifesaver.
Okay.
So probably we did save something.
You just don't know that yet.
Yeah. And so of course there are regular stories like, you know, I lost this, you helped me find it. So okay, oh great, that's why we were funded.
Right.
That's why we started the company, because we want to help people. But there are of course numerous funny stories, like we have a user that uses our products to track his turtle in his backyard. That's one of the funniest we have. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yes. So how about an unusual product that somebody has lost that they recovered because of it? Anything along those lines that you can think of?
Oh, numerous. Drones.
Okay.
Drones are something that usually other products. Drone is actually the only thing that pops into my mind.
Drones, I could see this being a big deal on, you know, especially if you have an older drone that you're using, because they didn't have the return back home feature or anything like that. I don't know why I would know that, but
it happened.
I just remember this $3,000 drone that didn't come back one time, you know. So oh yeah, we still don't know where it went to.
Oh,
thank goodness it wasn't my drone.
even that. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Anyway, so very interesting. So these are available now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do we find it?
The easiest way to find it is just our website.
Okay.
So www.chipotle.net. Other than that, we retail in. Of course, you can find it on Amazon or bigger retail chains like Best Buy.
So when you sell these, is it like, you know, a pack of 3, or how do you do that?
Yeah, we do have a single packaging, of
Okay.
course. A 4-pack, a bundle, so those two together. So there are many options.
Okay.
And of course, with the regular line, a lot of colors.
Do you have like corporate situations too, where a company is trying to keep track of a bunch of different things or whatever?
No, for the companies we do printings, so their logo that they can give away.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a promotional.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
gift
that's a good
thing,
idea
yeah.
actually. Yeah, and retail on these.
28, 35.
Okay, okay, pretty reasonable to keep track of your
Yeah,
turtle.
of course turtles are quite
yeah.
expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, especially to yourself.
Yeah.
And of course, bundled up, they're discounted.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Anything I'm missing, gentlemen, that you guys would like to talk about?
I mean, we're just excited that we've been around for 10 years.
Yeah.
We're excited that.
As am I.
Yeah, that
So.
really happened. I mean, we were just a bunch. Our story is very funny. We were a bunch of 7 friends. We were hanging out. One of us was constantly late, and we made a solution for him. And what we found out when we joined Kickstarter, that lots of people have the similar problems.
They have a friend that's always late?
Yeah.
So do you track this friend now all the time?
No. Actually, he has one of these, and now he's not. He's still late, but just not so often. So yeah, that was the story. We have friendship is something that we really care about, and we try to show it in our products. And we're just happy that it works like it does.
So what is the range on this?
The range on this, it depends on what you mean about the range. So the physical range that you can ring this device, it's about 50 meters, 60 meters. So that's about 200 feet. But other than that, people still kind of, since the AirTags were introduced, people kind of now more understand the concept of how this works. But basically, the range of ringing is like I said, but you can always have a look where it is, especially with the Find My line, which updates automatically.
Okay.
And with our product line, it's more of a reminder, so it reminds you, hey, you forgot me, and it tells you when and where the item was last seen.
Gotcha.
So that's how it works.
Your website one more time.
www.chipolo.net.
All right, and available on?
Yeah, Amazon and Best Buy.
All right.
Please come to our booth.
Okay.
Actually, I forgot the booth number.
It's 54 something.
Okay.
We still didn't find a solution for that,
You should probably, yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, out here, if you found a solution to guide people to the booths around here, because the numbering, as you know, I don't know, they should talk to us about putting a numbering system together up here, I think, because nobody can find booth numbers out here. Just saying.
But just you have a great view.
Oh,
and
yes.
Probably they can come here.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Just spot it there.
Just spot it, yeah. So I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Chipolo, everybody. Check them out at their website. You can order them on Amazon. And yeah, go check this out. The problem is when I talk to people sometimes I want to buy these things and I lose stuff all the time. So this is going to be wonderful. Oh, you want to take them with you now?
No.
You sure?
No, you can have them. You can have them.
Are you
can have
serious?
them. Yeah, you can have them. Of course you can have them.
We will
also
bring
have
the box.
we're just going to put them in a box so they don't get dirty or anything.
Oh, okay. Fair
cool.
enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you guys are great. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Nice.
Thanks again. Have a great show.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks.
Take care. Yeah. Check them out, everybody. Chipolo.com. Chipolo.com. And it's a pretty cool device, actually. You can kind of see. Let's see here. I have something to compare it to. There's the bottle top right here, right? Just barely larger than that. So it would make like a nice key fob, right? So if you trying to keep track of your keys or what have you, you can put this on things like your turtles. I think that's great. I'd imagine a lot of pets wear these as well. So there's a lot of great opportunity with that too. So go check them out. So did you want them back? Oh. I think they want to come talk. You can come back in. Grab a mic.
No, I just wanted to ask you, you're an Android user, right?
I am an Android user.
I'm going to switch them and just tell me your favorite color.
Yellow.
Yellow, okay.
You have yellow?
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I love my life. What can I say? I'm going to get some yellow Chipolos. So, and hey, can you guys make sure there's a little extra sauce on those? Okay. Okay. Somewhat?
You want jalapenos?
Oh, spicy. Yeah, yeah. Jalapenos would be great. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Very nice. Hey, Michelle.
Yes, sir.
How's it going over there?
It's going very well over here.
I can't imagine getting reviews for a technology that your sauce was a little off.
That'd be good though, right?
That would be good. Yeah, yeah. That's funny. That is funny. And tracking your desert turtle.
Yes.
Funny. Yeah. What would you track in your life?
I don't know. What comes to mind first is my phone, but
Okay.
I lose my phone all the time.
Yep.
And I walk around the house yelling, "Hey Siri, where are you?" And then she'll say, "Here I am." And
Does she really answer back?
yeah,
Wow.
she's probably doing it right now wherever.
Yeah. You can hear it right now. Here I am.
Wherever my phone is. Yeah, I was actually getting my hair done the other day, and the lady was a little bit older, and so she was asking questions about stuff, and I mentioned that I say, "Hey Siri, where are you?"
Yeah.
And from my hand went, "Here I am," and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I have to tell my mom this," and like, yeah,
Crazy.
I lose stuff all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a cool tool, and I know there's a couple others out there. I'm trying to remember the one in particular Tile. Tile was probably the first one that came out, but of course, better stuff all the time. 50 to 60 meters, nice range as well.
For Tile?
Yeah, or for Chipotle.
Oh, for Chipotle,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I got some air tags so that I don't lose
Chipolo.
my wallet. Chipolo.
We're doing it again.
Doing it again. They're going to kill us.
Yes, yes.
But, yeah.
I forgot to ask them what Chipolo means. I bet it probably has something to do with location finding.
I bet it does.
Or maybe it's just a hot sauce. I don't know.
Or it might be there. He said there was 7 friends. It might be there.
Yeah, maybe it
type
means
of
7
acronym or
something. Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool.
Why don't you check that out for me while
I'm going to look that up for you.
I'm visiting with this young lady next to me here. So how are you doing?
Not so young.
And you are?
I am Morgan from Weddings.
Hello, Morgan. How are you today?
I'm really fine
Yeah.
and really excited to talk about the new product that we are launching today.
One, I'm excited to hear about it as well. How is the show going so far?
It's tremendous,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Everyone is talking about us, and for a good reason.
Okay.
And I have been pitching this product like thousands times this morning.
Well,
so
that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, let's get into it then. So what do you got?
So here I have a U-Scan, actually.
Okay. Let's put it right there.
Right here.
And they'll
yes.
be able to take
exactly.
a picture of that.
So it's a 90mm pebble shape.
Okay.
And actually, this is the world's first at-home hands-free urine lab. You just have to place it into your toilet bowl, and all you have to do is just be normally as usually doing.
Okay. Okay. And then
Yes, it's surprising. Yes, totally.
yeah, yeah. So give me some case studies here. What have you seen so far?
Actually, urine is really an underestimated stream of
Yes.
health data.
Yes.
Why? Because it's the results of our kidneys filtering our blood. It contains more than 3,000 metabolites. And urinalysis is only performed once a year.
Okay.
So do you imagine how wasted we are missing this information? It's crazy. And so the use cases are really enormous, to be honest. As I mentioned, 3,000 metabolites. But what we are focusing on today is launching 2 consumer cartridges because this is a modular platform.
Okay.
It is made of a reader that you can see here.
Okay.
And 2 cartridge as well. So it's a replaceable cartridge.
I see. Okay.
And so how does it work? Maybe I can start with that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I have 1,000 questions now. So
of course.
So let's start with let's say you're pre-diabetic.
Yeah.
All right. So will this actually sense that?
It's possible, actually.
Okay. Okay.
We could do that. But
Okay. So what are you testing for right now? I mean, what kind of results would I get from this?
We are launching first, end of Q2 this year, a first cartridge that is called NutriBalance. So this is this cartridge.
Okay.
And so what we are aiming to do is that we want to help users to have a healthy diet. Why? Because healthy diet actually prevents from chronic condition.
Okay.
And NutriBalance is the first guide, the first solution to actually assess the impact that your water intake and nutrient intake have on your metabolism. And so we are tracking 4 biomarkers for that. The first one is pH, so the acid-base balance.
Okay.
It's to assess how balanced your protein and vegetable intake are.
Okay.
Then we are also assessing specific gravity, so to know how well you are hydrated. The third biomarker is ketones. It's to assess your energy metabolism. For example, if you are burning too much fat, you are producing ketones, and it is showing into your urine, and it's not a good sign, actually. It means that you are missing carbs and glucose to really make your body work and have enough energy to go through your day. And the last one is vitamin C, and it's kind of key, vitamin C, because if you don't have enough vitamin C in your organism, it lacks your iron to be assimilated properly, so you are tired. And if you have too much, you can have kidney stones. So it's all about balance.
Got you. So this is really interesting, and I kid about this technology a little bit on my show, by the way. So, because I talk about smart toilets and all this other stuff, right? And someday somebody's going to start testing our urine, and here you are.
Exactly.
So, but it is actually very interesting, and I agree with you. The fact that it's like tested once a year probably isn't enough, because I mean, what we do in our lives every day is where it really should be, right? So, how does the device communicate to you? Let's say I'm not consuming enough vitamin C. How does the device communicate that to me?
Okay, so maybe first what we can see is how we are taking a measurement.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, we have patented the shape of the product. So I can maybe show it here.
You bet.
So it has a specific shape, so that anywhere that you are peeing in a toilet bowl, we can collect enough urine to make a sample collection. So then, actually, the urine flows all around the product here. Then it goes next to the collection inlet over there. And here we have a thermal sensor, because we can differentiate, thanks to the warmth of the urine, that it is urine and not the flush of the toilet. Then it wakens the device, and the device can use a feature that we have also patented that is called Stream ID. So we can differentiate a user in the household.
Okay.
So if it is a product for you, it will only launch a measurement for you and not someone else. Then once we know that it is actually you urinating on the product, we are pumping the urine directly to the system, and this is where actually you can see the cartridge going into action. So here we have thousands of test pods. So I will show it to the camera as well. So in each test pod, actually, we can track up to 2 biomarkers at once. And so once, for example, in your measurement plan, you want to test vitamin C, the cartridge directly will select the proper test pod to inject urines thanks to a needle directly into the hermetic cavity. Then there is a chemical reaction, and the chemical reaction is read by the optical sensor right over there.
Okay.
And we send all of the information directly into the HealthMate app, the Withings app, via Wi-Fi. And you have all of your data from our scales as well, from our hybrid smartwatches, directly in one app, so you can know actually what's going on. Then you have recommended action on vitamin C levels. For example, you should eat more oranges. I know it is an easy one, but it is the most common one.
Yep.
And also some other recommendations, such as advices from doctors that we have developed directly with our counselor. And voila.
So how many times can this be used?
Totally. So as I mentioned, there is a measurement plan. So for NutriBalance, we have 4 biomarkers, and each biomarkers have a frequency of measurements. For example, ketones, we don't need to assess it like every day, but once a week, it's all right. So based on your goals and on the cartridge biomarkers, we know that, for example, today it's your vitamin C measurement. And so we have 3 months of measurement included in one cartridge. And the battery life of the device is also 3 months.
Okay.
So when you are actually changing the cartridge, you will charge your device for 2 hours only, and that's it. You are all set for 3 other months.
It's very clever.
Thank you.
So very, very clever. How do we find more information about this?
So you can go on withings.com, as usual.
And spell that for me, or withings.com, withings.com.
Exactly.
How did you get that domain name?
Sorry?
I said, how did you get that domain name? That seems like that would have been really difficult to do. Obviously it was.
But we have been around for 14 years now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we have been actually, we have created the smart scale, the Wi-Fi smart scales in 2009.
Okay.
And actually we are best-selling smart scales in the US, in France and Germany. So that's why we have this domain name for a long time now.
Got you. Got you. And is this available anywhere else besides online, or is that the only place right now?
Withings, you mean Withings product
Yeah.
or the
So
U-Scan?
and that's right. This is actually not out yet, is it? It'll be out here in a few months.
Exactly. So
Okay.
end of Q2, we will be launching NutriBalance,
Okay.
the cartridge, but only in Europe for now.
Oh, okay.
But of course, we are working to really spread
Yes.
our product.
Yes.
Sorry for the no pun intended. About the product like everywhere else, of course,
Okay.
and specifically in the US as well.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Am I missing anything at all? Is there anything else that you'd like to say about Withings?
Actually, right now this product is already used as well in medical research.
Okay.
We are working with several doctors, so working in two specific hospitals in Paris. The first medical research is for kidney stones. So what we are trying to do is prevent the relapse of kidney stones. As you might know, is one of the painful
Yes.
elements that you can have in your body. It's
Yes.
really awful, and like everyone is kind of excited about this product. And so right now we are working with the hospital with two specific biomarkers, so specific gravity and pH that we also have in this cartridge. And we have two other medical research as well with Institut Curie, so a well-known institution in France and worldwide, working on cancer. So the first one is the relapse of bladder cancer,
Okay.
and the second one is the relapse of ovarian cancer.
Wow.
So kind of promising both for consumer and prevention care, preventative care, and the other one for medical professional, because it allows like real-time monitoring data based on your analysis and avoid the painstaking way to do it today by going into a lab specifically.
You know, I know a couple of people who are would-be astronauts that were unable to actually fly because of kidney stones. They would give given anything for this, so to know and prevent. So very, very interesting. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for
and
coming
thank you for your
on
time.
to the show, and wish you all the best at CES 2023.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Same for you.
Thank you. Thank you. So go check this out, everybody. Withings.com. WITHINGS.com. Urine analysis. You know, I know I kid about this a lot on my show about smart toilets coming at us, but this isn't quite that. It's probably a little more in-depth analysis of your urine. But they obviously have a lot of things going on, and this is another one of those type of home care type of possibilities that you're going to see a lot more coming in the near future. I do believe that these type of devices are going to be how we take care of ourselves in the future, because you'll be able to record things and then occasionally go to your doctor, and probably more through telemedicine than anything else. So the world of health is really, really changing right now, and a lot of it is due to the technology that's coming about because of the ability for you to test different things at home and what have you. So check them out again at withings.com, WITHINGS.com, withings.com. So I think we have, yes, we do. Somebody else is joining us already. This is fantastic. We'll let them get set up right here, and we're coming to you live from CES 2023. My name is Marlo Anderson, the Guru of Geek. I host the Tech Ranch. A lot of people know me as the founder of National Day Calendar as well. So if you're familiar with National Pizza Day, National Coffee Day, tomorrow's National Technology Day, we'll be having a special broadcast from CES 2023 tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time. So you want to join us for that tomorrow, as well as our regular broadcasting that we'll be doing tomorrow and through the rest of the show. So, all right, Nathan.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
Good, good.
I'm wore out already, and it's only day one of this show.
I'm about 9 hours off my time zone.
Oh, are
so
you? Where are you from?
I'm based out of Switzerland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would imagine that. I'm hoping you didn't just fly in yesterday.
No, I had a day just
okay.
to recover.
That's
But they say
probably
the
a
second
good
day is
thing.
the worst because
You know, for jet lag it is.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're feeling it today.
It's a crazy beast.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, then it's Vegas on top of it, where there's no time at all, right?
Yeah.
You never know what's going on. But
Wow,
all right,
right.
so Nathan, what do you have for us today?
So I brought these. This is a prototype of an eyewear device that's been designed for blind people.
Okay.
Yes. So what we do is we cram electronics into a small package, the smallest package possible. Right now we're looking at this, but our end goal is to have a fashion eyewear frame. And right now the behavior of this device, we've designed it in order to help people avoid obstacles. A big pain point for blind people and people who are suffering from severe vision impairment is that the white cane works very nicely. It's a tactile device, it gives lots of information, but it doesn't do anything above the waist. So we're trying to resolve that problem. It's a fairly big problem if you think about the amount of effort it takes to leave the house with a disability, navigate in the world, understand your environment. Well, we've put sensors on this. So if I open this up, it has sensors on the left and the right, and it's designed for very intuitive use. So we try to give signals on the left and the right-hand side. The user doesn't have to scan the environment. They can feel what's in front of them using haptic vibrations. So we make the device vibrate when there's an obstacle that's threatening them in the way, in their pathway. And by moving slightly from the left to the right, they can find the path that's safe to get out of the situation.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. So I'm trying to. I can't. So I see people walking with a cane, you know, and I've always thought this. In fact, I've seen a few people hit like street signs.
Yep.
You know, right, like even here in Vegas, because they're like right here, right? Especially if a person's 6 foot or taller or whatever, and bang, here's your forehead banging into another sign. You know.
Yeah. Right.
You know, I think the cane, and I wonder if this is. I have a few other questions too, but
sure.
But the cane notifies everybody else around them that that they have an impairment, right? So how do you encourage people to continue to use the cane in with this, or how do you plan to? I mean, is that part of the education process?
Absolutely. So the cane is an essential item, and we try to complement the cane. So the cane, as you stated before, people carry the cane often in order to identify themselves as having a vision impairment. What we do is we try to protect the full body. So in fact, you can't use this right now in its state, the current state of development, and likely for in the future, you won't be able to use this without the cane, because it's designed to detect obstacles in front of the user. But it's existing solutions to try to protect users above the waist often involve additional processing, so information processing, because either they're devices that are embedded within the cane itself, or they're wearable, there are other types of wearables, but they don't necessarily, not all of them at least, give directional information.
I see.
What we've tried to really do is, this comes out of, so I'm based in Switzerland, and you wouldn't believe how many objects, even in Switzerland, you might hit your head on walking down the street. It always surprises me. But this comes out of the eyewear fashion industry. So we're in the Italian part of Switzerland near Milan. We're very well connected into sort of that scene, right? So we've got designers on the team. And the designers, so we're not coming at this just throwing a whole bunch of engineering at the problem. The designers said, well, look, what can we do with glasses? We've been doing glasses all our lives. There's combined 90 years experience on our team. We're a startup, so we have the experience. We're very young, but there's tons of stuff behind it. What can we do with these glasses? What can we do with something that we put on our face every day that will help people? And how can we help people feel and look good? So social stigma was a primary, that's a problem we're trying to address here.
Sure.
And we're really trying to figure out what kind of problems we can solve without over-engineering, without making this thing massive. So
it's very clever. It's very clever. I'm assuming it just charges up with a USB.
Right now, it's charging with USB.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe for the final product, we're looking at a case charging option.
Okay.
So we're going to keep everything very simple.
Yep.
If you think about the vast majority of people who who are blind and vision impaired are on the older end of the spectrum. Lots of people 65 and up. Many people come to me and say, hey, my mother or my father are blind or vision impaired or losing their sight. And so we're thinking about a device that's simple to use, that's intuitive, and that appeals to that side of the population just as much as anybody else. So that, design criteria are pretty important here.
Okay. I sense a backstory here. So can you tell me what inspired you to do this?
Yeah, so I come from a social sciences background. I've been around for about a year. The founders have been around doing this for longer. Founders, again, they came out of the eyewear industry, initially started talking to people about what to do with glasses. They have worked on eye tracking devices projects in the past. They've seen that you can put technology into glasses. They've been a part of that process, and they've done some wonderful things with it. But they wanted to figure out what they could do to help people. Initially, they didn't go to blind and vision impaired people. This is something that sort of emerged out of the process because I think they were rather surprised as well to find out that glasses could be useful for people who can't see. So now we're really in the fashion accessory sort of area, which is not exactly true because many people have light sensitivity, so they may be legally blind, but they have high light sensitivity.
Sure.
They need dark lenses on here, so we can do that as well. We can darken these as much as you want.
Okay.
But yeah, so you try to do something that helps them. I think the surprise for them came in terms of people asking them for different styles. So they were asked for different colors. They were asked.
That's interesting.
Going to talk to blind associations. Can you put Swarovski crystals on here? Can you make it look good? So the response is yes. We can make this in various sizes for various different face sizes, different face shapes, and we can do colors. We can do styles. So we're coming out with a line.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
it really is. So
cool little story.
So I put these on. I'm trying to formulate another question here.
Sure.
So do I feel the vibration in my temples then? Is that basically how this is? And when I get closer to the danger, does this thing get stronger? Or how do I know that I'm 3 feet away or 6 inches away from something I'm going to bonk my head on?
Sure. So the amount of information that you need and can process actually is in the experience in our early testing is surprisingly little in terms of making this something that's intuitive. Right now, yes, we do have the vibration in the temples, but these are also Bluetooth connected. We're developing an accessory that vibrates. So something that you could wear around your waist, abdomen, where you have vibration points down here.
Okay.
We've been asked to have that as an option. We will probably still keep the vibration as an option in the temples as well. We're looking at ways to do it better so it's a little bit more clear what's happening. Haptics have come a long way, so there's lots you can do. These right now are meant to start vibrating at a certain predefined threshold. but machine learning can give us more information about movement and context. We can also create different modes. So we will have a connected app with this where you can switch through different modes, and if you prefer to get that information with different vibration patterns depending or intensities depending on the distance to the obstacle, you should be able to set that yourself. But we still need to test all this.
So where do you see this going? I mean, are there other sensors? If you had, I have to tell you, I'm just blown away by this. So I have friends who are blind that I could see them using this, you know. So, and I have an itchy nose right now. I wonder how I'm going to get money here, but isn't that the same? Yeah, it is. Yeah,
same here.
yeah.
Same here.
So I'm really impressed by this thought of using vibration to move yourself through a crowd, or you know. So I mean, are you going to like can you incorporate things like GPS and things like this? So as you're walking down the street, it can tell you that you're 50 feet away from where you're going to turn and all this good stuff. Is these things you're working on as well, or?
Right. So yes, I think our roadmap. In our roadmap, we have a future version that's coming out. The feature set on that future version is not defined yet, but we've had different requests from different people, and I think we're trying to filter it down and see what's doable in terms of the package that we have.
I mean, I just look at like I mean, last night when I was going to a meeting, and I wasn't really sure where I was going, and I went from driving mode to walking mode on my Android, you know,
yeah.
and it basically said, you know, in 30 feet, you know, turn this way, and I was actually wondering if I could drill it down to even steps after a while. I mean, it's really pretty impressive.
You can get pretty fine-grained.
Yeah, yeah.
In navigation, I mean, we've sort of started with navigation environmental awareness in mind, and I think we'll have to see where that takes us.
Okay.
The first priority people told us is they wanted to feel safe in terms of obstacle avoidance.
Sure.
Safety and security, comfort outside. And indoor, so indoor navigation is a whole kettle of fish. There's some really cool solutions out there that are looking at that as well.
Yeah.
We see this sort of as a standalone device, in the sense that it should be able to operate. You put it on and you go out. But we want to have connected options as well. So we're evaluating either doing some of that groundwork ourselves or partnering.
Okay.
There's some really great initiatives out there.
Yeah.
Some interesting companies that are certainly pushing the boundaries in this space, sort of navigational and environmental awareness space for people with vision impairments. And we're excited to see where that's gonna take us.
Where do we find more information?
So you can find us at lighthouse.tech.ch, CH for Switzerland. You can also look us up easily by typing in LTH01, which is the ugly code name that we've given to this prototype.
Okay.
I believe we're one of the few LTH01s out there in the world, so it's easy to find us that way as well.
So .ch is Switzerland.
.ch is Switzerland.
I did not know that. I just assumed it was China all these years. I bet you get that a lot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Cool.
So go check this out, everybody, at Lighthouse. Say your website again.
LighthouseTech.ch.
LighthouseTech.ch. Nathan, it's been a pleasure. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And a lot of fun, and
me.
I wish you all the best with this. And I have a feeling that your company is going to help a lot of people in the
Thanks.
Thank you for
that's
this.
That's what we're in it for, so yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks, Nathan. So check that out again, lighthousetech.ch, lighthousetech.ch. I'm always amazed at the technology that comes out of this show, and who knows where this leads. You know, I mean, you may run into somebody in the future that is blind, and you will not even know it because of the technology that they're wearing. Will allow that person to, you know, be like everybody else. You know, so it really is quite stunning, actually. So I don't know. I don't mean to be blown away by that, but I always am impressed with how technology can help people, and this is certainly one of those situations. So back to the show, Michelle. Get your mic on.
Got my mic on.
Hey. Are we getting close to the end of the day already? I got to look here.
It is 4:17.
Oh, well, okay. We're in the last hour of the show today already.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And my understanding is we're going to add one more guest to the end.
Okay.
And it's great, like the timing that you're here for it, because it apparently is a declaration of a Las Vegas. Today is the day of something.
I am not aware of this.
I was just told a few moments ago that the mayor is making a declaration for tomorrow.
Oh.
So.
That's pretty amazing.
It's amazing and ironic that you're going to be the one to get the info, and they are in good hands.
And Michelle's saying that in case you don't know, I am the founder of National Day Calendar as well. And a lot of these national days come about because of, I guess, what we do. But so that's pretty cool. So is the mayor coming up to see us, or?
I don't know if it's the mayor or a representative.
Oh, okay, okay. So, but the mayor's office is making some type of declaration for tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
Is it based around National Technology Day?
No, it didn't sound like it was.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm like, obviously don't quote me on this, but it's something maybe with air quality or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, he ran up and told me in passing, you guys mind if we put one more on? I'm like, nah,
yeah,
especially that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So
that's
that'll
cool.
be fun.
That's cool.
So, but yeah, I tell everybody I know that I know the guys. I know the guy who does the calendar. And then when I had one, y'all gave me one in 2020.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so funny. I don't know if Danielle's told you already, but like we were so happy and proud to get those calendars. Like,
really?
We were thrilled.
Well, I guess
and we
I'll
took
have
them
to send
to
you some more now.
our offices and stuff, right?
Okay.
And then COVID hit.
Yeah.
So hers was in her office.
And nobody knew.
And yeah, she couldn't use it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've heard that numerous times over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I didn't get to use my calendar.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're back to kind of normal again.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe we can use our calendars again too.
Yeah.
So.
And I see you on TikTok every day. You're in my For You feed.
You're one of two people that watch me on
I
TikTok.
hit like,
huh?
though. I
All
hit
right.
like.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We haven't done much with TikTok yet. Well, I know we post our, that video that you watch on TikTok is actually the piece that we do for television.
Okay.
So we just post that out there.
Right.
My goal was to just get to 1,000 followers.
So you could go live.
So then I can do the other fun stuff
Yeah.
when we're ready to do that. So that's all this was been about. But we have a bunch of stuff we're going to be doing with TikTok.
You probably should head up Danielle a little bit too. I bet you should do some stuff for you.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Yeah, we'll probably do like where in the world is Marlo and
that'd be fun.
when it's spaghetti day, who knows where I'll be eating spaghetti at, and we're gonna do a lot of fun stuff like that on TikTok. I mean, actual kind of TikTok videos as opposed to
as
made
opposed
for
to just,
television.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, you should.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose the made for television stuff is okay on TikTok, but there's a personality to TikTok that isn't
It's okay,
TV.
but it's not as fun. Like it
Right.
doesn't have that. It's not
Right.
alive.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've noticed, people will pull like little clips from like Seinfeld or whatever. But again, that's the whole point. It's just like it's going to take this little snippet of a TV show as opposed to the whole TV show type of thing, right? And a lot of that stuff is usually based around what's going on at that time in our world, So.
And things that can just go viral like crazy.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the I won't say the backlash of the U.S. government on TikTok, but they're banning the use of it on devices now that are used by government employees and things.
Right, and that I'll say I'm like full on addicted to TikTok.
To TikTok, okay.
Yeah, I use Facebook quite a bit, but not like addicted to it. And I can go days without using TikTok, but like when I have some downtime, I wanna see videos. I wanna flip through.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be on government phones anyway. Like, do they have Facebook on their government phones?
That's a
like
valid
why
question.
Is that a thing? And I think it's trying to make the masses go, oh my God, it's from China and we shouldn't have them and the government's outlawing it. Well, they're just saying don't put it on a government phone. I don't want my government officials having TikTok on their phone
or
anyway,
Twitter or Pinterest or whatever.
Twitter's, I guess, is fine.
So why are you saying okay to
know.
Twitter and not to TikTok then? Because they use Twitter as a communication tool sometimes, or?
Yeah, I know a lot of people, especially younger people.
Yeah.
They get almost all their news from
right,
Twitter.
Right. Right.
So yeah, maybe it's a double standard though. If I have to think it through, you gonna push me on that?
I was just curious. Because I thought it was interesting right away when you said Twitter's okay, but TikTok's not. So because they're all social media.
They are all social media.
Yeah.
I feel like they're used for two completely different things. Because
So
I almost never use Twitter.
Sure.
I have it.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of fall into the same space. I got out of the habit of using it actually. Never even understood what the 140 character thing was in the beginning. Like, how can I say something in 140
I can't
characters?
Get it out.
Yeah.
And I think they've raised it now.
They have, of course. And there's a lot of people that do. And I have a little bit of a following on Twitter. I need to pay more attention to that, I guess. But yeah. But yeah.
Well, I want to see more stuff of yours on TikTok too. So.
All right. Well, I'm excited to put
I'll
new videos out
or
there.
Something. I'll eat spaghetti and tag
so
you.
So do you put some stuff on TikTok yourself, or are you just?
I haven't put much yet.
Okay.
I'm thinking I might do some stuff from here though.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Actually. So, all right.
That'd be fun.
I guess I need to talk to somebody else now.
I think there's someone here to talk to you.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great.
Great. So, Marlo.
Hi. Nice to meet you,
And
Marlo.
you are?
I'm Julie.
Hello, Julie.
Nice to meet you.
So, what are we talking about today?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. We're super excited to be here in CES.
Yes.
I work for New Cosmos USA.
Okay.
And we're a natural gas alarm manufacturer.
Okay.
We originally are headquartered in 1960 back in Osaka, Japan. We built the first ever natural gas alarm in the world in 1964. And we're here really excited to showcase a lot of new things. In fact, we have 2 product lines of natural gas alarms to showcase and bring to the U.S.
Okay.
And we also have an especially exciting, timely announcement. We actually partnered with the City of Vegas mayor, who has been really excited about natural gas leak mitigation. So January 6th, tomorrow, is at the Natural Gas Safety Awareness Day. We have a proclamation. It is official, Marlo. We made it official.
So, did they tell you who I am?
You're Marlo.
Well, right. So I'm actually the founder of National Day Calendar.
What? This is a true story?
Yeah, it is. You know, like National Pizza Day, National Coffee Day, National Technology Day tomorrow. Yeah. I just have a love of technology, and I've been covering the show for so many years, I just continue to do it.
Are you kidding me?
So when they were telling me that you were coming up here with this proclamation, of course, Michelle over here is like, this is crazy timing that you're coming up here with this. So, so I love that cities get involved and do these type of things. So are you guys getting this? Okay. So the fact that you got the mayor involved to do this and everything is fantastic. So there we go. Hey, in fact, let's just do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get a few people to get a few pictures of us here. There we go. All right.
Carolyn Goodman, we're really excited that she was involved and very supportive for the city of Vegas. I mean, you know, every community needs safety, and we want to protect lives and property here with what we do with natural gas alarms. So, you know, given that there's such a huge population coming to Vegas right now, it's really good coverage and education and awareness. So this is perfect.
So let's get into the meat and potatoes of this, right?
Let's
All right.
do it.
So for me, the alarm for natural gas is, you know, they put that little bit of a scent in natural gas. So if there's a leak in your house or whatever, you smell this, right? I didn't even know that there was more to it than this. So this is very interesting to me. So what does your product do that is, you know, if that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay.
Well, one of the things that COVID has done, unfortunately, is taken a lot of senses away. My sense of smell is now no longer something to rely on for a gas leak. And that is why it's so important that you have that natural gas safety
I guess I never
alarm.
thought about that because I have the same issue since having COVID. That my you know, it seems to be coming back a little bit, but it's taken a long time. So
months and months, if not more.
I used to have a love of popcorn, and to me, the love of popcorn was the smell of popcorn. I feel like I'm chewing styrofoam yet. I try so hard, it's just like, come on, I know it's there somewhere.
Exactly.
But,
And sense of smell is important, you know, but they go through the how to detect a gas leak and sense of that smell that of a rotten egg is something that comes up all the time, but it's no longer something. We really have to make sure that the right technology is in place.
So is this something similar to like a carbon monoxide type of sensor in a house or a business?
You're exactly right.
Okay.
So we have a commercial.
So go ahead and put it right there, and we can get a good shot of it. Yeah, just lay it down just like that.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So we have 2 new product lines we're super excited about to showcase.
Okay.
I'll talk you through the first one here. This is our Amazon 7-year battery-powered, it's our Genova Detect natural gas alarm. It's a 7-year battery-powered natural gas alarm where you plug and play. I mean, literally, you don't have to, no electricity, no wiring required. And one of the great features with this alarm is that it is integrated with Amazon Sidewalk. So Amazon, we're excited because Amazon partnered with us for we are the first natural gas safety partner and smart home series partner that they have partnered with their products. So Amazon Sidewalk integration. If you have an Amazon device in your house, this will connect with the phone app and the natural gas alarm, so that triangle of connectivity is there. So you get you get the connection, so that you're able to get an alert when you have a gas leak.
So my Alexa, for example,
yes, an Echo.
Yes,
absolutely. That would definitely help. The reason Amazon Sidewalk integration is beneficial is because it's low bandwidth, and it has extended range. So beyond your home, you'll get that. And if you have hard to reach places, maybe concrete walls, you'll still get that coverage that you need.
Right.
And Amazon Sidewalk is a very large network. In fact, in the top 100 largest cities, there's 80 to 9% network coverage. So it's a very strong, powerful network. So you can feel safe, you can feel protected 24/7. Yeah. So that's our Amazon Sidewalk natural gas alarm.
I don't even have a pocket to put it in today, so, but all right. That's cool.
Yep,
all right.
So we have the mobile app, so you can get the mobile app. What's really exciting about that is you don't have to be home to get the alarm, right? So you can be at a sports game, and then all of a sudden you get a phone call, a text message, an alarm goes off, and you're going to get an email as well. So you're connected, and even if you're mobile, you can get your gas leak notification.
So if I have a gas leak, let's say I had this device in my house right now, and my phone gave me an alert. What should I do?
Great question. So first of all, the reason that that's helpful is because you can't be there 24/7 every day. It's not realistic for the general consumer. They're going to be out and about, so you want to know when that's happening, whether they're there or not. Plus, if you have a dog at home, that's a safety concern. You got to get there fast. So what you want to do is, if there is nothing there like a life, then you just want to stay as far away as possible. If there is something like a life, a pet, you want to protect, you want to try and get them out. But with natural gas, our alerts tell you what room the gas leak is in, very specific details about the gas level concentrations. So if it's safe enough, you're able to grab your pet and go. But if it's dangerous levels, you just want to stay away.
So, I mean, do I call 911 then? Or
yes, absolutely, yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
So the alert would then tell me it's okay to open the door, because I mean, to me that's the concern. Somebody's going to come over, and you give them the code to the door or the garage door, and of course those things are electronic and could have a spark in them that would just set the whole place up, right?
Yep. So
interesting.
With the gas leak concentrations, you don't want to go and enter the space if there's above 6%, 7% level concentration, 10% level. We're now getting into more dangerous level concentrations. Other companies, they operate and measure at a 20 to 25% LEL, which means you have to have even more high gas concentration. Our alarm it offers 10% detection of concentration. So you're getting it alert sooner than others on the market.
So at 10%,
yeah.
I mean, and let's say there's somebody sleeping in the house or whatever, and they don't realize this is going on. Is that dangerous to a person as well,
Yes.
just by inhaling this?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. It is. We hear stories all the time. It's a sad but true statistic in the U.S. There's a gas explosion that happens less than every 2 days. And it's sort of under the radar. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't realize it because it's with CO and fire, it's a requirement. Everyone has it. I'm sure you have it in your home.
Of course. Yeah, many of them, yeah.
It's not a requirement yet, but it should be nationwide for natural gas alarms in places where natural gas appliances exist. So what we actually recommend is if you have a natural gas stove, natural gas kitchen, room, natural gas laundry, washer and dryer, water heater, fireplace, any of those natural gas appliances, each of those rooms needs that natural gas alarm.
And generally, when there is an explosion with natural gas, it's not just this minor thing. I mean, the ones that I remember not even that long ago in our neck of the woods, I mean, it knocked the houses off their foundations for a block around it. I mean, it was just insane.
So we've had some pretty substantial explosions in the past couple of years. We actually follow explosions nationally and internationally, and unfortunately, it's just continues to grow. We have had news coverage, people who have reported that the gas explosion was felt and heard 11 miles away.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
I mean, really, it can become like so epic. The natural gas explosion, the whole house is gone. In New York, in 2014, there was a huge explosion of 5-row homes, and that was a devastating gas explosion. There's tons, Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I mean, we are in a time, I love this analogy, where we are driving without seatbelts in the car. We know that technology is there, we're just not using it. And with regard to, you know, the reason we wear seatbelts. We wear seatbelts not because there's going to be an accident every day, but the one time there is.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Yeah.
So do you think that, and we'll get to your other one here
Yeah,
in a little
yeah,
bit. I just
yeah.
have all these questions for
Of
you.
course.
Do you think that the reason that gas explosions are on the rise is because we seal our houses better now, so there's less air leaks and that type of thing, so that it can accumulate quicker?
That's a really good question, and that could be, there's all different reasons, but one of the biggest reasons I would say is that it's a scary but real statistic that our natural gas pipeline, the infrastructure of the U.S., we are still using, the majority of the pipelines are not being replaced, less than 1%, give or take. So we are still using the natural gas pipelines that our grandparents and great-grandparents used, the original settlers.
Yep.
So a lot of issues in the Northeast where the 13 colonies were established particularly, but we see it across the board in the U.S. Aging infrastructure, and that's a big issue.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to your next one now.
Okay,
so
great, yeah. So we have, in addition, we have a second product line that is a good, better, best model, and a combo, which is our natural gas and carbon monoxide alarm.
Okay.
So that's a big one.
I was wondering if you had something like this.
Yes.
So yeah, that's cool.
Yes, yes. So I think it's really important for consumers to know this particular line is the 10-year battery-powered alarm. What we really are excited about, the first and only that battery-powered wireless natural gas alarm in the U.S. market. So we're really coming into a unique situation here where we're trying to save lives, and the education piece is so important to risk mitigation and safety here in the U.S.
10 years on a battery.
10 years on a battery, you can plug and play. A lot
That's
of people are pushing, you know, there's a lower cost product that is a plug-in unit. And the lower cost plug-in units, the issue with that is the true cost of ownership you have to look at. Because the plug-in unit, you have replacement batteries, you have electricity cost, and we did the calculations, and over time, it actually costs more with the plug-in unit with all of those costs over that 10-year,
Yep.
same 10 years. With this, you plug and play, it's a one-time cost, and you're safe, you're set, you're protected. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. All right, where do we find out more information about all of your amazing products?
www.denovodetect.com.
So DENOVA detect.com.
Absolutely, yes,
All right.
yes.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. And, you know, I think I have a business card on me. Yes.
Excellent. Oh, wonderful. I would love to share one with you.
Just so you know that I wasn't lying to you about the National Day thing.
Absolutely. I cannot believe it.
Yeah,
you
it's
are
pretty
the man.
Cool. So it's pretty cool. Wonderful. It's pretty cool that you brought that up here.
Yeah,
I wish you all the best at the show, and you have wonderful products.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Check it out again, everybody. DenovaDetect.com. DenovaDetect.com. I'll just show it off right here. Really, if I had a pocket, this would be going home with me right now. But it's really, really cool. And this is a growing issue. So it's great that they have come up with a way to help us mitigate this and keep us safer in our homes and our pets and everybody else. So go check it out. All right. Well, I think we have. How are we doing, Michelle?
We're doing good.
We are?
Yeah. We got another guest here.
Okay.
I know. You wanted to talk to me some more.
I'm just kidding. I'm excited to interview people. You know I am.
I know you are.
I'll do this all day long.
But even more excited to talk to me for a little while.
Of course.
It's been a long time.
Oh, come over here for a second. Oh, come on, Anna. Get over here just for a second. Anna, come on. Come on. You don't have to do it. You're fixing your hair. You can put the headset on behind you.
What battery power are you want the headset on her?
Yes.
The thing that I didn't talk about was the battery powered.
You know, you got to love live television, right? Well, hi.
Hi.
You didn't know you were doing this, did
No,
you?
I didn't.
I love how you're working on your hair.
I'm behind the scenes.
I have one hair, and I go like this, and I don't care anymore. And you're like, you know. But anyway, so what's your position with the company, and what were you just doing here?
So I'm a PR manager.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm here for Denova Detect. And
Okay.
this is my first CES.
Okay,
And so I'm
seriously.
just thrilled about your show and to be here.
Okay, well, cool. I find it amazing that this is your first CES. Then, what do you think of this so far?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I heard that you've bounced back almost to the original attendance of, 175,000 people potentially?
I don't know that for a fact, but if you went through security this morning, you would believe every number because that was insane trying to get in here this morning.
Well,
so.
there's nothing like the connections that,
Yes.
to see everyone make, and especially with my client, being connected with Amazon Sidewalk.
Yeah.
I think the smart communities angle is so powerful when you can actually talk to all the different players in the value chain.
Absolutely. And I know there's a few people I've heard that are concerned about the privacy challenges with Amazon Sidewalk, but again, I mean, the good way outweighs the potential over on this side, and this is a great example of that. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, the safety aspect, the benefits of connected communities are often, ignored, and we live in such a connected world anyway. I
We
think
do.
People sometimes forget,
If
hey, we're already connected.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you think you have privacy,
Exactly.
you don't.
You know?
Just give it up, and because if you're carrying a phone with you, it's done, and everybody does. So
100%.
yeah.
Well, thank you for having us. I'm
yeah.
just glad to
Thanks for
know
being a
you.
good sport and coming on. So take
Thank
care,
you.
Anna. Bye-bye. And great job on the proclamation, by the way. So that's pretty cool. So, all right. Thanks again for hopping on. You have a great day. We do have one more guest coming on here. And I have no idea what we're talking about next, but that's the beauty of what we do here at CES 2020-23. So come on in here, sir. I think you might be on your own now. You might have to put the headset on yourself. Here we go. Nancy's back. Just lots of activity around us right now. Yeah, that's right. Squeeze in a little bit. There we go. And there you go. We'll get that mic put up there a little bit more. There we go.
Sounds good now?
Oh, yes, there we go.
Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. We're good. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah,
Doing
and
great.
you are?
I'm Nicolas.
Nicholas?
Mazars.
Nice to meet you, Nicholas. Marlo Anderson. So good to meet you. So,
Nice.
so you're at CES. Is this your first experience as well, or?
Actually, this is the second time.
Okay.
We were last year,
Okay.
post-COVID.
Yes.
So it was just a restart of CES.
Yes.
And this year as well, which is much more exciting.
Oh, it's it feels a lot different this year, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. More crowded.
Yeah.
Also, for us, we got an award. So
Oh, well,
there's a lot of-
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we got
Yeah.
a lot of coverage, media attention. So that's way different.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Sure. Well, tell us a little bit about what you do and what you're here for.
Sure. So actually, my name is Nicolas. I work for a company called Acapella Group, and we're specialized in text-to-speech solution.
Okay.
So what we call also synthetic voices. So that's the voices you can hear, for accessibility purposes. When you have someone blind using some computer, so that's all these kind of digital voices. But also you can hear on the airport, for public announcements, in telecom system. So that's what we do for like 30 years.
Okay.
And here at CES we are introducing services called My Own Voice. And
Okay.
My Own Voice is something we call voice banking, which is still about text-to-speech solution. But the idea is to create your own text-to-speech voice. So let's say someone having ALS, for instance, and someone about to lose his voice, he will use the services to create a copy of this voice, a digital one. So that's the concept of My Own Voice. So the intention and the concept is really easy. You just request an account online, you record for 10 minutes, so it's 50 phrases, and next day you have your voice online as a digital voice. So that's the concept of My Own Voice in 20 languages, mainly for medical purposes. So we have different partners in US, and that's what we'll be doing for a couple of years. And now we are releasing the new version 4, this year, 2023, around end of Q1.
So when you say medical devices, I mean, are you able to record and then are you able to wear something that will, or do you type it out and then
It's exactly the way you can type it up something on application, or you can use and somehow I reference this to Stephen Hawking's, for instance, the eyes tracking solution.
Yes.
So we're part of the company called Tobii Dynavox, and they're specialized in eyes tracking AAC devices. AAC stands for augmentative and alternative communication. So basically, we use a specific device to communicate on a regular basis. So you use pictograms or use some kind of eyes tracking to just type down phrases, and then you speak aloud with the voice. And the concept we developed is to have your unique voice. That's about the My Own Voice. So it's just a component you use with specific devices.
So I'm assuming you're not using this just for medical purposes, though. Any like voiceover? I mean, could I record an audio book in my voice simply by training your AI? Is it artificial intelligence?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly.
So by training it, and then I could then record the book that I just wrote in my own voice.
Yeah, so initially it was born out from a medical perspective, but of course as we have new field like metaverse or VR or augmentative reality, and also some kind of media content like books or so on, there is an interest to expand to those other areas. So as we improve the quality, we also expand to other fields. So
Got
that's
you.
also something we will expect for the new version.
So you've partnered then, I mean, you're the ones that have developed this and you've partnered with other companies. So my guess then is that, as crazy as this may sound, I have played with your technology. I have my own digital voice, and we have actually we've done some testing. So compared from a type something in to something that I would say like in a voiceover scenario, right? It's scary how good it is.
I mean, it is improving a lot. And initially, when we launched the services, it was like 6 years ago.
Okay.
It was a completely different process. I mean, at times it was 8 hours of recordings, and the quality, the output was
Right.
so-so.
Right.
But now, using the machine learning techniques, the voice AI, it has improved a lot, and with a less effort to create your voice. So now it's, if for someone diagnosed with some kind of disease, if the recording is done as soon as possible, when the voice is still clear,
Right.
the result is really impressive.
Right.
And my expectation is it will improve over time, again, and even more than right now, which will open up new areas of usage. So that's the interesting part.
It's certainly about inflections, right? I mean, you could probably just get this monotone voice that would sound similar to you, but it's about the inflection in your voice and how you ask questions and things like this, So it really has come a long way in such a very short time.
Yeah, but also it is true about the drawback about this technology is all the inflection, the prosody, the emotions, and we should not take anything for granted. That's why we're still improving the technology.
Never thought about the emotional part of that. That's interesting.
Yeah, the way we say every morning, like, how are you? That's the way to do it. But also if you're sad, it's a different way to do it. And that's why there's a drawback with the technology. We still need to improve in that areas. But I guess using the machine learning techniques, AI, there is still a lot to be done, and this is possible today. So that's really the interesting, exciting part. So it's just the beginning of a new journey.
Absolutely, absolutely. So how do we find out more about your company?
So we have a booth here, Acapella Group, in the Eureka Park, in the French Tech Pavilion.
Yeah. I'll be down there on Saturday, so I'll be looking for you.
Yeah, Saturday, and we're until Sunday. But also tomorrow at 10, we have at the booth, we have a special guest. We'll demonstrate how we use the Maron voice in assistive technology device. So I will invite anyone to join tomorrow at 10 or anytime during the trade show for more information. So
and how about the audience right now, that's watching from home or their business? How do we get a hold of you that way?
So you can go on the website, acapella-group.com, or the Maron Voice website, which is the services. So maronvoicemove.acapella-group.com. And you can learn everything from there. You can apply. You can try the services. It's free of charge to trade. So that's really interesting. It's good experiences. And any questions, you can just drop an email in.
Michelle, do you have that in? Do you have his website? Do you have his website that we can put on a lower third or something?
I do not at the moment. No.
Okay.
I don't have the capability right now.
Do you want to just spell that out for us then? Your website?
Sure. Acapella is ACAPELA dash group. GROUP.com. That's the main website. And for the booth, that's the booth 61 to 11 -18 UK Park.
So. It's been fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your show, and I look forward to talking to you some more on Saturday when we get down there. So,
thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
CES. Amazing, right? Yeah. It just continues to amaze and stun even myself, the different technologies that are out there. Something that I never would have thought about using a voice-to-text technology is recording in your own voice, and then the ability to actually use that later if you're having a medical issue or whatever and can't talk like you normally would. Then you have this ability to at least still sound like you used to, even though you may have lost your voice or whatever. And of course, there's all kinds of other possibilities, beyond just that medical spot, and that would be, everything from GPS guidance to voiceover work to what have you. So we have the Dozy Cozy coming up next. And I think we're actually going to unbox that. So he's gonna, I'm getting signals that I'm going to go to sleep now. No? Maybe? I see that. There's a pillow coming up on the oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm getting excited here. Excited for sleep.
That looks very comfortable.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking, Michelle?
It's making me want to go take a nap.
We only get 3 hours of sleep a night right now at this show anyway, right? With the crazy schedules we all have. So this is kind of nice, and he might not be going back with it. All right, hearing me okay?
Yes, I'm hearing you okay.
All right,
Thank
Marlo.
You. Marlo, nice to meet you. I'm Kevin.
Kevin, nice to meet
Thanks
you,
a
Kevin.
lot.
So Michelle and I were just discussing the fact that we get no sleep at CES, because we run all day long at this, and then we have events at night that we're attending as media and press and all this good stuff. So I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to take a nap right now, because this is great.
Yeah.
So this looks like a lot of fun. What do we got going on here?
This is a smart pillow.
Okay.
And that actually, this is one of the best pillows in the world. It's good for the side sleepers.
Okay.
And what it does is it actually tracks your sleeping positions. So the pillow will adjust the pillow height automatically. Once you are asleep, you are not conscious, you put yourself on the side sleep or back sleep, it automatically adjusts to the perfect height. So for example, if you're sleeping on your back and you're turning left on your side, and the pillow will know, and once the pillow knows that, the pillow will adjust, we have air pump, air chambers and airway and all the silencers inside. So the pillow will start pumping the air and the pillow height will lift your head up. So you don't sleep on your side with your head falling. And then once the head got pushed up, your airway is open, and then your head, your neck, and your spine is going to become a horizontal line. So you will breathe very well. And
so I would imagine people have, who have issues with snoring or whatever,
right?
Because you're congesting the airway.
Correct.
Very interesting. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that confirmed there. Yeah. Okay.
Not a problem. And also, it also can reduce a lot of pressures for side sleepers because, especially for some athletes, they have a wider shoulder,
right?
And they have big muscles, muscular. Yes, like
I
this.
have that problem myself. I stack up two pillows because
Yes,
I'm like, one pillow isn't enough for me.
Yeah.
So
Yep. So once and you turn to your back, it's going to be too high for you. Then you have to adjust the height manually to take out one pillow.
Yes.
And this thing will know you sleep on your back, and the pillow will make sure you don't sleep like this, and then the pillow height will drop. So the air chamber will be open, and then the air will flow out smoothly and gently.
Interesting.
So,
So I just read, and maybe you can confirm this or deny it. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me a little bit. But I heard that sleeping on your right side is actually probably the best for a person. Do you know this for a fact?
Yes, correct. Because your heart is on your left side.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So you don't give too much pressure on your heart.
I see.
Right?
Okay.
So on your side, especially on the right side, it's going to be the perfect sleeping position.
Okay.
Yeah. But people do move to their back, to move to their another side, like during their sleeping period. And this pillow, what good it's about it is it can extend your deep sleeping time, and also it can extend when you sleep on your side. So you don't get hurt, you don't get pain on your shoulder. People flip back because they feel
hurt.
Hurt.
Yeah.
So once your head lifts up, you don't feel hurt, and your airway is open. So once everything is in a horizontal line, it's perfect.
So, one of the things about live television and radio, of course, I haven't read about your product yet. So if I'm going to ask, I'm going to just ask questions, and hopefully I'm on the right track here.
Sure.
One of the issues that I have all the time too is that the pillow gets warm.
Yep.
So you've obviously talked about this a little bit, or does this kind of? It feels to me like it's like a thermal. Or that it dissipates the heat a little bit. Am I right with that?
Yes. This is we call this a tensile.
Okay.
This is a tensile material.
Okay.
And this is actually it's a very, very famous in Japan, and we bought like all the materials from them for the pillowcase outside, and then we have all the components inside, and it's world patents protected. So the mechanics inside, all the air pumps, airways, also the air chambers, and all the silencers inside, we have all patents. For it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is very, very cool. So is this on the market already?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
But it's ready for production.
Okay.
And we are here at CES. We're looking for resellers or distributors in North America.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so when are you thinking that this will be available on the market then?
I am guessing the soonest might be the mid of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And if nothing else, I'm assuming we can order it online if we want, right?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay.
And sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, more than that, this is a classic version. So we do have another version. It's called the premium version.
Okay.
And it's going to be color blue. Replace this yellow here. And what's the difference? All the features here, they do share the same features, whichever that is the most important feature we do have. And for the premium, we do input some of the more the entertainment stuff, like we have built-in speakers. with Bluetooth connectivity.
That was going to be my first question to you. So, are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
So I can listen to Billy Idol as I go to sleep?
Yes, correct. You are able to connect to your mobile devices. You can play any music, any movies.
Billy, I'm going to be listening to White Wedding every night now. So
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Anyway, yeah. Not a great song to go to sleep to, actually.
Yeah. And also we do have 5 built-in white noises to help sleepers to fall asleep easier.
Yep.
We do have like the water draining sound, raining sound, or just white noise.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And also we do have sleep timer.
Okay.
So whichever you are either connecting with your own devices or you put on the white noises. So it's going to be, you can time it 1 hour, 2 hour. It will just cut off automatically after you fall asleep.
Okay.
Yeah. At the same time, the detection and the automatically move adjustment, it was still on. It's just be there. Yeah.
So when I wake up in the morning, it will throw a glass of water in my face as well, or will, or will it, I can set the alarm on my phone and it'll just wake me up that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm just throwing a different idea for you how you can wake people up with it here.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I think so too. Yeah. For the person that you can never wake up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you sleep on here, you're just gonna sleep like a log.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
So no more, turn and toss and turn.
Right.
Yeah. No more
Right.
toss and turn. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's great. All right. And the website that we can go to?
It's www.dozycozy.com.
Dozycozy.com. DOZYCOZY.com.
Dozy is D-O-Z-Z-Y.
D-O-Z-Z-Y. Okay.
And DOZZYCOZY.com.
Okay.
And this
Very
product,
cool.
that's
there we
our
go right here. Okay.
Dozy Cozy.
Yep.
Yes. And
Yep.
this product, we name it Air Cozy.
Okay.
Because we do have a lot of air pump, air components inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes you feel like very comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kevin.
Thanks
it's
a
been
lot.
A pleasure.
Thank
you
you very
for coming
much.
on the show today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Am I able just to take a photo just for myself?
Here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would like to,
Are we going to go like this?
Yes, sure.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. So check that out, everybody. Dozycozy.com. DOZZYCOZY.com. Go check this out. It's a smart pillow. You won't have to toss and turn anymore. It'll keep you a little cooler at night. It'll wake you up in the morning, which I know you need, Michelle. And
I absolutely do. I need it for all those reasons. The side sleeping, the snoring, you name it.
all of it.
The keep me cooler. Yeah, I
It's
need
really
that pillow.
I can't get over the quality of products we have on the show today already.
I know.
That's absolutely
I know.
incredible. I'm anxious to try this pillow.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, me too.
Because I'm the same way. I mean, there are some nights, like tonight, that I guarantee you I'll fall asleep and 3 hours later I'll wake up and I'm like, I need 8 more hours of sleep because you're just so exhausted, right?
Yeah.
But in normal life, I think I toss and turn quite a bit. And a lot of it is because I feel like the pillow is too warm. And like Kevin said, I have a little broader shoulders, so having to stack that extra pillow in there sometimes. And usually 2 pillows is too much. I'm always like fussing with the pillow. I'm punching it down.
It's okay for a second and then
Yes,
no.
yeah. So I actually want to try this pillow because I think it could really at least help me a lot. So
I agree.
Yeah, and maybe it will let the rest of the household sleep well then too.
Sleep a little bit better for everybody.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I think so too.
Because the house won't be shaking from my snoring, right? So, all right. Well, how are we doing now? Are we like, oh, it's time to go?
It's 5:01, and I think we're actually done.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think that was it.
So, everybody, I don't get paid overtime? Well, then, everybody, I'm out of here. No. Well, thanks, everybody. It's been a blast to be here today. This is first day of, are we on 3 or 4 days for the show this year?
4.
We are on all 4.
All
okay.
4.
And are we doing a wrap-up at the end this year as
We
well?
are.
Okay.
Awards and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just day one of 4 days of coverage, and the fourth day will be, at the end, we'll be giving out our awards, our picks from all of the correspondents that are here. And let's see.
Tomorrow's a special day.
Tomorrow's a special day, National Technology Day. I'm looking forward to that.
Me too.
We will be on the stage below us as well.
Okay.
Do you have guests coming up here during that period as well?
No, we're taking your feed.
You're
for
taking
that,
our feed.
For
Okay.
that 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yep.
Yep. So we have 16 guests that will be joining us tomorrow for that. I'm sure we're going to see amazing demonstrations of some great products, and it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So really looking forward to that tomorrow as well. And you guys can come down and help out too, you know, if you're, or you can just maybe go enjoy the show because maybe you want to do that.
I was hoping you'd grab that pillow for me so I could take a nap during that time.
Well, have you noticed that everybody's bringing stuff up here is pretty much taking it off? I think they think that we're going to steal their stuff or something, which is probably why they take it, because they're right.
Yeah.
But
might be dangerous to have that pillow.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, we could use a few in our prep rooms downstairs or something, right? Yeah. Well, anyway, I really appreciate everybody. It's been a blast to be here, to be your guide today for CES 2020. Yeah, 2020. 2023. And we'll have a lot more coming at you the next couple of days. And with that, Michelle, I think we're just going to be done. Is that okay?
We're done. It's
all right.
absolutely okay.
All right. Yeah, I
Thanks,
am your
everybody.
guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and we'll see you tomorrow.